It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. B's running a minute late. He's about to walk in. I'm going to keep you going early this morning. Landini and Jeffrey, good morning, boys. Everybody doing all right?
Hello.
Morning.
Damn, Jeff, what'd you do last night? Sound like you just ate a box of gravel.
I don't know why my voice just broke up like that, bro. I guess because I haven't been talking for like 30 minutes.
That sounds very unlike you, but okay. So I'm on the stream. For all the streamers, good morning. For everybody listening, good morning. Landfill started the show off with a topic, and I mean, he always does. There's always something written there, but often we go different directions. I actually want to stay right where he started. There he is. Something bizarre has happened in the last 72 hours, maybe. I don't really know. But all of a sudden, so Landfill dropped something in our group thread this morning that just had me dumbfounded. What website was it, Landfill? FanDuel? Covers. All right. Covers.com. I don't know these odds are from DraftKings. The quarterback to throw the most interceptions in the NFL this year, Josh Allen, who's led the league in picks. I think it was Allen and Sam Howell last year, honestly, are at plus 800. Then Jaden Daniels is tied for the favorite to throw the most interceptions in the NFL at plus 800. Behind him, Caleb Williams, Will Levis. I still think he should go by Levi's, but whatever. It's up to him. You've got Levis and Caleb at plus 1,000. Derek Carr at 12-1. Bo Nix, another rookie quarterback at 12-1. Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Sam Darnold at 12-1. I know who Landfill would bet on. And this, to me, I just find a little, I don't want to say astounding because nothing in like the gambling odds space when they're just trying to generate attention should be astounding. Mm-hmm. But I found it surprising, to say the least. Josh Allen has a history of throwing a lot of picks in the NFL. Like that's a real thing. I understand Jaden Daniels is coming from college to the pros, and that means he could throw a lot of picks, undoubtedly. But that's not a kid who really throws a lot of picks. He's thrown 7 interceptions in the last 2 years. And yes, it is extremely, extremely small sample size. But what we've seen from Jaden in the preseason so far, on 3 series, 15 pass attempts, it's not like there's been anything close to an interception. Daniel Jones threw 2 last week. and I don't even see him listed on this. And so I find that incredibly hard to believe. I mean, maybe there's a thought that Jones would get benched, and that's why, like, I think you to put a wager on a player to throw the most interceptions, there's got to be an assumption that they're going to play the most games. I find that asinine. The people I would bet on this thing, I kind of would like Trevor Lawrence and Sam Darnold at 12-1. Those are guys that throw picks. We don't know what the hell Levis is going to be, and if they're going to call plays like they did for Joe Burrow, I think there's a real decent chance Will Levis leads the NFL in interceptions. But bigger picture. Good morning, Brian.
What up, brother?
Bigger picture to me is in the last 72 hours, and I don't really understand why, it seems like the conversation with Jaden has turned into like, oh, well, he can't slide and he's going to throw picks and we're not sure about the off, right?
Yeah, but the thing of it is, Jay, you can't let every little statement make you react.
I'm not, but it seems like there's been a bunch of them over the last
couple
days.
It's been a bunch of them from certain people because a lot of people are writing stuff for clicks. And I keep telling you, listen, everyone bets. And everyone think they know why the betting markets do certain things. Betting markets don't care necessarily what you do just so that they break even or win. And most times when you start hearing people say, well, this is why they're doing that, you know that the betting market's going to win. They threw Jaden and Caleb there, 2 guys that take care of the football. Okay?
Caleb threw 10 picks in the last 2
years.
years.
So like, 2 guys that take care of the football.
Right.
But the only reason that I can understand, rookies. And will the defense be more complicated? Yes. Will they see things they hadn't seen before? Yes. But every rookie that steps in, well, we think about it. Peyton Manning, when he first got in, he set a record. You know, a lot of young guys throw interceptions in the NFL, but when you watch these two guys in preseason, we watch them in training camp, they seem to be a little different. And I think a lot of times when we see something going, the natural tendency of others, just like when like you talk about Michael Jordan winning the MVP, people say, oh, we got to vote for somebody else. Well, if everybody's talking positive about it, we got to throw something negative out there. And I just choose to ignore the stupidity. And I think when you just got to write negative just because, I call that stupidity.
This isn't writing. I mean, this is wagering, but you're right.
I know,
you're just
writing, wagering,
yeah.
all the stuff, because that like the stuff about the sliding thing. Listen, that annoys the hell out of me when I keep hearing that. And this betting market thing, who cares? I mean, come on.
Well, what's interesting, I think we get so caught up in the social media headline of stuff. If you actually read the story 48 put out yesterday, there's a ton of information in there, and sometimes people maybe get bogged down by the numbers. But like the point of that story was that he actually slides way better than people think.
Yeah,
that was at least how I read it. And this
I was showing you the little clip that I was sent by Greg yesterday.
Yeah,
it was him sliding all the way back to Arizona State. Okay, he was sliding when he was at the college before LSU. He slid in, and people go, "Well, he can't slide." One guy kept going, "Man, he seems awkward when he does it." Okay, you want him to slide, and he slides. So when he slides, he's awkward. You know what that means? You will never ever be comfortable or happy with whatever is going on. And sometimes you got to be able to just forget about some people, move on. Because I will say this, when Jaden Daniels steps on the football field, he's not going to be thinking about who say he should slide. If it's instinctive
I don't want him thinking about that.
If it's instinctive to do, he will do it. And the fact that he's done it time and time and time again, this is me. This is not Jaden. I'm going to do it for him. One finger salute to all those people tell me I can't slide.
I think I don't want to be overreacting, but when I saw that, I was at my office at Wegmans this morning when Landfill sent that, and it bothered me.
But see, you got to get to the point where when you see something, you just go, it's stupid.
But that's how I am. I'm up and down. I'm volatile.
Yeah, but stop letting everything bother you.
It bothered me may be the incorrect word. Like, I'm not going to lose sleep over this. It just doesn't make sense. And when things don't make sense, I don't understand it.
When it don't make sense,
Landfill,
let it go.
You asked the question on the show sheet, and then you sent me that tweet, I guess, from covers.com. Do you feel like it does feel like it's been like the last 72 hours, really almost since the game in Miami Saturday night where Jaden was tackled through the last couple of days, that all of a sudden there's like this angst buildup? Have you seen that, feel that? Does that seem accurate to you?
Yeah, I definitely think that there has. I don't really understand it. I mean, everything we've seen from him has been good. When in the preseason, it hasn't been a lot, but it's all been positive. It's been positive. What we've seen from him coming out of training camp, and then you just see he doesn't know how to slide. He's not sliding enough. He never practiced sliding. Then it's he's the co-favorite to lead the league in interceptions. And, people are talking about the analytics guys are convinced that he's going to be the bad rookie quarterback. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. It's a little sudden.
I agree, dude. It's like, I remember when they drafted him, number 2 overall. Oh my gosh, maybe they finally answered the quarterback. And we had callers calling in far more concerned that they didn't get a tackle yet. And if you remember, I went on this rant of like, you got a hot woman in your hotel room. Don't worry if the bed is comfortable. You know what I mean? Like just be excited about what is occurring. And I feel like we're worrying about all the stuff all of a sudden, despite the fact, it's only been 3 drives, but in 3 drives, the Commanders have been in scoring position every time. They've had a scoring opportunity every time.
I ask you this question. Who wrote the article about him not being able to slide?
That's not what the article said.
No.
That's where everybody took
I'm
the
not
article.
talking about Sam's. I'm talking about who started to discuss that more. Somebody from out of this area. Who's talking about him being the the worst quarterback as a rookie? Somebody outside this area. Everything I get from any book, sports book, I understand this for their benefit. So I don't really let it sway me one way or the other. We have to get to the point where this is what I kind of, as DC being one of the top media markets in the world, being one of the strongest areas in the world, we're always looking for outside approval. I don't give a damn what someone says about my family if I know it, right? I know how you are. I know how Landfill Jeff is. People can say what they want. I know who you all are. And I love you. I love you. We all have our ups and downs, okay?
Wasn't expecting
But
love.
I'm just trying to get to this point where every time we can listen, you cover the team way more than I do. I cover it way more than any damn body from the outside does. And we come in and we say stuff on a daily basis in a positive manner. Nobody cares. Soon as somebody outside of this says something negative or positive, they take that and they run with it as if we're stupid.
Or when you say something that questions something, the whole world, the whole city
they get
upset.
mad. But see, I think the city may be getting to a point where they understand, I don't give a damn what you think. When I know what I'm talking about, to hell with you. Okay? And I say that because we sit here and we watch this team and we talk to intimate people that are close to the situation on a daily basis. And people want to question everything you say. You got to get to the point where who cares what that person thinks? And I know people go, well, you got to care about what we think. No, I don't. Because I'm a person who brings you factual information. And then I got to get to the point where when you don't want to listen to my factual information, I try to educate you a little bit more on something. And when you still don't get it, you know what? You won't get it.
Well, and the other, to be fair to kind of both sides of this topic is we think we know what Jaden is going to be, but we don't know yet.
We don't know.
If
we don't know he's going to be good and we see him every day being good, how can the person that don't see him at all say he's going to be bad? Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we know what they just finished running in the preseason game. They run a lot more of it in practice. But the person that just saw that, they'd have made a whole, they come up with a whole conclusion of what they are and what they're going to be because, they're not doing this and not doing that. Typically, preseason is given to you as straight bland. All right? They give you the bland stuff. Some people now, they run what they're going to run. I understand that. But for the most part, the majority does not run everything because they don't want to show you nothing. And guess what? The advantage right now is in Washington's favor because they don't know what Cliff is trying to run with Jaden. They don't know exactly how good Jaden is. Everybody knows what Miami did last year. Everybody knows what Miami did this preseason. They're going to do the same stuff. And guess what? When they played the better team, they did not look very good. So we have a jump for 4 to 5 to 6 games. We have a way of doing some. Now, I would say this. Cliff is going to have to be able to understand that after 4 or 5, 6 games, he has to switch up some stuff. And it needs to be something he's going to that he didn't ordinarily go to before. And that gives you a distinct advantage.
That's been a problem for the Cardinals offenses, is they would get off to hot starts and then not adjust.
But see,
that's a real thing.
That's a real thing. But you know what, though? Listening to Cliff Kingsbury, when I first came into the league, all I had was what I had from college. Now, putting our offense together now, I got a lot of influences from pro people, okay? He has influences from Lynn. He has influences from other people on this staff now, where we're switching it up now. I have other stuff in my arsenal you don't know about. Okay, if you know that B. Mitch walks around and I come out with a bow and arrow all the time, you know exactly how to attack me, right?
How?
But you don't know. I'm saying if I have a bow and arrow, I can't just be coming from any kind of way. But all of a sudden now, my arsenal has changed. I got more than a bow and arrow. Get 30-30, 30-30. I got whatever I want. You won't just run up on me thinking that, all he has is a bow and arrow. We could contend. When you find out I got some other stuff, now you got to sit back and wait a little bit. You can't just go. So I know people understand what I'm saying, but the ultimate thing is they have the advantage here. And maybe, just maybe, someone is trying to write these stories now. Let's be real. Washington always gets the negative stuff. Just like we, as fans of this team, we still think about how stupid stuff was. You think that people writing about it are just automatically assuming that everything is better now? They're going to write stupid stuff too until we prove it to them. So in my mindset, my whole, like when I talk to these people around the country, they want to ask questions that they want to kind of depict or make my answer be what they want it to be. And I always just go at them straight up. You ask me a stupid ass question, I'm gonna come at you real. And that's what more people in this town have to do. Stop letting outside sources influence what we feel and think.
I agree with you, but I don't think it's only outside sources. I think there's people here that all of a sudden are very concerned about the sliding. I think there's folks
because
here
they haven't gotten past other stuff. It's still an outside source.
I think there's an analytics community. I think there's weirdly people that still wanted Drake May.
Okay,
but you want to dismiss all of it. It's not all out of town.
But the thing about the people that wanted Drake May, then they're coming up with they have a plan in their speaking. They have a plan in what they write. So if you say he can't slide, and if you can go right now and pull up him sliding, and you don't believe he can slide, then you don't care about facts. You care about what your story wanted to be, what the narrative want to be. See, I know people in this town still go off of stuff. You know why? Because they can't get past what was.
I think there is some of that still. I think specifically the sliding stuff is RG3 memories, which I would argue is kind of silly, but I do think that's a factor.
You know what is the greatest thing in the world, though? I have, and I'm worried about. He doesn't give a damn what these people say. The people inside this building,
I don't give a damn.
The people inside this building don't care what these people say. See, this is the thing, bro. I know what you're saying about people in town. I've been in this town for 34 years. And I understand that people say one thing in one situation. Then when it switches, they start writing something else as if they didn't write what they wrote before. But I am taking names. And when you start switching to what you think on a different one, I'm gonna call out names.
The last time Sam Darnold got real playing time, I go back to 21 when he was the starter in Carolina. He threw 13 picks in 11 starts. So my money's on Darnold because he looks like the starter up there.
Well, I mean, he's an expert at doing bad things.
I am really excited. Coming up next, Drew Bledsoe is going to join us. And I think Bledsoe can speak to the pressure. Now, he was the first overall pick, but he can speak to the pressure of what Jaden's going to face and what that jump from college football. I don't know if he won the Heisman, but I know he was a Heisman finalist. Drew Bledsoe was a really big deal at Washington State and then came to New England where they
makes good wine too.
They were starved for quarterback play, and then he delivered for a long time. Drew Bledsoe joins the program next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable while I'm chilling at home with the boys or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Pete Carroll is returning to USC, kind of. That headline is a bit of clickbait. So Pete Carroll is returning to USC, but this time as a professor. He announced this during a recent radio interview, marking his first comments to local media since the farewell news conference at Seahawks headquarters back in January, when it was being announced that he was transitioning from coach to advisor. Now, Pete Carroll didn't close the door on coaching again. He said he hasn't lost that competitive edge, but he noted that right now he doesn't really have the desire to do so. He also didn't say what the name of his course was, so if you're going to try to enroll, you're going to have to wait just a little longer. For over 60 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best buying experience in the DC area, period. That's Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. It's all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, live, Ashburn, Virginia, Commanders Training Camp. We're fired up to get to the BetQL guest line. Welcome in our friend Drew Bledsoe. Drew joins us on behalf of FanDuel. And don't forget, FanDuel customers who bet $5 will receive a 3-week free trial for NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. YouTube is the home of NFL Sunday Ticket. New customers who bet $5 for the first time will also receive $200 in bonus bets. Drew, thank you for joining us, man. What's going on?
It.
All right, we're calling Drew back. We'll get Drew back on the phone here in just a moment. I'll find it. I don't know. We're trying to get Wi-Fi going. We got trying to get Bledsoe joining. Shout out to everybody in the chat room with us. Bledsoe, man, you know, it's funny because Brady obviously became Brady, but Bledsoe was so good in New England.
He was cooking.
I mean, and they got to a Super Bowl when Parcells was coaching there against the Packers. What year was that?
2000, was it 1, 2?
No. That was the year Brady took over. I'm saying, I think in 97, maybe 96, when the Packers ended up winning that Super Bowl, but they played against the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Remember, it was the 96 season. So the Super Bowl was actually in January of 97, and they lost that game. But remember, Desmond Howard, I think, had a punt return and a kick return touchdown in that game. It was a pretty wild Super Bowl. Bledsoe played at a really high level. And I think he'd be the perfect person to discuss kind of the pressure growing on Jaden Daniels here. As soon as we get him, we will work on that. All right, we're just going to kind of move forward, and hopefully it comes through here. B, as we wait here, we were just talking about this. It feels like it's October out here.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, I kind of love it. My wife, last night we got the kids down, and Lauren loves kind of the fall, the cold weather. And she's like, do you want to sit outside for a minute? And I was trying to just be like a good husband. I was like, yeah, sure. And granted, I was only wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and I had just gotten out of the shower, so my hair was wet, but I was cold as hell, dude. Like, I was sitting out there, like, trying to play it cool. You never know when a romantic moment may spark, and I'm just, like, trying to lay low, enjoy a glass of wine, and she looks over, she's like, you're freezing, aren't you? I was like, I'm freezing.
Yeah, like I was the first time I came over to your house.
Well, that was the COVID days when we all had to be outside.
No, but it was too damn cold. And you had heaters and you didn't have them on.
No, I had them on.
You had them on low.
Well, we were it was an outdoor area.
I don't care. But if it's outside and I had on the overcoat, you're supposed to turn that damn heater on.
If I recall, was that the night after they beat the Steelers up in Pittsburgh?
I don't care when it was.
I'm saying everybody was feeling pretty good that night. No. I don't think anybody was that cold.
Yeah, I was cold. So I wanted to run over Pete.
That was a different night.
Well, that was cold that night too. So every time I've been to your house, it's been cold, dog.
All right, fine. I kind of like this weather. I'll take this over the 95 and hot. I want to say something quickly though. So a lot of people ask me, "Hey, how different is it now with the Josh Harris ownership group?"
Uh-huh.
And it's hard to kind of explain like work stuff, because one thing I know is nobody ever wants to hear media complain about what their jobs and ups and downs, right? And so some of this is hard to explain a vibe or a feeling, But when we were in Miami the other night, I was standing there doing a live hit, and Josh walked by, and we shook hands and said hello. Total normal interaction.
Yeah.
But those kinds of interactions never happened before.
Yeah. Now, the other person looked past you as if you didn't exist.
And then I just got this email from Commander's PR department. Josh Harris is going to do a preseason media availability.
Wow. Did that ever happen before?
Hell no.
All right, then.
Dude, like, hell no. So when you ask how is it different, that's an example of how
it's different because the respect that people want at the top on down now is a respect that is seen to be given. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Before, the person wanted ultimate respect or wanted king-like respect and didn't want to give you anything.
All right, Drew Bledsoe joining us now. Patriots quarterback, Super Bowl winner. Drew, thank you. Very funny roaster of Tom Brady. Drew, what up, man? Thank you for joining us.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Oh, we're good, man.
Not much, man. Here in Washington, obviously, there's a unique situation with Jaden Daniels, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback coming from LSU. He's going to be the starter right away. I mean, this is a world you're really familiar with. You were the first overall pick to the Pats and played right away. How tough is this transition period for a young quarterback?
It's a big change. I just remember there were a couple of things that were pretty heady, back then. Number one, you come from college and then you step into the huddle in an NFL huddle and you're with a bunch of grown ass men. Like you're with guys that have families, and they're like, it's and you as a young guy have to be their leader. That part's pretty crazy. And then when it comes to playing the game, man, the windows are just so small. In college you could get away with, especially if you had a big arm, you could be a little bit late or a little bit inaccurate and still complete a pass. Where in the NFL, the windows are so small, you have to be right on time and right on target all the time. But just looking from afar and reading, how Jaden's approaching, this change, I think he's got it in the right place where he just needs to do his part. He's got some good veteran leadership around him, and they can take that leadership mantle, for the first year or two. And then he can rise into that role. But obviously a phenomenally talented football player. And he's got that other dimension where if he decides to pull the ball down and run it, he can be dangerous with his legs as well. So I'll be excited to watch and see how he does.
Drew, I've always had the mindset where I didn't allow people outside the building to affect what I was doing there. How would you suggest that a young guy like Jaden handle things moving forward, especially in a day and age where everybody has an opinion?
Oh man, I am so happy I played before social media. I think that's a whole different thing that these guys have to deal with now, and you have to be really disciplined about how you treat a lot of that stuff that comes from the outside. Because if you allow just some random dude from that throws out a tweet or something, at you, if you allow that to affect you, positively or negatively, man, you're just opening up a can of worms that's really tough to deal with. So, hopefully, and I'm assuming that they have somebody that's helping manage that kind of stuff for him, so that he can just focus on the game. Especially as a young quarterback. I mean, it's really true no matter how long you've played, but especially as a young quarterback, you have to have laser-like focus on just doing your job, and being great at that. And then everything else follows after that. So I would assume they have somebody that's helping him with that stuff, because it's plenty. Just focusing on doing that job of playing NFL quarterback is plenty to focus on. And if you let the outside distractions become part of it, then you're in trouble.
Talking with Drew Bledsoe here. You can give him a follow at Drew Bledsoe. Drew joins us on behalf of FanDuel. FanDuel customers who bet $5 will receive a 3-week free trial for NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. That's pretty dope.
Oh man,
Drew,
it's cool, right? It's like I stayed away from the sports gaming space for a long time, just largely because of the optics and the stigma that's attached to it.
Sure.
But I do really appreciate FanDuel being serious about making sure that sports gambling is something that's done for entertainment. It's not something that should be done with real money. So I really appreciate what they're doing there. And then the promotion's awesome. You bet $5 and you get 3 weeks of Sunday Ticket on YouTube and YouTube TV. And I was a big fan of the move that the NFL made to take Sunday Ticket to YouTube TV, simply because it works. It's like I don't mind paying for these streaming services, but I want it to work when I turn it on, and it seemed to be a really stable, really good platform.
Dude, Drew, I got to ask you, going into the Tom Brady roast, what was your, you killed it. I thought, when you have professional comedians, there's like this level of expectation, but when it's just pro ball players, that's not your profession. That's not how you made your living.
Just going to an NFL locker room.
Sure, that's true. But what was your mindset going into that, and how much did you enjoy it?
Well, first of all, your comment's correct, man. An NFL locker room is one of the funniest places you could ever be in your life. And if you're not witty, you just get crushed. You got to be able to defend yourself. So when you see that roast, you're like, that's just what we do on a daily basis in an NFL locker room. I was pretty comfortable with it, but my family was very nervous. My wife and my kids made me run material with them because all my kids hear from me bad dad jokes and inappropriate comments at the wrong time. So they were pretty nervous about it. They made me run through the material with them a bit, but that's pretty heady stuff though. When you got to do stand-up comedy for the first time, normally that's in a small setting, with a pretty controlled group, and instead it's live on Netflix. It's pretty heady stuff. I was glad they put me up early so I could sit back and enjoy the rest of it though.
Do you ever doing something like that? Are you concerned that I might say a joke that the person might not take it as a joke?
Yeah, I tried to walk that line. There was one joke that I had in early that my wife vetoed. She goes, "No, that's over the line. You can't say that." And so I took that one out, and I've never told that joke publicly, and I won't. But she did then help out.
Here, you're
welcome to rock. Drop it.
Yeah. But she did help out though. Then because she came up with that bit about Tom not being touched at the end of their marriage. So that was actually my wife's material, which was pretty good.
It was damn good. I also thought Belichick, when he talked about he was roasted on an 8-part series on Apple TV, was pretty funny. What did you think of Dynasty as you got to watch it?
I only watched it like the first 3 episodes. I haven't watched the rest of it. I don't know. I guess the one thing that I wish they would have done is focus more on that amazing run of success rather than kind of the what tore it down. Because I don't know if that level of success I don't know if that level of success will ever be achieved in the NFL again for that long of a time. The Chiefs are making a big run right now, but they've got to do it for a lot more years to equal the level of success that the Patriots had for that run. And I wish that the focus had been more on that run of greatness rather than what tore it down.
I totally agree, dude. I thought it was almost bizarre. Like, they did a whole episode on Aaron Hernandez, and the second and third Super Bowls were featured for like 4 minutes each. Like I didn't understand it.
Yeah, that part, I didn't like that part. And I do wonder though, because there are a lot of Patriot haters out there, because there's going to be a lot of hate anytime you have that success. So maybe they were pandering to the people that that don't love the Patriots and wanted to see that dynasty come to an end, rather than continuing to tell the story of the greatness that they had for so long. But man, you talk about a run of just amazing players. You just look at the defensive side of the ball. Through the years with, Willie McGinnis and Richard
Rodney
Seymour and Rodney Harrison and Ty Law and Teddy Bruschi and Mike Vrabel and Lawyer Malloy. Like you go down that list just on the defensive side of the ball. Without even talking about Tom and all the greatness that they had on the offensive side of the ball. It's a pretty compelling story. So that part did kind of bother me. I wish they would have focused more on why they were so successful, rather than focusing on some of the negative stuff.
I've always been told people that hate you the most listen to you all the time. The people that like you, they already know what you're talking about.
There you go. Exactly.
So that's why they got more. They got a lot of viewers, because there was a lot of hate out there, I'm sure.
And there's a lot of hate out there. There's a lot of hate.
Even on that note, with just bringing it back to Daniels here, because I can only imagine Boston when you first arrived in town. How rough can it get for a rookie quarterback? Because it's not all going to be touchdowns. There's going to be interceptions.
Yeah, so I'll tell you one story. So my rookie year, we went out to play the Steelers, and I threw 5 picks. Through 5 interceptions. We still almost won the game. I'm a firm believer that if we had replay, back then, that we actually would have won the game. I think I scored at the end, but through 5 picks, had a terrible game. And so I went the next morning, and I'd always tried to stay away from any of the media. But that next morning, that Monday morning, I was like, all right, let me go see how bad it can get. So I just wanted to see what the bottom looked like, right? And so one of the first comments was in one of the papers was it was the worst performance by a quarterback in the history of the New England Patriots. I'm like, okay, well, good. I guess we can only go up from there, right? So you've got to have thick skin. You've got to be able to focus on the next play, the next game. You got to move forward, and you got to maintain your confidence. And you just have to go in knowing that there are going to be bumps in the road. It never is. It's never smooth for anybody, and it's certainly never smooth for a rookie quarterback coming in. So you just have to go in with your eyes wide open that, hey, there's going to be some bumps in this road. There are going to be some things that don't go well, and you're going to have to be able to rise above that and move on, focus on the next play, next game. It seems like, and I don't know Jaden at all. I've only can just read what's out there. He seems to have his head screwed on pretty squarely about what he needs to do and who he needs to be. He's got some good veteran leadership around him, so he doesn't have to be that guy right away. He can let that come naturally over the next couple of years. But I'm excited for him. I think he's a remarkable talent, and it's just going to be interesting to see how it goes.
Everybody, make sure you check out FanDuel. If you bet $5, you get a 3-week free trial for NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV. Drew, last thing, would you know where to get America's best Cabernet Sauvignon in an elegant, true to varietal way? Like where we would find that?
Yeah, I actually have a good answer to that question. You go to doubleback.com and you can get the best Cabernet in America from my little hometown in Walla Walla, Washington.
That's so cool, man.
Hey, man, good stuff.
I also love Cabernet,
man. Anytime you grow up in a small town and then you get to go back and have a consequential business in your little small town and represent your little place to the world in a positive way. It's a really cool thing, and it's also really important to us. We're not just representing ourselves; we're representing our town and our region and our state. So we got to put our best foot forward with everything that we do, and we've got a great team, so it's worked out great.
Were you always a wine drinker?
No, man. We got into that when we got into the league and had a couple nickels to rub together. We start buying some wine, and then I found out just in the truest way that my little hometown was making some of my favorite wines in the world. We would do blind tastings with all these fancy, expensive wines from California and Bordeaux, and I would put some Walla Walla wine in there, and the Walla Walla wine would come out on top. So I was like, shoot, man, my little hometown's kicking ass. So I'm gonna have to go back and do this after I retire.
I imagine in the Wazoo days, it was like Milwaukee's Best or Busch Light or something.
It was whatever was cheapest. Whatever was cheapest.
Hey, Drew, thank you so much for
Appreciate
making
you,
time,
Drew.
man. We really enjoyed it.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, take care of yourself, man.
Drew Bledsoe, give him a follow at Drew Bledsoe. Check out the wine at doubleback.com. I'm looking at this right now. It looks kind of awesome. We're coming right back.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys are reportedly having very promising talks over the wide receiver's contract extension. Just what that means, though, is not entirely clear because negotiations have been taking place at different times all throughout training camp, and there's still no resolution. And they need to come to one quick because the Cleveland Browns open up their season with the Cowboys. That's September 8th is game 1 for the Cowboys. Now, Dallas has made an offer to make CeeDee Lamb the second highest paid wide receiver, according to ESPN, but that wasn't enough to close the gap. And some baseball news, the next installment of the World Baseball Classic is less than 2 years away. So they just announced dates, venues, and pools for the 2026 WBC. Games will be played at Minute Maid Park in Houston, Lone Depot Park in Miami. They'll be played in Puerto Rico and in the Tokyo Dome in Japan. The U.S. team will play their first round in Houston from March 5th through the 10th. Now, WBC rosters won't be finalized until the weeks leading up to the World Baseball Classic, so we're still a long ways away from that. Calling all active duty military veterans and their families, PGCC is here for you. Our Veteran Services offers helps you apply for educational benefits, provides tutoring, academic, and career counseling. Enroll today at pgcc.edu. At PGCC, our mission is your future. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I got to hear when they come into it. This joint slaps. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You know that song? You know what time it is? The one and only, the biggest badass in all of the DMV, Neil Greenberg, joins the program. Greenberg, what up, man? Everything good / better on the home front?
Yeah, we finally got hit with COVID. But yeah, we're doing fine. We got lucky, all things considered.
Okay, good, man.
Cool.
Did you get it too, or
yeah,
all right?
whole house did. We enjoyed it as a family.
All right, man. Well,
I don't know if you enjoyed it.
I am glad you are okay. There's a couple things that I always look forward to speaking with you, but I think particularly I want to talk about. I can't help but notice more national, I would say, but a lot of criticism of Cliff Kingsbury's play calling through 2 preseason games, and particularly for Jaden Daniels, with most everything coming at the line of scrimmage, and the suggestion that this is a future harbinger of trouble. As a stats guy, as an analytics guy, what's your reaction?
Yeah, so I've seen it also. Essentially what they're saying is that the depth of target for Terry McLaurin in particular on the left side has not been very high. And they're worried that his usage is going to not be in line with what we've seen before, being a threat down the field. And the example that they're using is DeAndre Hopkins' time in Arizona. He was kind of given a similar treatment based on what we're seeing right now. It's preseason, so who knows what exactly the offense is going to look like. That's the concern between a lot of people that study film and also look at things analytically, is that are we going to see a Terry McLaurin down the field, or is he going to be mostly screen type stuff, which doesn't really get a lot of yards downfield? So we're gonna have to wait and see.
Could it, like, I'm looking at them and they're talking about the number 2 receiver, and I think they wanted to see a lot of those other guys. Could it be that where, like, when people don't run a lot of their offense, that they like, okay, we know Terry can go down the field, do whatever. Let's put the other guys in that situation. And what you're seeing now is not what you're going to see later.
Sure, and I don't get too bogged down into the preseason stuff, especially when you have all these new moving parts that Washington does. It's also possible that they want to give Jaden a dependable receiver to start to run through these type of plays with. These plays may be in the playbook, but it may not be Terry McLaurin the one that's executing them. But they want to get Jaden comfortable with it, and they don't want to see a tire fire on that, when they're running those type of plays to give them a little bit of confidence. So I'm not really sure. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen. You'd like to think that, the guys that run the offense know what they have in McLaurin, and there's certainly enough tape to know how he can be successful. So to neuter him, so to speak, right at the get-go doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But again, this is installing a new everything from top to bottom. Mm-hmm. So everyone's probably just trying to get comfortable with what they have and to see what they have.
I tend to agree with you there. And I think, in a lot of ways, I think it's hard for me to explain this. People seem to forget that Jaden Daniels likes to push it vertically. And we saw it in the first preseason game that he checked to his guy on the outside with a one-on-one and dropped it in the bucket. Like, the play calls may be at near the line of scrimmage, but that doesn't mean that's the only thing that's going to happen.
Totally.
And what I can tell you is being out here and watching practice after practice after practice, there's a vertical attack. People are worried that he doesn't throw the ball over the middle of the field. He does. I've seen it. I tend to think, and I appreciate, Greenberg, that you say I try not to read too much into preseason stuff, because I just don't think we're seeing the full picture.
Yeah, and we just don't know what it's going to look like. And, they may say to themselves, okay, Jaden to Terry downfield, we know is going to work, right? Mm-hmm. So why are we wasting time putting a lot of energy in practicing that when we could start developing other parts of the playbook or see what else Jaden needs to develop? I mean, that's certainly possible. And, looking at it too with like how we look at draft day, you don't want to show the whole NFL what you're going to do, especially with a new quarterback who has to learn a lot more. The speed of the game is going to be a lot faster. The impact of the game physically is going to be a lot harder. So, you want to put him in a position to succeed as well. If they're tipping their hand this early and everyone is looking at the league, everyone around the league is looking at it and saying, oh, so that's how they're going to use Terry. Okay, then we'll just adjust accordingly. Like, that doesn't seem to be a very smart thing to do. And I do believe that they have smart people in this organization. So trust nothing. Just let's just wait. I mean, no one knows what this team is going to look like. There's too many new things. Like, nobody knows. I see so many forecasts out there. Like, Commanders are going to have the lowest win total. Okay, I mean, you're basing it on stuff.
We're actually really going to talk to that dude later today.
Little relevancy here, because you can't tell me you can correctly model a new owner, new GM, new draft picks, new quarterback, new offensive guys, new head coach. Like, you cannot tell me that you can model that with any certainty. So the error bars on Washington's win total are so large that we really don't know how good or underwhelming this team is going to be yet.
But when you and this is the thing, and your statement earlier about you don't put that much into preseason. When most teams don't run what they're going to run during regular season, and then you trying to project that, how does that even? Because analytics, yeah, I understand it's a major part of what the sport is, and everything counts. Not just one thing is an end-all, be-all. But if you put your analytics works based off of the information you put in. So if you're not putting in the right information, you come up with an answer, but the answer may not be right.
Correct. It's garbage in, garbage out, and you also have to know what you don't know. Like, that's the part that these win simulators are getting incorrect. There has to be a fudge factor, but again, you don't know what that fudge factor is. Like, I have no idea how to model a number 2 draft pick like Jaden Daniels with all the parts that he has around him on offense in his first year in the league. Like, it's just, we're all making educated guesses. But when you make these guesses, when you say Washington is a 5-win team or projected to be a 5-win team, what you really need to follow up with that is, but it could be anywhere from 0 to 11 wins, which doesn't help anybody. Like, that doesn't help anybody, but that's what you need to do. Like, I don't have any certainty that Washington's going to win 5 games. I do know that they're going to have a really big spread, but that doesn't help anybody because the spread is so large, it's laughable. And for me to say, well, they're going to win 0 to 17 games doesn't do anybody any good.
Well said, brother. Everybody, we are talking with our friend Neil Greenberg on the BetQL guest line. You can follow him at @ngreenberg. I want to be sure I'm quoting this right because I'm about to tweet it. It's garbage in, garbage out. You have to know what you don't know, and that's what these win projections miss. I have no idea how to model Jaden Daniels in his first year in a new offense with a new coach, new owner. Is that accurate?
Send it, ship it, send it out to the world, and let them say it to my face that I'm wrong.
All right. Well, I will speak on behalf of Richmond John, who's a lunatic that listens to the show.
He will say it to my face.
Well, he is a lunatic.
All right. Richmond John says analytics dudes have always hated Jaden Daniels, but somehow love Drake May's projections. That to me feels fairly accurate. I need you to tell me why.
It's because of what the certainty is. Like they, again, if you put, for example, let's say Patrick Mahomes didn't exist, but all the other parts around him existed, and all you did was just plop a number 2 quarterback into the mix, right? Like, you could be a lot more certain what that season is going to look like than you could if you were looking at, the Washington Generals that don't exist, that have a veteran wide receiver, a new offensive line, a new coach, a new offensive coordinator. Like, there's errors that compound, and they're not necessarily additive. They multiply, right? Like you just, a new offensive line with a new quarterback is not like just 2 things that you add together. It compounds because it can go really, really wrong if that offensive line doesn't protect the quarterback and then the quarterback is making misreads, et cetera. So we have to know the limits. And I'm an analytics guy. Like, I push the limits, but I also try to make sure everyone is clear that when I say like something has a 30% chance, like, here's also what can go right or what can go wrong that can influence that. And it's just a guess. And we will never know if my 30% is right or wrong, right? Because it's only going to be binary afterward. We'll only know afterward. But it's very important that we explain what we know and what we don't know and what isn't being factored in on these projections.
But listen, I'm gonna say, out of all the analytics people I've heard talk, you give more because you don't talk as if everything is so perfect and it's guaranteed.
He's never condescending.
The other folks act as if what they say is the Bible, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I follow a lot of them, and what they say is completely damn wrong. But they don't come back and say anything. They move on to the next.
Right. That's the thing. Like, it's okay. I'm okay with being wrong. Like, I am very, very okay with being wrong because I can make the model better the next time. Like, I can take other things into account, and if I give something a 30% chance and it works out, that doesn't mean like I'm high-fiving myself. Like, it had more of a chance not to work out than it did. There's a luck factor in there too, right? And we just, with the analytics, and that goes for, going for it on 4th down, kicking a field goal versus going for 2. Like, there are so many other things than just saying, well, the model says you're, X% chance to go. Because as a coach, like, your players too, right? Like, there's so much fuzziness that goes into it. Like, Clausewitz called it the fog of war, that you don't really know how it's going to relate. And as a coach, like, I'm just going to give like an absurd example. Like, if you're a coach and you're looking at your quarterback and he's got to make like, a 4th and 1 conversion, but like his girlfriend just broke up with him and his dog is in the hospital and like there's all these other things happening, like that's going to influence your decision, and it should, because you may not have your guy's 100% ability at that given moment. And that's something that you can't take that into account unless you're a coach. And that's where like gut feel and all that other stuff come into play. Yeah. I just don't think that you eliminate one part that could be influencing at the expense of, well, the numbers say to go for it, so we just have to go for it.
Talking with our guy, Neil Greenberg, here on the BetQL guest line. Make sure you follow him at ngreenberg. Check out all his work at the Washington Post. I know this time of year, as we're getting ramping everything up, a lot of your work is fantasy related. What is kind of the newest stuff you've been working on there?
Don't choose Christian McCaffrey #1 overall. I know it sounds crazy.
Wow. Because of the calf strain?
I'm concerned that he's older.
Calf strain lasts a long time, brother. I'm
concerned that he's got some injury risk, and even his coach has said that they have to protect him from himself, possibly with a reduced workload. I think he exceeded expectations last year, which typically is a downturn the following season. So that's what I'm getting arrows about right now. But
who would you take one then?
I would take Breece Hall, New York Jets running back. He's younger. I know there's some injury concerns there too, but he's going to get a lion's share of the workload. He's got a healthier quarterback, hopefully, at Aaron Rodgers, and I think that the Jets can actually contend for the AFC East. So that would be my #1 pick. I know it's unconventional, but I'm here to win fantasy leagues, not make friends.
But Christian was relatively healthy last year also, and I think when a guy has a history of injuries and then he's relatively healthy, that next year could be a problem.
Yeah, and the coaching,
and that's not analytics. That's just watching football.
Right.
And for Kyle Shanahan to come out and say that we may have to protect him from himself, we got a lot of people that could run the football. A reduced workload doesn't have to be a lot in order for the #1 pick to have significant risk. Again, I'm fine with being wrong. I'm wrong a lot, but that's my tent pole for this fantasy football season, and I encourage any discourse.
This may be a first, Greenberg, so congratulations. I think this is the first time a chat member, somebody watching the stream on YouTube, has submitted a question for Greenberg.
Oh, wow. I'm ready.
Right, so this comes from, let's do it, the Unknown Ism. Sounds weird.
Wow.
The Unknown Ism asks, Neil, what does the analytics say about kicker Riley Patterson still being on the Commanders roster?
Like I said, sometimes we don't know what we don't know, and I do not know.
That was an earlier one too, by Tay, that said, "What are we betting on, Greenberg?"
Yeah, we need some winners.
Are the unders still great this weekend?
Yo, the unders putting the Finley girls.
The unders have been great, and I like that because I think the overs are going to be great during the regular season due to the new kickoff rules. So I'm very happy seeing the unders
make that much
happening.
of an impact?
I'm sorry?
You think the kickoff rule will make that much of an impact?
I think it could. I think it could.
Well, you're starting.
I think that it's in the beginning, just like we saw with the yes run first inning in baseball when they changed the rules. I think that there's an acclimation period. So, yeah, I'll probably be on some overs early in the season. As far as college football happening, I do like Nevada plus 25.5. That's it opened at like a 27, but I still am happy taking it over a key number of sorts. So I'm looking at Nevada plus 25.5 right now.
Okay. What is that, a late game? Who's Nevada playing? Delaware State? They're playing Hawaii.
SMU. Right? It's at 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Saturday?
Yeah.
Buckle up. Week 0. If you know you're a true DGen when you're fired up for week 0. Greenberg, you'll appreciate this. I got some exciting news coming over at NBC4 once the football season starts. And we were talking about potential like sports betting discussion, and I was like, I'm pretty fluent in sports betting discussion. Like, you don't have to worry about me. And Heather McDonough was like, maybe we could get Greenberg involved, and I was like, hell yeah, that'd be cool. So I don't know.
That would
I don't
be
know,
cool.
but I'm just letting you know, man. Also, I do want to explain this Riley Patterson thing because I think folks don't understand why he's still here, frankly. But is there anything else you need to touch on, Neil, before we let you go? I don't know. I want to let you promote your stuff or whatever you got going on.
Yeah, we got some videos happening. I'm gonna have some videos on YouTube soon. So be sure to leave some comments and click it and watch it, and tell my editor Jeff Dooley how wonderful it is.
One more question. This is from Eddie D. Where's Derrick Henry going in fantasy drafts? How do you project that with the Ravens?
Yeah, so this is a tough one because again he's older, but I do like Derrick Henry as a guy that you can get relatively early. I typically shy away from the older running backs, but I do think that we have to at least make a decision of, we need a workhorse, and he's certainly a guy that fits that bill. I love Derrick Henry early in the second round. I think that especially if you have like on the turn and you're picking 12th and then first in the second round, I think Derrick Henry is a great choice there.
There you have it. All right. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the time.
I know.
All right. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. N Greenberg on Twitter and Instagram, or X, I should say. At some point, I got to start saying X. I don't know when that'll happen, but eventually it will. I want to talk Patterson. I do want to play this Tom Brady audio. I'm curious what B thinks about that. And Caleb versus Jaden, is that a thing? Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard me talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, I have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together. The Nats and the Rockies square off for the second game of a 3-game series tonight. As always, you can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. The season series is currently tied at 2 games apiece after the Rockies beat the Nationals 3-1 last night. And speaking of the Nationals, we're going to see a little bit of Mr. National. So Ryan Zimmerman is going to compete in the Home Run Derby X, which is it's sponsored by Major League Baseball, where they have former Major League Baseball stars, a women's baseball or softball standout, and a local baseball player show off their skills, take on the pros, and try to hit as many home runs as possible. So Ryan Zimmerman will be playing alongside Manny Ramirez and Ian Desmond are 2 of the other Major League stars participating in the event. This will be in Albuquerque on Friday. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Like this. B-Mitch and Finley and Derek and Kerwin, we're all in the tent. The people in the chat got to chill, man. People said it looks like I'm in a war-torn country behind me because I got a ripped-down tent falling apart.
It's not ripped. They just opened it.
Yeah, it's open and it's windy. It's beautiful out here.
Wish
honestly.
we had a convertible top on this thing and let the sun come through the
drop
day.
top. There's a number of things I want to talk about here. I do think there's been some confusion specific to Riley Patterson and why they're not doing anything yet. The NFL process used to be that there were a series of cuts. Like me, when you were playing, did they start at 90 and then go to 70 and then
No, it was 90. It was 80.
80 and then what?
Then they dropped to like 75. Then they dropped again. It was like 3 cuts.
Right. There used to be a series of cuts.
Yeah.
And you'd have cuts maybe, and this was during 4 preseason games too. So it'd be like, all right, they play 2, they cut a bunch of guys, then they play 2 more, they cut more guys, and then they make final roster cuts, right? They changed that process. Now the process is 90-man rosters. You let everybody stay on the team through the whole preseason, which makes it a lot easier for a lot of these guys not to play in the preseason. Keep that in mind. And then after the third final preseason game, roster cuts. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So in turn, what is happening is there's a lot of teams carrying 2 kickers. The Jets, we were all just up there a couple weeks ago. The Jets right now are carrying 2 kickers.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of teams around the NFL at this stage because you just want to let your kicker not have to do all the kicking. It's like they're just trying to protect their guy and not wear their legs out. And so look at the Jets roster. Greg Zuerlein's going to be their kicker. This young man, Austin Siebert, who looked really good when we were up there, he's going to be available when roster cuts come next week. So I think a big reason, and I understand the angst people feel about it, but I think the biggest reason Patterson is still on the roster, or at least isn't being pushed by somebody else, is because they know that the person they want to sign is on another roster, and this time next week will become available.
Totally.
So I just thought that might be kind of useful information.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing,
people should know that.
Sure. This appears to be breaking news, and I'm going to need Jeff to explain it to me. I don't know where it was broken. The first person I saw it with, I guess it was Washington Business Journal broke this. So anytime we're going to the Business Journal, it's really our cup of tea, right?
Mm-hmm.
The city,
Damn.
got some big wind out here. The city Washington, D.C. is paying over $500,000 to a company out of L.A. to study the feasibility of redeveloping the RFK site and undertaking an effort to relocate the Washington Commanders to the stadium site. $500K to some company to check everything out. The Business Journal tweet says, Mayor Muriel Bowser's administration has quietly hired a consultant to begin laying the foundation for how the district could build and finance a new stadium for the Washington Commanders. I read this as good news, B. Jeff, as the business insider for the program, tell me what's happening here.
They're trying to really push for the team to get back to DC. And I know a lot of people are not going to like me for saying this, but I don't want it to happen. I wanted to stay in Maryland. Sorry.
That's starting to sound like somebody else.
One.
We'll leave it at that.
Who?
Leave it at that.
I'm very curious who that is. Yeah, Wes Moore?
No.
Jeff and Wes Moore are leading the Keep It in Maryland train.
Hell no, it's not Wes Moore.
Jamie Raskin. I think you're the only one. I think I've said my piece a million times. I think as Americans, we should want a dope ass stadium in the capital of the country. Like, I think if you're from New Mexico, Maine, or Texas, that's how you should feel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how cool were the Paris Olympics with that dope ass stadium in Paris?
It was great.
Like, London has Wembley. Like, I think as a nation, this is what we should want. But
you should want at least the best of the
Jeff
best.
just said no.
You want the best of the best in the city, man.
I know my reasoning is very selfish, but I do not care.
What's your reasoning?
One, the commute from my house to the stadium is only 7 minutes.
All right, guys, we're done listening to you now. Let's
Jeff,
move on to the next
hold on,
thing.
though, dude.
The commute,
I
the
know
commute
where
from
you
where you
live.
live
What
now
would it
to the
be?
stadium won't be far.
What would it be to RFK? It's not that much farther.
See, the thing is, then I got to worry about traffic around my house. Nah. See, at least where the stadium is at now,
Just
all
for
the
that reason,
stadium
it's
is
going to be in
all the
RFK,
traffic
and I'm
gonna
putting
be
all
on
my
the other
voodoo on
side.
you right now.
Nah.
So I don't know where it's going to end up. I do think it's a two-horse race. As the two residents of Virginia, between Bryan and Landfill, do you think there's any chance Virginia's building a stadium?
I hope not.
No, hell to the no.
Landfill has been anti the whole time. Landfill, were you in on the Caps Whiz coming to Virginia idea? Did you like that?
Nope.
Okay. Landfill's very clear that he doesn't want public money going to stadiums. And
I told you when that Virginia stuff came out then that wasn't working.
Bro, Alexandria is the Bermuda Triangle of proposed
I
stadiums.
told you that wasn't working.
Like, the fact that Jack Kent Cooke had a press conference with the governor and the mayor of Alexandria on the same piece of land, like whatever that would have been 30 years prior, should have been a little heads up. And then that lady from Norfolk, man, whoo, don't mess with that lady. But I think it's Maryland or DC. I think it's a two-horse race. Frankly, I think Maryland's probably in the driver's seat because the stadium's already there. You know what I mean? Like, it's all like being the incumbent helps a lot. And Wes Moore's been clear that they'll throw a lot of money at it. There's so many hurdles remaining for RFK, but the people I know and trust that wear suits and walk around Capitol Hill and have fancy business cards, they say November or December. Lame duck Congress is when this thing can happen. And the fact that the city's spending some money with some consultant firm to check out the feasibility or whatever, I only can see that as good news. Mm-hmm. It's not like the DC City Council doesn't have other stuff going on right now, B.
There's stuff going on.
They're a little busy over there, and they're still carving out time to talk about RFK. I see it as a positive.
I think so too.
Okay. Except for Jeff, who just wants the stadium as close to his house as possible.
Yeah.
Is that accurate, Jeff?
Very accurate.
So, Jeff, you could sell this a little. I'm going to give you a little PR spin, bro. You grew up right by there. You know, maybe people this has positively economically impacted. People are able to, work on Sundays, get a little extra cash. Like, there's got to be, you need a better reason than, it's close to my house.
Hell, he's rather at his house. What the hell he work at his house for?
I was
He's
about to
over
say,
somewhere else.
As no better reason. Build it up, do some renovations. I like the space it's in. I just think if it goes into DC back to RF, it's going to be too cluttered. I really think it's going to be too cluttered.
I will say, is that 295 below New York Avenue until you get to RFK, like Minnesota Avenue, all that right there? That's a freaking parking lot at all hours.
Yes,
It doesn't make a difference, though. I don't think it necessarily because I can tell you this. Going to RFK, say what you want to say. It was easier to go to RFK than it is to go to damn FedEx.
I agree.
Or Commanders. It's way easier to get in and out.
The difference with RFK is there's a lot of different routes you can take.
There you go.
I remember going with my parents as a kid, North Capitol to 8th Street to Benning Road and kind of come around the backside. Like, there's a lot of different ways this can work, man. Whereas FedEx, FedEx is you taking the Beltway. Or unless you live where Jeff lives and you kind of come the back roads. But interesting. I think we have a little breaking news for the Commanders. They just signed somebody. We'll tell you when we come back. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan, out at training camp. Ashburn, VA, holding it down. Only technically, how many days between now and Friday, Brian?
Why you asking dumb questions like that?
What's the answer?
It's 2 days.
So are there 2 days left of training camp or 3?
When is training camp over?
Friday.
Okay. It's 3 days, including the day.
Okay. I'm telling you, it's not as easy. Because you've already answered it 2 different ways.
No,
2 and 3.
You say how many days until Friday? It's 2 days. But how many days left of training camp? You got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Austin Mock's going to join us at noon. Also, left hand up, false start by me. I saw a tweet from Hogs Haven that I looked at. Mike Renner writes for CBS, said that the Commanders tried to work out and sign this guy, Nick Bellor, who was a Pro Bowl special teamer, but they couldn't agree to terms. So nobody was signed.
They got rid of 2 people, Ben Nickel,
Keandre,
and Keandre Jones, and they signed 2 more people.
Yep. I can give you the names, but I definitely wanted. I listened to this last night on Instagram. I think I want B to hear Tom Brady talking about the game now. Pretty interesting. Let it ride, Landfill.
There used to be college programs. Now there are college teams. You're no longer learning a program, you're learning a playbook. And the program is ultimately, like at Michigan, for me, that was a pro-style program. 5 years, I got to learn how to drop back pass, to read defenses, to read coverages, to be coached. I had to learn from being 7th quarterback on the depth chart to moving up to 3rd to ultimately being a starter. I had to learn all those things in college. That was development. Then I went to New England, and I was developed by Coach Belichick and the offensive staff there. I didn't start my first year. I think it's just a tragedy that we're forcing these rookies to play early. But the reality is the only reason why they are is because we dumbed the game down, which has allowed them to play. It used to be thought of at a higher level. We used to spend hours and hours in the offseason and training camp trying to be a little bit better than next year. But I think what happens is discourages the coaches from going to deep levels because they realize the players don't have the opportunity to go to a deep level, so they're just going to teach them where they're at.
Brian.
Tom Brady played what year?
And he played 2 years ago, I think.
No. He played his first year, did he not?
No, it was his second
year.
Season. Yeah.
But the thing about it, when he got to the pros, he wasn't just automatically ready to and the game today is not drop back. Tom Brady, most of his career, didn't play drop back. The game, the offense he learned at Michigan is not the damn offense he ran at New England. He ran more of a pro-style offense the whole time he was in New England, where everything was in the shotgun and it was quick passes. That's not what Michigan ran. Michigan was running the ball, and then they would throw off of that with play action passes. So I don't think they're dumbing down the game. Because some of these offenses are way more complicated than they were when he got in the league.
I agree.
I think it's
Shanahan, McVay,
but it's depending on the person.
McDaniel, they're not dumbing anything down.
Some quarterbacks are ready. A lot of them aren't. But Tom knew if he was coming out of college right now, and they told him he couldn't play because he was a rookie, he'll lose his damn mind. With the mindset he has and had, there's no damn way he wouldn't want to play. So, I mean, let's not make it to like when you came in the league, he was ready to go. He wasn't ready to go.
I hear that. And one, I have a question, but I want to get to my point first. It's a little old man yelling at clouds to me. Like, these kids don't have it as hard as we had it. You know, like that's just how it comes across to me. Yes, there may be more make one read and go kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I think if you want to say like the true air raid in college football, like what Big 12 offenses and speeding everything up, like maybe that has dumbed things down a little bit, but I find that hard to believe. I think defenses have really advanced. Like there is hardly a secondary in the NFL at this stage that runs like Tampa 2 anymore, or quarters. Everything is all about adjusting depending, like they've gotten used to the mesh routes and the option routes, and now they're also have options in their coverages that have made this significantly different than what it looked like 10 years ago.
I would ask Tom, how many quarterbacks from Michigan were able to come into the league and do what he did? Since they taught him everything in Michigan, okay? Tom Brady, you took your time and your effort and made it a way of life. Every quarterback doesn't do that. I don't give a damn what they're taught in college.
Sure.
Okay? Jaden Daniels seemed to be on the same path as Tom Brady was, where I'm going to do everything I can do to make sure I can be ready for it. Every quarterback that went to Michigan didn't walk out and had success in this league now. So for him to make that comment, it would have to be more than you, Tom, that did what you did or had anywhere close to what he did. But they weren't.
And he's not wrong. If you want to talk about like how college football has changed dramatically, sure. Because I mean, DJ Ungalele is now on his third team in 3 years. Like some of that has changed for sure. And there's not as much player development.
He's talking about going to the next level. But let's be real. That has nothing to do with the dumbing down. It has a lot to do with the coaches trying to present their offense, their schemes as the end all be all instead of developing players.
All right. Now, I want to let the boys in the aquarium react to Brady. Did you agree with that assessment at all, Landfill?
Not really. I think it's kind of a little bit weird. One of the things that I've noticed is I think that quarterbacks coming into the league have more success kind of soon in the league, first of all. So I don't know if they dumbed the game down. It seems like that was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, McVay kind of did that with Goff when he was trying to get him to go fast so he could stay in his headset a little.
And he took him to a Super Bowl, didn't he?
Right.
What is more prevalent today than it was when Tom came out? 7-on-7 passing leads.
Sure.
What does the league do more now than it did when Tom got here? They throw the damn ball, don't they?
A lot more.
So that you're not dumbing it down. The players, the guys are coming into the league more proficient and better at passing than they were back in the day.
One other question I had. I believe Brady's comments came at this Fanatics Fest during an interview with Stephen A. Smith. Listening to those comments, did it seem like Brady was talking kind of weird, kind of like with an accent, like he was kind of trying to talk like Stephen A?
I don't know.
Level, did it seem like Brady was kind of talking with an accent? Like something seemed weird. Maybe I'm crazy.
I think there's just an echo.
Okay. There you have it. The roster moves Brian mentioned yesterday, the Commanders released Keandre Jones, local kid, I think a good council kid, and Ben Nickel. I think Jones dealing with a little bit of an injury. They signed Kendall Brooks and Chappelle Russell. Russell's a linebacker. Brooks is a safety. When you get this close to roster cuts, I don't know that a guy like Jones comes back to the team, maybe as a practice squatter next week. We shall find out. Here's the other thing we're going to find out. All of a sudden, we're seeing some real down projections for the Commanders. Let's talk to one of the guys that wrote them. Nobody go anywhere.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in-stock selection. Mitchell Parker takes the mound today for Washington. 6:45 p.m. is first pitch in their matchup versus the Rockies. Now, Mitchell Parker's last outing was kind of a disaster. He allowed 9 runs in 3 innings of work. So we will see how the rookie responds in this outing. Now, he has had one of these times before where he had a really, really tough outing, and then he comes back out in his outing after, and he does really well. So 6:45 p.m., listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. And Josh Allen is currently the 13th highest paid quarterback in terms of annual salary. But he was just recently asked how he feels about that being underpaid relative to other quarterbacks. He had such a politician's answer. He said that everyone has their day. He has absolutely no problem with where he's at right now. And Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill was held out of team drills during today's joint practice with the Buccaneers with a thumb injury. Now, this injury is not considered to hold him out long term. Head coach Mike McDaniel did not say how or when Hill suffered the injury. The wideout has not played in either of the Dolphins' games this preseason. Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Boy. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. We're about 35 miles west in Ashburn, VA. Commanders have 3 training camp practices left. We'll be at them. Be your eyes and ears. Joining us right now is Austin Mock. Austin writes for The Athletic, does a whole lot of data, but in his Twitter bio says the game isn't played on a spreadsheet. Austin, what up, man? How you doing?
Doing good. The game isn't played on the spreadsheet, but the spreadsheet can tell you a lot. But it's not everything. I will admit.
Yeah, I think there's you want as many data points, as many coaching points as possible. We wanted to talk because you just released your projections for every team in the NFL. You've got AFC and NFC broken down. I think I don't think it takes a real brain surgeon to figure out who probably has the most projected wins in the NFL. The Chiefs and the Niners. How did you land there?
Yeah, it's there's not a ton of roster turnover year to year in the NFL. So yeah, you can kind of look at last year's results and probably have a pretty good idea. Definitely if the quarterbacks don't change. And so Niners have probably one of the best rosters top to bottom, and Brock Purdy has slotted in there. So yeah, I'd be pretty shocked if we don't see double digit wins out of them this year if they stay healthy. And then the Chiefs, they traded Tyreek Hill and they've won back-to-back Super Bowls. So Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and that whole thing that they got going on there. Yeah, I'd be very shocked if they don't win double digits as well. So yeah, it's not too hard, but when you get to the middle tier, it gets a little bit more difficult. I think the extremes are the easier ones in my mind.
For sure. It's pretty remarkable when you phrase it like that the Chiefs traded away Tyreek and then won back-to-back Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild. But I'm not going to pretend here. We're gonna get down to business. You can follow Austin at AMOCK, MOCK 419 on Twitter. Your NFC projections, particularly the NFC East projections, leave one team dead last. That's the Washington Commanders, projecting them to have 5.9 wins. Listen, it's not that far off from the Vegas expectation of 6.5. But tell us how you arrive at the worst team, or at least the worst projected team in the NFC being Washington.
Yeah, so first, you have to start with the quarterback position. They're starting a rookie. Obviously, that means there's a ton of upside, but the upside is limited. Like what happened with C.J. Stroud last year, I think is kind of swaying, and the hype that Caleb Williams is getting as well this year. that perception has really changed. Like a rookie quarterback is not the history shows us that it's not something that's going to be, a successful year. I'm not saying that, they can't have solid ones, but even guys like Jared Goff have had terrible years and they've, turned into careers. Like I think back to Tua's fresh or rookie season as well. So I don't expect a super efficient season from Jaden Daniels. I think it's one of those things that he very well could. Obviously, he brings, his legs more so than any other rookie quarterback. So that could, bump up his ceiling. But I think that, the floor is also very low. So that's like the big thing. I'd be kind of shocked if their offense gets to, an average NFL offense. And then the defense, I think they've made strides. I think they're going to be better than last year, but I still have them as a bad-ish unit. I don't think they're going to be like the worst unit in the league this year, but they're still, down near that bottom five in the NFL defense for me. So when you factor that in, it's just, there's a wide range of possibilities for them, but I just don't see like an average season for them being all that good. I will say though, long term, I would rather be in the Commanders' shoes than the Giants' shoes in terms of the division. That's for sure.
When analytics seems to be discussed a lot, just like you say, well, he may be able to bring his legs into it. Why is it that a player that can run the ball it's kind of like just thrown out when it's more about just the pass aspect?
Yeah, so a lot of times that gets discounted because one, you'll see like a guy like Patrick Mahomes, right? He is a mobile quarterback, but he almost never runs until really they absolutely need him to in the playoffs. Yeah, so I don't expect that. I think the Commanders will need to rely on Daniel's legs a bit. You also factor in if that happens too much, it can go into a risk of injury. Lamar Jackson had those concerns. Jaden Daniels, that was one of his knocks in the draft, was like, hey, he's got to learn how to slide and protect himself because he kind of has that bulldog mentality of he wants to take on hits. So I think that's a lot of it. Is most people out there don't think it's sustainable, which I think is being proven to not be like true. But I do think there is a degree of like you kind of have to pick your spot. And so it's one of those things that might be, he's not going to have 10 carries a game. It might be, 3-4. And I think that's just, it's something that people don't see as something that's predictable. I disagree, but it's also, if you can't throw, the running part is just not going to be enough to overcome the deficiency on the throwing part. Similarly to, I think Justin Fields is kind of in that category right now.
Yeah, I think that's fair with Fields. I think the conversation with Daniels is so unique because this may come across as a hot take, and I don't mean it as such. I think of this draft class, he was the best pure pocket passer, even ahead of Caleb, because so much of what Caleb does is outside of the pocket and off schedule and kind of extending plays. And I think when you look at Jaden, he's a pocket passer that then can also run, you know what I mean? Rather than like a running quarterback. And I just draw kind of a distinction there. But Austin, I'm with you, dude. Defensively, I worry about this team a lot. We were just down in Miami. We watched a practice where they looked okay. And then Tua had one live drill where they just carved him up. I worry about the secondary. I think pass rush could help. We haven't seen John Allen and Daron Payne yet in a preseason game. That'll make a big difference, obviously, week one. Offensively, though, I think they've looked better than expected, and I think they've put together a team that will move the ball. I do wonder, like, from a fantasy perspective, how many kind of studs there are, because it sure seems like they're going to spread the ball around a lot. But what would it take for you to look at this offense? Like, what would need to go right for this offense to land in that middle of the pack spot?
Yeah, so Daniel staying healthy is the first and foremost, because I'll bring in that legs factor of he needs to learn when to take hits and whatnot. And I do think pocket passing wise, he is good. Like, there's a reason he went second overall. I know he had like a meteoric rise in the second half of the college football season last year, but if he can, again, I don't think he needs to be not Justin Fields, CJ Stroud, because I think he's going to be able to make up some of that efficiency with his legs. it's just, I don't want to rely on that too much because I don't think it's going to be there like it was in college. If he can just take care of the football and not take sacks, I think they have a chance to get into that middle of the pack, average-ish NFL offense, even like below average offense. I'd be thrilled with if I was the Commanders because, hey, that's year one. Year two, we can build on that. Maybe we get into, possibly be in the top 10 offense. So the big thing I feel like with rookies is just don't take sacks, don't turn the ball over. And they have enough playmakers. I know it's not like you said, I think they'll spread it around enough. I'm a big Jahan Dotson fan. I think he's a guy, if he can stay healthy, can be a consistent target for Daniels. It's just make sure you're keeping the ball safe, hold on to it, don't take those big negative plays, and I think they can get there. I think that's the biggest key. And Daniels did have a little bit of sack issues. I think part of that was probably because he was, so prone to running. Maybe that'll come back a little bit because he's not going to run as much in the NFL. But that's the big thing for me. If they can avoid those disaster plays and just take care of the football, I think they're well on their way to, top 20-ish offense. I think is definitely reachable.
So zooming out a little bit from the Commanders, and their offense last year was nothing but disaster plays, it seemed like. So I think they could be better even just with a baseline this year. Elsewhere in the NFC East, you got the Giants almost a full game ahead of Washington. Not that it's that significant, 5.9 to 6.7. And that's still pretty bad, I should add. What do you like or not like about Big Blue?
Yeah, I think it's just the difference there for I'm not a Daniel Jones fan. I don't think he's the answer long term for them. But it's kind of like what you're getting. Whereas Jaden Daniels, there's a wider range of possibilities. So I think their defense is I think the Giants defense has a chance to be one of the worst in the league. I think their back seven in the secondary is there's been some warning signs through training camp so far. So I think it's just more of Daniel Jones is just a little bit, it's easier to project him going forward. We kind of know what it is. We know where his floor is. We kind of know what the ceiling is. So that would be really the difference for me. Obviously, you get excited about what Malik Neighbors is. But again, that's a rookie wide receiver. I don't know how much he's going to really impact things in terms of where their, feeling is as an offense. But, Jones is a guy, he's been in the league now for a while. We know what he is. There's not as big of a range of, disaster, level things that could happen, say, with Daniels, because we haven't seen him on an NFL field yet.
The team that seemed to have lost some of the most consistent, solid players are the Eagles. How do you see them looking? Do they bounce back or do they fall off?
Yeah, so they're probably my toughest team. I have them as the favorite in the division. I would take them over to the Cowboys to win the division purely because they have the second place schedule. Schedule matters in the NFL. It's a big thing. They don't have to play, the first place schedule in the NFC. So, Kelsey and Cox retiring, that's big. I do have concerns on the, in the trenches. But one of those things where they replaced both coordinators. I think they upgraded there. I'm a big Fangio fan. I don't think their secondary could have played worse last year. So kind of what you said about the Commanders' offense, you get a baseline there. You're going to have improvement. I don't know, the Cowboys, did they get as much better? So I think the Eagles have a better chance of bouncing back to, say where they were 2 years ago, with their Super Bowl appearance, because I think the defense just kind of bottomed out last year. I think they'll make a jump. Jalen Hurts, there were some health questions there. I think he could bounce back as well. So, I think they bounce back. I think they've made the right moves to combat the, Cox and Kelsey retirements. They get Saquon Barkley. That's a super explosive piece on offense. I think they're in store for a bounce back year this year. It's more of where they were 2 years ago than last year.
Well, that secondary in Philly was god awful, and they drafted. Their first 3 picks were new guys in the secondary, right? So that could help. Can you, when you're looking at data like this, and the data is valuable and can provide a lot of insight, but then you see how Philly collapsed last year, and you kind of hear even on the record stuff about Hurts and Sirianni. Can you try to account for that?
You can. It gets really murky. I try to keep it try to keep it, objective, but there does need to be, adjustments made. Like if you have a new offense coordinator that you think is a big upgrade, you have to adjust. Like, okay, I think things are going to get better there. But yeah, I think we've seen enough that locker room issues, like, are huge in culture and everything is big in all sports, not just the NFL. So it's hard to quantify that. It's something more of like you just need to be aware of when you're looking at the data and modeling and stuff. I kind of look at like the Chargers this year. They get Jim Harbaugh. He's won everywhere he's gone. I think they're going to be like kind of their baseline is going to be raised. So I think it's kind of like those things. We'll see what more comes out. I just wonder if it was like at their low last year. I feel like it's hard to get lower than where they were, definitely on defense last year. So it's kind of like that. I think they're more likely to bounce back than like fall further. But it's certainly possible to fall further. We've seen that over the years for sure.
One of the most interesting QB debates we got going is what the hell's going to happen in Pittsburgh. They've got an all-world defense. What do you see for the black and yellow?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be good. I think we're well past Russell Wilson's prime. Their center just went down. I know they have rookie center from Frazier from West Virginia popping in. I just, again, maybe there was some like locker room issue type. Coordinators weren't gelling, and they traded Deontay Johnson and everything. Maybe it'll get better, but I don't know. Like Russell Wilson, I don't know if their offensive line's going to be that great, and he's not a guy that is exactly going to be moving around and navigating the pocket very well. And then you factor in like if Justin Fields is the guy for the job or he becomes the guy, we still have questions as him as a passer. So it's just really tough to see like an average offense coming out of Pittsburgh this year. Arthur Smith, I think it is interesting. They're go to that maybe that more run game oriented, because I do like Najee Harris and Jalen Warren in the backfield if they can get that kind of going. Maybe some rely heavily on play action, but yeah, the ceiling is very low for that team this year, and they're going to be playing a lot of low scoring games with that defense. That's for sure. And we'll see if Mike Tomlin keeps winning those games, because he always seems to kind of overcome whatever adversity that they find themselves in. So yeah, I'm not excited about the offense. That's for sure.
How do you explain that though with Mike Tomlin? I know we have we can put in numbers, but close games he wins. I mean, it's an aspect of football that numbers don't tell you. How do you quantify that?
Yeah, it's hard. Kind of similarly to the locker room issues. Like I kind of say like Brady and Belichick did this forever. They just kept overachieving. Like every year, it's like, well, they probably won't win 12, 13 games again. And here they did. They kept doing it. Same thing with, the last couple of years, ever since, Roethlisberger kind of tailed off at the end of his career. And since they moved on after he retired, it's like, they'll take a step back. And like Tomlin gets this team to 8-9 wins at 500 or over 500 every single year. So it's just I think it's kind of that locker room at the other end of it. Like, they have a good culture, and you're kind of getting guys that I don't want to say like can play above their level, but one of those like motivating things where as a team they just go over their expectations. So it's hard to quantify, but we have enough sample size now with Tomlin that like, hey, he's just going to win games. Like he's probably going to win one more than what we expect every year. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything you can look in the numbers and say, but we do know, good coaches put their teams in good situations to win close games. I think the Steelers were like 9-2 in one-score games last year. So, yeah, I think it's more of that. Like good coaching, they find a way to win close games. Bad coaching, they find a way to lose them. So I think it's just whatever that is, crunch time, something there with the close games of being able to make the right decision, push the right buttons. That's what the difference is.
If you like to gamble, always bet on the Steelers after a bye week. Trust me on that one. Last one, and you can be quick on this. Ravens, you got them at 10.2 wins. That would be actually a decrease from last year. Something you don't like in Baltimore or some change, or just kind of that's just how the numbers bore out?
Yeah, just the AFC is tough. A lot of good quarterbacks in that league. They lose some guys in the offensive line as well. lose defense coordinator Mike McDonald to Seattle. It's just one of those situations where it's just hard to repeat success unless you're Patrick Mahomes, I guess. So I still think they're a top. I have them fourth best team in the NFL this year, with basically a tie with Detroit and Buffalo. They're right about the same spot as me behind San Francisco and Kansas City. Then, so it's just hard to win football games in the AFC. The division's tough too. Joe Burrow will get healthy. The Browns defense is nasty and weak. Mike Tomlin always finds a way. It seems like he's gonna win a game and get the ratings, because it seems like he does every year. So I just think it's more of the schedule's pretty tough, and everybody's gunning for you when you're one of the best. And they were the one seed last year, so the Chiefs have a target on their back for sure.
Hey, listen, man, really appreciate you coming on with us. Maybe we check back in like a month from now after we've seen some games.
Yeah, of course. I'll be glad to hop on with you guys and kind of look back over the first month of the season, see how things shake out.
All right, everybody, check him out. Austin Mock from The Athletic, AMOCK 419. A lot of good information, especially if you're into, trying to place a wager or two. Thanks, Austin.
All right, man.
Yes. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right. Austin Mock right there. His numbers say the Commanders have the lowest projected win total in the NFL. We got to discuss that. Plus, Dan Quinn going to address the media very soon. And Mitch Tischler's mom baked B. Mitch a birthday cake. We're going to celebrate. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders are back at practice today as they gear up for their final preseason game, which comes up on Sunday at 8 o'clock against the New England Patriots at Commanders Field. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Rockies yesterday 3-1. They'll look to bounce back today in Game 2 of the series. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 6-7 with a 4.44 ERA. He'll take on Tanner Gordon, who is 0-4 with a 7 ERA. 6:45 Nats Rockies right here on The Fan. For over 60 years now, Ted Britt is at the bar for the best buying experience in the D.C. area, period. That's Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. Just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
My life is pretty plain. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Couple awesome interviews. If you missed Drew Bledsoe this morning, you should get on the app and figure it out because it was really good. We also just talked to a fellow by the name of Austin Mock. Austin is a data analyst, writer, modeler, predictor, I don't know the right term, for The Athletic. And Austin put out his win projections for both AFC and NFC teams. And in doing so, has the Commanders with the lowest projected win total in the NFL. We had him on the program, wanted to hear his logic, and part of it I agree with. I don't know. This defense was really bad last year. I don't know how much they have improved. I do think it's possible just the coaching change can help defensively a lot. Offensively, though, I think they're better. I think Jaden steps in and is immediately better. Of the four of us, I think I may have the most humble win projections. I think I got him going 7-10. He's still a rookie quarterback. There will be some rookie quarterback struggles, but I think this is going to look far better than it did last year, and I do not think they will prove to be the worst team in the NFL. Brian, what about you?
Well, I don't think they'll be the worst team in the NFL, but the whole thing about it is, as I look at last year, and I'm talking about an awful team last year, and then there were 2 to 3 games in there where they should have won those games, but you know what? They made all the mistakes down the stretch. If this team is better coached and don't make those mistakes, I can see 7-8 games, like I said, right there, and then boom, if they mess around and get on a little run, the most I see is 9. And I'm not saying like that's a hell of a start because I thought they should have won 6-7 last year in that situation. And most of their doings and downfall were them. Not anybody else just being awfully just that much better than it. It was them. And you've added some people on this team where you think they're better. You put people in a certain position where you feel they're better. And the coaching seems to be better at this point. I think 7, 8, 9, you're looking at either one of those. That's not too far off from each other. But I don't think that they're going to be winning 4 games.
Yeah. If you look at the teams kind of in their territory, he's got the Panthers at 6. So the projection for the Commanders was 5.9 wins. He had the Panthers at 6.4, the Giants at 6.7. In the AFC, the Broncos at 6.0, the Pats at 6.7, Titans at 6.8, and the Raiders at 7.3. I'm not sure how good the Raiders are going to be. There's some teams I think. Why do we think the Panthers are significantly better? That to me, the Panthers won 2 games last year.
Yeah,
I understand they've changed a lot down there, but I want to let the boys in the aquarium talk. I want to do phones, but I know we're going to go to Quinn. But if you want to call in, 800-636-1067. Commanders have the lowest win projection in the NFL. It doesn't add up for me and B. Mitch. Landfill, does it add up for you?
Nah, the lowest seemed a little surprising to me when I saw that. I get the whole thing behind the team wasn't very good last year, and they got a rookie quarterback, and sometimes rookie quarterbacks really struggle. But I mean, the Giants suck. Like, how could they not be better than the Giants?
The only problem, I don't disagree with you. The only problem with the Giants suck thing is that they're good against Washington. So, like,
I mean,
if
I get
both
that.
these teams are like 5-6 win teams, generally the Giants take one against the Commanders.
Like, the Commanders aren't going to be the only team playing a rookie quarterback. And, for as much of a question mark as these rookies can be, Daniel Jones isn't really a question mark. We just know that he's bad.
I think that's fair. I think, I don't know, man. I think folks are I think in some ways the conversation around rookie quarterbacks might change as these guys are in college for 5 seasons and playing for 5 seasons and are running, a pass first offenses. I don't think Stroud, though, that would be the case. I think a lot of expectations have changed with Stroud. I have a tough time saying that they are definitively the lowest.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
There's some bad teams out there. Are we sure Will Levis is good
I'm gonna just say this.
for a Titans team that now all of a sudden wants to air it out?
We had a comment earlier. We were talking to Drew, I think, when I said that it's been proven that people that don't like you or don't like what you say will pay attention more. I think that has a lot to do with the analytics people too, because a lot of them like to say negative stuff about this team in this town. And a lot of media today is about clicking. And they get more people, oh, what did they just say? So they go look for it. You know what I mean? That happens too.
So I'd like to think the numbers are the numbers and it's not impacted by.
How would you know what the numbers are, to be honest with you?
The numbers from last year were really bad. And if that's what you're running
but the
your numbers
were
of,
bad last year when you don't have that team this year. So
that's
the numbers
my
don't
point.
make sense.
And that's kind of what Greenberg said earlier. Like, if you take a database that has the 2023 standings, you don't need to get too far down the rabbit hole analytically. They were 4-13 and had the worst point differential in the NFL. If you want to base your projections from there and go forward, I can conceptualize that, right? Like, there are numbers to support that there's not going to be much of a turnaround. Mm-hmm. I just think I think you have to look at it differently.
I think you do, but see, I hear a lot of stuff, and just like what I know about analytics, being a guy that was in a lot of math classes and chemical engineering, whatever I put in, getting out. So if I don't put in all the information, I never will get the whole story.
Right.
I can normally get what I want to get. Okay. Willie Greenberg say trash in, trash out.
Right.
And a lot of times when I hear a lot of numbers, based off of my education, I immediately ask, what did you really put in? Did you want those numbers or did you want something else? Because a lot of times stuff is left out. Like they never put in, the guy that fights a little harder and this, that, and the other. So when they don't put that extra stuff in, you don't add that, then you're going to get the numbers that you get.
Here's what we're going to do. I'd like to drop out here because I think we're going to be able to hear from Dan Quinn in just moments. You are listening to B. Mitchell Finley.
All right, welcome back. B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We're out here at training camp. A few more days of this. Dan Quinn is now talking to the media. Hopefully we can get audio of that and let you hear what he had to say. And B. Mitchell Finley show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. And I think this is a point of the year where we are starting to get a lot of these different comments and people talking about the team. And listen, man, if you hear me, I don't normally buy a lot of what I hear, normally because I know this team has been given the short end of the stick, and it's been treated in a certain way for a long time based off of what was. And I think at this point right now, based off of last year, there's over 30 different players on this team now. And I'm talking about 30 more that's going to be on the roster that weren't there last year. And if you automatically assume just because they have on the same colors with different people, they're going to be the exact same or just slightly better, then I think you're mistaking yourself. And listen, I am not here to bash analytics, but I understand analytics is something that helps the game out today. But it's not the only thing that helps out the game. If you listen to some analytics people, they will make you think that, because they say what you're supposed to do, that's going to happen. If you say I can put this in and do that, and it's supposed to work, well, how the hell do the other people that say, well, if I do something defensive, I can stop it when they shut you down? Eventually, it's going to come down to the players on the field, who's better, who's stronger, who's more consistent, who makes the least amount of mistakes. And I don't think analytics ever bring all that stuff into it. Who's the best coached? So we are in a battle now where it's analytics against the people that are just straight football. But I think that it has to work all the time. It was some level of analytics involved all the time when you had people going in and looking at different plays and say what somebody does. The fact that, we had guys running these plays on first down or second or third based off of what they anticipate you're going to do on defense, that was a form of analytics. But today when we could just plug in numbers and get the stuff thrown back out to us from a computer, it's to a point now where we put it in, we get out something, and we go, this is facts. Well, a lot of times you forget to put certain things in, and you're going to get numbers that may be skewed one way or the other. If I want something to make a team look bad, I don't put in all the stuff, all the different numbers that may count. I automatically assume. And I think anything about this football team this year, to be totally honest with you, is probably skewed because it's probably 65% new this year when you look at the coaches and the players and things of that nature. So it's kind of hard to just base everything off of what they did prior. When you look at Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, and you look at the San Francisco 49ers, yes, that is easy to do. You know why? Because you relatively have the majority of the people are coming back. And the only thing that can throw the most of those things off are injuries. And I don't think any analytics can come tell you about the injuries. Because one thing about that, when you have a guy get hurt and somebody else steps in, maybe, just maybe, one guy might step in and be as good as a guy that was in front of him. But for the most part in the NFL, when you step in, you are a step down from what the guy was that was starting. That's not put in there. So I've always felt this way. If you want to tell me what something is supposed to be, I need to hear after when it's not that. And if you are one of the lucky ones where most of the things that you say come out to be factual, then you have the right to come out and brag about it. But if people start noticing something, there are a lot of little analytical aspects that come up before a game, before the season, but you never hear from them again until next year. So is analytics only a predictory type thing, or does anybody come back and validate or keep up with how close were you? Because that's what we do when it comes to the gambling aspects of analytics. That's what we do in other stuff. So if then the next year when somebody make an outlandish statement, I can turn their ass off. But they don't do that. So I am one to where I have not completely jumped on that side. A lot of people like to jump on that side, and a lot of times it's people that were not involved with the game that will let you, because it gives other people now some leverage of being the authority. I don't buy it. So in my eyes, I want to sit up here, and if you are that guy, the next year I'll be following you. I'll promote you. But when I hear something, and then after the fact, when you're wrong, I don't hear from you again, and then the next year you're not even much employed anymore. That becomes a problem to me. And I understand where it's going. But I still want the person who could take the analytical numbers, come up with a game plan, but still have some level of feel when it comes down to a game. All right. So I ultimately am very, very, I question most things, especially when it comes to people that probably hadn't gone through certain things. And I don't think it's right. I don't think it's wrong. I think it's a way I developed to where, you know what? If you say something to me, I'm going to ask you why. Or why should I give a damn about what you're saying? And why should I care what you said? And if you can't give me some level of an answer that makes any sense, then why would I believe in you? I don't believe it just because you threw some numbers into a computer, into some type of equation, and you got some stuff back. I'm not going to automatically believe that. I never would. Okay. So when I start looking at the analytical aspect, I need to hear some reality with it. Just like when I hear people tell me about reality stuff, I want to know about it. Because like when I tell people over and over again, analytics normally comes before something happens. You give it to me. But then when it comes, nobody want to explain to me why it didn't happen. Okay? And that normally comes down to the human side of things, the mental side of things, the who made the mistakes, who were more consistent or were not. So when I hear those things, and I don't hear anything afterwards, make me question you. After the game, I guarantee you, nobody has ever came after the game and told me, okay, well, I told you this was supposed to happen, but the analysts on the other side of the ball shut that down. Why? Because people normally like to say stuff, and they feel you're going to forget what they said. But you know what? So I have this little phone right here, and I take a lot of notes because I want to be able to come back and ask you, why didn't something happen? And when you can explain it to me, I believe a little bit more of what you're talking about. All right, we're going to take this quick break here. We get back. Maybe we'll have the audio of Dan Quinn talking to the media. He's still going right now. It's been a long one. Dan likes to talk, but you know what I say? I think he says a lot of good stuff. Be Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders are back at practice today as they gear up for their final preseason game, which comes up Sunday night at Commanders Field at 8 o'clock. Dan Quinn hasn't announced whether Jaden Daniels will play in that game or not. In the NBA, the Wizards are expected to waive Eugene Omoruyi. And in baseball, the Nationals fell to the Rockies yesterday 3-1. C.J. Abrams providing the lone run, hitting a home run. His 18th of the year. It matches his home run total from last season. The Nationals will look to bounce back today in Game 2 of the series against Colorado. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. The lefty Mitchell Parker goes to the hill for the Nationals. He is 6-7 on the year with a 4.44 ERA. He'll take on Tanner Gordon, who is 0-4 with a 7 ERA for Colorado. Nationals and Rockies, Game 2 of the series, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I love flowers. God, I love this song. Denton, you picked such a banger, man. Whenever you
I
hear
don't know if you really love this song, JP.
What's New, but it makes me laugh every time I hear it.
It's funny.
It's definitely funny. Whenever you hear What's New Pussycat from Tom Jones, you
I
know.
think of Denton.
Yeah, exactly. You know that Denton Day is set to join the program. The College Sports Insider's Insider. Forgive me, I didn't hear Toby's update right there. One little piece of news that just emerged. The Commanders are out there in their black helmets, and they're wearing the black uniforms for Sunday's preseason finale, Brian.
All right.
Do you care whatsoever?
No. I don't care what color you wear. I just care about how you play.
They've been very bad in the black unis, and my hope is maybe wear them in the preseason changes everything.
Okay.
No, that means
Denton,
bet the
I
Patriots
made
money line.
It means bet the under. I know that much. Denton, all right, buddy. I saw something yesterday. I think listeners know that I tend to root for Alabama when I can. They're not my number one team, but I like Bama. I also like LSU, which doesn't make a lot of sense because they hate each other. But anyway, Alabama just gave a raise to their GM, as I understand it. I saw this on Twitter.
AD?
No, Ryan, not the athletic director and not the head coach, but apparently Bama has a GM. What the hell is going on here, Denton?
It's a new thing now that NIL and transfer portal are just widely accepted across college football. Think of it as like the recruiting director. It's now just called a general manager. So you're in charge of like the high school. You're in charge of looking in the transfer portal. You're in charge of making people happy at your school so they don't leave. If somebody wants to leave, you let them go and then find someone that will be happy at your school. They're in charge of that. So you get 800, I think it's 825, the highest paid GM. Everyone has them, by the way. All the Power 4 schools have one of these things. It's just the highest paid.
Does Maryland have one?
They should, yeah. So someone that effectively fills that role. Now they're not paying $825,000 for theirs, but they have somebody that fills that role.
That's how IMG was the whole time. They always call a lot of their people the GM.
I just saw that and was like, what on earth is going on here?
It's very new.
Right.
I think they only adapted the GM title within the last year.
I mean, I prefer honesty in all forms, even when it's a harsh reality. So I'd rather we just call these dudes GMs than recruiting coordinator. We all know the truth here. Let's just keep telling the truth. All right.
There was GMing back in the day too, Jay.
I'm sure they were, but they weren't calling it the reality. Here's where we've made it, Denton. We've made it to week 0.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet. How many games are there Saturday?
4.
I'm
Not a
betting
lot.
all of them.
Yeah.
Tell me what we got. We start with Florida State, Georgia Tech, right?
Yeah, that one's in Dublin, so it's overseas. That one's going to be at noon. It's the first
Give us
game
the preview
of the day. here's your preview. I'm kind of leaning Georgia Tech to cover the 11.5. And the reason being is that they return like 90% of their starters on offense and defense. So I've told you guys multiple times this offseason, I'm really leaning in the beginning of the season towards teams that return a majority of the production that they had last year. And Haynes King, who's their quarterback, started to really get into a bit of a rhythm towards the end of last year. And I think it's time that Georgia Tech is going to graduate from being the bottom feeder of the ACC. They were there for such a long time. I think they're making their way back up to at least the middle tier of the conference. And then for Florida State, they're going to win. Like that's not in the question. They're going to win, but I do think you might see a little bit of bumps in the road just because they are bringing so much new into their organization, their program this year. DJ Eward quarterback. I don't know how you guys feel about him. I am at best indifferent, probably more on the downside when it comes to him, just because it's his third school in like 40 years. And he came in with all this hype at Clemson and just never lived up to it. So I've never let him live that down in my eyes, at least. So I think it'll be closer than many people anticipate. And on top of that, it feels like all the public is on Florida State. So if the public is taking one side and I kind of feel good about the other side, I'm going to take the other side.
I'm okay with that as a premise. But I mean, wouldn't you just say that FSU is way more talented? Is Georgia Tech still running the option? What are they doing in Atlanta these days?
I don't know if they're running the triple option to death like they once.
They got the guy from Navy. They were running the hell out of the option for a little while.
They did for
the dude that was there before. The first dude, like Doug Johnson or whatever that
Paul
guy
Johnson was, who was their head coach for a while. I mean, they ran that triple option from like 2008 to probably 2019. It got them to at least a couple ACC championships, so they were able to make it work. I think they throw the ball a little bit more frequently now.
Bro, I think they were running the triple option when they had Calvin Johnson, right?
They were, which is insane. I mean,
but every time he caught a ball, it was deep.
I mean, that is banana
You
land.
got Calvin Johnson. You don't understand. We should change our offense.
Calvin Johnson and Demarius Thomas, by the way. So, like, they didn't learn from the mistake of having Calvin Johnson. Like, we're just still going to do this.
I think it's pretty incredible. Those dudes, I mean, I guess this is pre-transfer portal, but, like, if you're a stud receiver, how do you commit to the school that's running the triple option?
You don't.
I think it's still
stunning. That's why they only had
that
2 in about 20 years.
Despite the fact they ran the triple option, Calvin Johnson was still picked number 2 overall.
Right. And like a Heisman.
You know why? Because he was 6'5". He ran 4.3. And, he caught everything that was thrown to him.
So where are you seeing that the public's on Florida State? I got it even right now.
You got it. Everyone that I talked to.
Even in the game?
Everyone I talked to this week
where
said
the action
that
is.
the action was more in favor of Florida State. So maybe it's
Okay.
changed, but I
We'll
bet
probably
it
have a
on
better
Sunday.
idea Friday, right?
You FanDuel got it at minus 10.5.
Yeah, that's the line. I'm curious.
No, he was
where the
11,
bets
so
are.
it's dropped a
It's
point.
it's dropped a point. It opened at 13.5, and now it's slightly coming down. So maybe the sharps are on Florida State, but I was told on Georgia Tech, but I was told the public was more in the direction of Florida State, just because
if
there
the
is some
public
redemption.
is on them, that number is going to be going up, not down.
Not if the sharps are on the other side.
I don't know, man. It's a little premature. It's Wednesday for a Saturday game. I'm going to test your knowledge here, Denton.
Oh,
what do
go
you got? Montana State, New Mexico.
I'm rooting for whichever team is going to provide
Hold
me
on.
with an interview.
Let's
after.
do this. Hold on, Denton. Let's try this. I believe New Mexico is the Lobos. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Yeah.
Let's all try to guess what Montana State's mascot is.
I don't have a clue.
Montana State.
I think they're
my
the
buddy-
Bobcats.
My buddy Jed's wife may have gone to Montana State. I think they're the Grizzlies.
That's regular
Landfill?
Montana. That's the Grizzlies.
The
Oh, damn it.
Cowboys.
Ooh, that's not. But Wyoming is the Cowboys.
So
Does
is
Jeff
Dallas.
have a guess? That's
No.
true. Jeff, do you have a guess? Oklahoma State, also the Cowboys. All right, I will look that up.
I'm pretty sure it's the Bobcats.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Actually, I won't. I'm going to look it up. But I mean, can you? You can't possibly know a single player in that game, can you?
Bobcats.
Aha! I know their mascot. I can't
Way
name
to
a
go,
single
Dan.
player, but I know their mascot. I was on their website
Okay.
yesterday, emailing people.
Green. Actually, dude, let's make your announcement. I saw it on Twitter. You do a great job for us, and clearly you do a great job for Sirius. Tell all the folks where they can hear all your college football coverage.
Yeah, so we officially back this weekend, and then starting week 1, big thanks to the Big Ten and everybody trying to capitalize on Fridays. we're doing Fridays and Saturdays. So there's a lot of ranked games, or at least ranked opponents, that are going to be playing on Friday. So you boys getting 2 days this year. Friday and Saturday, 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. every weekend on College Sports Radio, Channel 84. On
that's
Sirius
dope.
XM.
So you're getting. So it used to just be Saturday nights, but now it's Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, now it's going to be Friday and Saturday. And I don't know if this is official yet, but we might do a Thursday for week 1, just because that's the first week 1 of the season, but also of no NFL, so that you're not going up against Thursday Night Football. So they've loaded next Thursday with a ton of games, a lot of Big 12 and SEC teams playing. So we might be doing Thursday next week too.
That's awesome. Good for you. I must ask, though. This show is on from 11 p.m. to 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
You are engaged to be married.
Yeah.
What does the woman you are engaged to be married think about all of your weekends from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m.?
She don't.
Talking college football.
Yeah,
He's getting paid.
He's getting paid. So she's perfectly okay with it. When maybe she doesn't love the 2 a.m. thing, but when the checks are coming in, she's all right with it.
Okay. I like hearing that. Neil Greenberg, whose opinion I value, told me to take Nevada plus 25.5 Saturday night. How you feeling about that?
You guys know how I feel about 3 touchdowns. If it's anything over 3 touchdowns, I shy away from the favorite and I look more towards the dog. So Neil Greenberg is 100% right. If you're going to bet a side in that one, it feels like Nevada getting that big number for week 0. It's fair to expect in week 0, there's going to be a little bit of rust. SMU is by far the better team, the more talented team. They were really good last year, but there should be a little bit of rust with them. So, a 21-point win for SMU is still going to be viewed upon as a really good win from the coach's standpoint. So if you're a gambler and you got 25.5 or whatever it is, jump on that.
Take it. Is SMU now in the ACC?
They are in the ACC. Yeah, get used to that one.
I mean, that is
How is that?
They're not getting.
bizarre.
They're not getting
If
any
they
of
were the
the.
G,
They're not getting any of the money.
Yeah, I might believe it. The golf course conference.
They fundraised $100+ million in 6 days to justify going to the ACC and not getting any of the television money. I mean, oil tycoons in Texas are a different breed when it comes to the bank accounts.
Well, dude, I don't know that you've ever been there. I know Brian has. Are you aware of the neighborhood SMU is in, that Highland Park, University Park area of Dallas?
Yeah, the high school that has a college stadium.
I imagine that's some of the richest real estate in the country, in the world. I mean, there's serious cash down at SMU.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think they're worried about the year of television rights. It just makes no sense, but nothing makes sense anymore in college sports. So who cares? Let's just bet on the games. Tell me how Delaware State goes to Hawaii. How
They paid them.
I mean, that's a good question, because they missed their flight yesterday. And
really,
there's not a lot
I may
of,
take this minus 40.5. Then.
There's not a lot of Delaware to Hawaii flights. There was some bus issue, so they missed. And they were going to go direct, which I don't know if you guys have ever done the East Coast to Hawaii flight direct. It sucks. It's 10 hours of very long flying and not a lot of
I've
good
been
food.
to Hawaii once, but we stopped at Cali.
That's
But
the way
just
to do
getting
it.
to Hawaii late. No, getting there kind of late. Not good.
It's all. I mean, that's the one where I would say if Hawaii's getting, I
Man,
don't care what the
getting
number
adjusted-
is, I'm on
You're
that
talking
one.
you're talking about 6 hours of getting adjustment.
Yeah.
That doesn't work very.
But I got to know at least you're good before I can lay 40. All the time zones in the world, laying 40 is a lot.
Laying 40 is a lot, but if you're coming
You know
off
why
of
they get
10 hours
40
and
and
6
then
hours,
why-
oof.
You asked the question, why did Delaware State, how did they go to Hawaii? Hawaii paid them to come play them.
How did Delaware State miss their flight? Isn't this a charter flight? Were
Yeah.
they hustling through BWI to get on the nonstop to Honolulu?
I
you-
mean, I
yeah,
love that
that's
you think
crazy,
Delaware
man. Charter
State
flight
can
left
charter a flight
Yeah.
to Hawaii. They're flying like regular.
Well, how the
humans.
hell did they miss it then?
There was a bus issue.
All right, but they got to have the football team's got to have 75 people. How many are on the flight? 100?
I would think. I feel like it would make up
Doesn't make a
most of the
difference.
Something
flight.
doesn't add up, Denton.
I don't have the answers to what adds up there.
Something
I'm
doesn't add up there.
But see, if
I'm
they had
just
a flight
laughing.
from if they had a flight from the East Coast, if they had a flight from the East Coast all the way to Hawaii, you're talking about a big plane right there. Like a 767, 787.
What do you think? Does anybody know Delaware State's mascot?
It's some sort of insect.
No.
I think it's like a bee or wasp.
I know that Witzcott went there. Art Shell went there.
You know who went there?
Art Shell.
DJ, Daryl Johnson, photog.
Art Shell as well.
And Art Shell. I know what it is just because I looked it up. Denton, come on, man. You're the college sports insiders.
It's some sort of like bee or wasp.
The beach bums.
It's a hornet.
The one insect.
Delaware
you were right.
Hornets.
I got stung by a hornet once in Rehoboth. So that makes sense.
I mean, I think there's hornets all over, not just in Delaware. But
yeah, but I remember that.
So a Delaware State spokesperson confirmed that they missed the flight. Damn, listen to this travel for Delaware State, B.
Mm-hmm.
To go play Hawaii in week 0. I hope this is a big check for these young men.
No, it's not for the young men.
Well,
For the school.
All right. Delaware State, I don't know exactly where, but it's located in Delaware, which ain't the biggest state. So it's somewhere in Delaware. Do you know why they missed their flight?
Don't know.
Their flight was out of JFK in New York City, and they had to take a bus up there.
34 and a half, I'm taking it.
Yo, I might lay the 40.
You're laying the points.
40 and a half, yeah, I'll take that.
If they got to fly out of
Damn, that's
JFK,
brutal,
I'm laying
man.
the points.
Man.
Damn, dude. That is, I feel bad for those. Like, that's a check that some administrator was like, yep, we'll take it, without thinking of what it puts the kids through. You know what I mean?
JP, what college ever thinks about what it put the kids through?
I mean, SMU's in the ACC. You're right. Like, I mean, all right. Denton, you tweeted something out pretty interesting as we kind of gear up for college football here. Brian, there's been a really big win for the rec specs community. Denton, what can you tell us about this? Matters for people.
It does. So South Carolina named Lenore Sellers their starting quarterback, and Lenore Sellers is a proud wearer of rec specs. You know, rec specs, they're very forgotten when it comes to athletics. Like there was the Georgia kicker, Rodrigo Blankenship, that had some rec specs when they won the national championship a couple years ago, but there's a real big win for the community.
K-Rod.
I was made fun of for years for wearing rec specs, so it's nice to see somebody having athletic success wearing the spectacles.
You wore rec specs, Denton.
Yes, I did.
You telling me that?
I can show you.
That doesn't
proof.
surprise me.
Yeah, no, of course not. You got to protect the eye. These glasses are very expensive.
Does it surprise you that Denton wore rec specs?
No.
Knowing Denton,
nothing surprises me when it comes to Denton.
Denton's fits, everything he likes to be. I'm not surprised you wore rec specs at all.
They were the ones like Lenore's, by the way. They were silly. They were very big.
Yeah, they were definitely silly. I was talking with somebody that knows stuff, okay? And obviously, we're joking about SMU being in the ACC, but this is the first year that Washington, Oregon, USC, and UCLA are going to be in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And I think Oregon's ready for the level of physicality.
Yes.
I think, Washington just had a coaching change, which is going to make that pretty difficult. I think these LA teams might be getting their ass kicked up front for a little while here.
Yes.
And I think these LA teams are nervous about it and not exactly thrilled about it. What have you heard?
I've heard very similar things. I know there's a large majority of us that cover from a national perspective that are very excited to see USC in some of these games, knowing that Lincoln Riley for years has not exactly been a proponent of recruiting in the trenches or practicing tackling and things of those natures. I've told you guys I'm on USC's under 7.5. I think they're going to get blown up by a couple of teams that you don't expect them to get blown up by. I'm kind of here for it'll only be a year because eventually Lincoln Riley will get the hang of it. But I'm here for like the short downfall of USC. Their quarterback's going to be good, but hot damn, their defense, I don't know if I trust them again this year.
So how bad could bad be? Could they lose in College Park when they come to the Snake Pit?
I would say it's more plausible than ever. How about that?
Okay, I'll take that. Who's Maryland's quarterback? Billy?
I believe it's going to be Billy.
Whoever he is,
There was a kid named Billy, I remember.
whoever he is, he's favorite to be one of the top little quarterbacks in over there. I saw that on the thing. It popped up on my little email.
What?
They expect because he did so well in the bowl game, they're projecting him to have a damn good year. So.
Yeah, I think it's Billy Edwards.
That's Billy, right?
Yeah,
What's
Billy
Billy's
Edwards.
last name?
Edwards, I think it is.
Billy Edwards. Okay. He can run. He's tough, man. I know that. Brian, I have some news for you that I have not confirmed, but it's possible Art Shell went to University of Maryland Eastern Shore and not Delaware State.
That's right.
Is that
it
right?
Is UME.
Okay. UMES.
One of them damn places.
You drive by it on the way to the beach.
Yeah.
I know that. Denton, I'm going to ask you this every week now until they start playing the games. Although I guess I can't ask for your playoff teams now because there's 12 of them. So I'm going to ask every week for your Final Four. But Final Four is not. It's 4 teams. You can handle it.
Yeah, Final Four I can handle. 12 would be a lot, but Final Four I can definitely handle. You can start asking me 12 in November. I'm going to give you Texas.
Week 0, Final Four.
I'm going to give you Texas. I'm going to give you Oregon. I'm going to give you Ohio State and Georgia. God, that's gross. It's so chalky. I don't like that at all. But for week 0, I'll live with chalky. Ugh, I feel like a fraud.
For week 0,
who'd you take again?
Texas, Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State. It's literally the top 4 teams right now. I think Tennessee could slide in there though eventually.
But
yeah,
that's for next week.
No, that's for the Final Four in the playoffs.
Oh Lord!
But it'll change every week.
Thanks for the time, buddy. Congrats on the show.
All right, appreciate it.
Shows.
All right, brother.
Give him a follow at The Denton Day. It's a weird Twitter feed. There's some random comic book stuff, but I enjoy all the football stuff, and you will too. When we come back, who are the top quarterbacks in the NFL? I don't think it's that hard to figure out.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In football, the Commanders are gearing up for their final preseason game against the Patriots as they return to practice today. That game comes up on Sunday at 8 o'clock, and the Commanders are going to wear their black uniforms. In the NBA, the Wizards are placing Eugene Amaruyi on waivers. And in baseball, the Nationals fell to the Rockies in Game 1 of the series last night, 3-1. C.J. Abrams providing the lone run for the Nationals, hitting his 18th home run of the year, matching his home run total for last season. Tonight, Game 2 of the series, Nationals and Rockies over at Nats Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker gets the ball for the Nationals. He's 6-7 with a 4.44 ERA. He'll take on Tanner Gordon, who has a 7 ERA and is 0-4. 6:45 Nats and Rockies right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Okay. Shout out to Anthony Haney. Ant, whatever you choose, we support you, pal.
Get it right.
Get it right. Get it tight. B. Mitchell Finley live, Ashburn, Virginia. Waning days of training camp, man. The regular season's coming. All your training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. Shout out to Paul Henry. Sat in the porch last night. Very rare. I get to just have the screen doors open, but with this cool weather, we had the screen doors working. It was great. Brian, we are getting into regular season scheduling, is what DQ said.
Okay.
Got to talk to him a bit. There is kind of some injury news updates. Quinn was asked about Johnny Newton. The Johnny Newton thing doesn't sound great. Like, I've seen Brandon Coleman. Like, he's trying to get back. We'll see how that goes. They're going to try to ramp Johnny Newton up later this week. And they're just kind of being smart and taking their time. And that's okay. But you'd like to kind of see him out there at some point.
You would.
Because, I mean, now we're...
Let's be real, though. They see him out there in practice, you mean? Because he's done stuff a lot on the field and things of that nature. And
But he did, and then this soft tissue thing came up, and now he's back down.
he'd be all right.
Like, this isn't related to the injury.
It's related to this. They will tell you it's not related to the injury, but if you've had the 2 feet, you're going to get a soft tissue injury.
Do you think it's a bigger deal that there's now something else?
I don't think so. I think you normally are going to go through, when you have, you normally take, if you got one side, you favor the other. When you got both of them, you try to work with it, and you're going to end up hurting something else.
As for what we're going to see Sunday night against the Patriots, Clellan Ferrell not participating today in practice. Dante Fowler not participating in practice today.
Fowler hadn't been out there a good bit.
Yeah. Do you think we see any potential starters Saturday night?
Based off of how things have been going, I would say no, but I wish that we would, because I don't want all of them first game to be when they go into a season opener and other guys have been playing.
Even a guy like Bobby Wagner, do you wish played a little bit?
I would wish he played a little bit. I mean, I understand what he's done, but you're not getting ready for the first 14 years. You're getting ready for this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. The guys we definitely won't see that we haven't seen, Allen Payne, Wagner, Ertz. There's probably more than that.
Things have changed in this day and age. So it's like, I understand I got to adjust, but still, that statement I always make, you're getting ready to play football. You got to practice football to get ready for football.
That's what Jared Mayo said. All right, I want to get to this before we forget it and just kind of blow through and talk about nothing but the Commanders. Tom Brady and Peyton Manning gave their list of the top 5 or 4 quarterbacks in the NFL.
One did 5, one did 4.
Yeah. Tom Brady in order goes Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow.
Okay.
Peyton Manning goes Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert, Lamar, Allen. What does B. Mitch go?
B. Mitch would go Mahomes, Burrow, asterisk when healthy,
No
Lamar,
asterisks.
Josh.
What does Landfill go?
I think I would go Mahomes 1. Then I would probably go. I want to go maybe controversially Lamar Jackson number 2. Then I would put Joe Burrow 3, Josh Allen 4.
What does young Jeffrey go?
Man,
Official DJ of the Commanders.
Jeff's not here.
I specifically asked
He
him.
would go Justin Herbert,
Lamar,
Justin Herbert, Lamar. That's his 2 teams.
It's interesting Peyton likes Herbert that much.
I know he threw it in
have
there.
him ahead of Lamar and Allen.
I like Herbert, but you said 4. I wouldn't add Herbert there because like these other guys have accomplished a lot more than what Herbert has.
I think I would. You don't want to get crazy. I might put Stroud ahead of Herbert. You always say it's 1 year. You got to wait, and I understand that. But I think C.J. Stroud was really
good last year. But these other guys got a longer track record, and in society we take 1 and we compare it to 5, 6. I think you got to allow him to go through another year or so, and then you could compare that. Just like as good as Pat has been, I'm not saying he's the best that ever played. Many people would say that.
You can't say he's the best to ever do it, especially we just got to watch Brady.
There are those who would say that.
What is more asinine than that are those that didn't vote him the best player in the NFL or at least the best quarterback in the NFL.
We got to realize they said the best athlete. And
no, it was player.
So I don't think he is the best player. I think he's the best quarterback in the league. He's not better overall than a Tyreek Hill.
Fine. I don't know how you can have Lamar ahead of him.
I mean, that's whatever. But when they start talking about players, they're talking about athletic. I said that to you when we first talked about it. They're not talking about quarterback. If you go straight to quarterback, yes. But you talking about athleticism, he's not close to Lamar.
The question wasn't athleticism. It was
when
who
you
are the
say
best players.
when you say players to add to the players on the team, they're talking about the better athlete. They're not talking about the quarterback. That's why we always say quarterbacks. See, the problem we get so caught up. Quarterbacks got to be a totally different stat. Quarterbacks are not compared to the other athletes on the field.
That one to me is banana land.
Because you get stuck on just the quarterback because their importance and their.
If you want to say Tyreek's ahead, I can understand.
But I'm saying, but the quarterback importance is not necessarily when an athlete is looking at the athleticism, and that's what when you ask those 1,800 people in the league to tell me the best player in the league, they're not looking at the best quarterback because they believe most quarterbacks are not even athletes.
I think it's just haters.
I don't think it's haters. I just think that people outside of football put the quarterback in front of everything. People inside put quarterbacks in their slot.
What does your top 4 quarterbacks look like next year?
I would think if Stroud has another year like he is, he'll be jumping up. I think Joe has to stop getting hurt. Josh can't have another double-digit interception year and the extra turnovers. He got to – eventually, you can be considered good because your team has been there. But if things start dropping off, people are going to start dropping you off that list.
Like, here's the way for the quarterbacks at the top of this list to stay there or to fall off.
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes stays there unless
Mahomes has he's
hit a different
He
level.
started to run a mile relay, and he's on the third leg, and the rest of the guys are just starting.
Mahomes has hit a level that he's on there no matter what.
There you go.
Burrow, you're right. It's health. You got to stay on the field, dude. This is 2 out of 4 years. Right? Period. Lamar, to me, you got to have success in the playoffs. You haven't had it. You haven't also stayed healthy. 2 of the last 4 years, you didn't play the second half of the season. But I think it's more about playoff success for Lamar. And then Allen, the turnovers are out of control, dude.
Yeah.
Like you cannot be that elite level of a quarterback and lead the NFL in turnovers.
Yeah.
So I think the guys that could get up there, I think Herbert could get up there. I think Stroud could absolutely get up there.
What would Herbert have to do to get up there, though? As good as we say he is, he doesn't compare to those other guys.
He hasn't had the success.
That's why you don't compare to the other guys.
Sure. What at any point do we start considering Tua?
If he has a year like he had last year, hell yeah.
I mean, he led the NFL in passing yards, completing almost 70% of his passes. Not a ton of touchdowns, but Herbert's numbers, I think he's also dealt with injury stuff, right? What didn't he break his thumb last year? Wasn't that kind of an issue for him? I think the easiest one to guess to make this list would be Stroud. Justin Herbert last year missed 4 games. The yards per game wasn't there. I think for Herbert, I think Harbaugh is going to be a blessing for that young man and for that organization. I think if Stafford can stay healthy, he can kind of make a name for it. You know, one dude we haven't mentioned at all? 2. Jordan Love.
Okay.
That's a guy that could.
Yeah, but he got to put it together again. Then we'll start comparing him.
Okay, but what if I told you a guy last year threw 30 touchdowns against 12 picks, had 4,575 passing yards, second in the NFL, and completed 67% of his passes?
Yeah.
Should that dude start to get in the conversation?
If he does it again.
When does Jared Goff start getting in these conversations?
Jared Goff, based off of his career now, is legitimately top 8.
He's underrated.
But he is
dude.
not top 4 yet.
I agree.
But he is underrated because the guy took his team to the Super Bowl, and he gets no love. Why? Just because they don't like him? Because he's good.
Bro, that year in LA, he completed 65% of his passes with 4,700 passing yards, 32 touchdowns against 12 picks.
Yeah. He's good. He's very good.
Goff does not get respect that he deserves, which is.
But that happens in the league, man. The league normally, if they start off liking you, you're going to always get the benefit of the doubt. If they don't like you, you don't get the benefit of the doubt.
No benefit of the doubt when it comes to making bets. We're doing that next. Nobody go anywhere. What a banger this is. Dude, I was driving in this morning and I just realized I have XM in my car. And DMX, What's My Name was on right as I was getting on Clara Barton. It's real hard not to just punch the gas when DMX is on in the car.
Yeah, but just remember, you might be punching the gas and that police officer might be waiting on that car.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. Don't worry. Drive responsible always. But DMX gets you moving, man. I know that much. All right, Brian.
That's what I'm listening to today on the golf course. DMX.
DMX is great. RIP. We just had a conversation about best quarterbacks, who could make the list next year, all that stuff, right? Where does Dak Prescott land for you?
Still in the top 10. I mean, Dak is a damn good quarterback. It's just that Dak is very much like Tony Romo, where they make all their great plays early and their bad plays they make late. As I've stated for many, many years, if you throw 3 touchdowns and then you finish the game with an interception and you lose it, people remember you as a guy who falters down the stretch. Throw the interception in the first quarter, throw 2 or 3 touchdowns later on. Hell, throw 2 interceptions in the first quarter and then throw 2 or 3 touchdowns. They're going to remember you as a guy who knows how to finish strong. And I think Dak get caught up in that a lot.
I think, at this point, the most harmful play for Dak wasn't even his fault. It was that stupid QB draw call where he got way too much yardage and they weren't able to get the timeout, or he wasn't able to spike it in time.
Yeah.
I think that was just so problematic. And it just kind of hurts his rep. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And he plays for Dallas.
That doesn't help. That definitely doesn't help. Nats hosted the Rockies last night, fell 3-1. They're back at it tonight, 6:45 p.m. You can listen to it right here. All of the baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Brian, did you see, just real quick in baseball, a dude touched 104.8 last night for the Angels?
That's the guy that someone that called in last week was discussing.
Ben Joyce. No, we were talking about the Athletics closer.
There's a few of them. Which column used to do that too? Aroldis Chapman?
Ben Joyce is a rookie. Fastest recorded strikeout pitch since they started tracking this stuff, 104.7. Chapman threw heat, 98, 101, 105 miles an hour.
Yeah, but they're getting there these days. Everybody getting a little stronger.
He threw 104.7, then he threw a 104.8 and a 104.5.
And he won't pitch for the next 4 weeks.
That's woo. All right.
That's letting it fly though, dog.
Let's make some bets.
How to hip first? The hollow. Get around.
I think Jeff is helping Russell.
No,
I don't know
I'm
what
back.
we got going
I'm
on
back.
there.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Hello, Jeffrey.
What's
How you
up?
doing?
What's up? So, I have some very sad news, man. Nobody hit their bet last night. As a show, we were punished by the books.
Great.
Well, I won. I was half for my West Coast. Like we lost everything.
Almost.
You 0-2, so shut up.
Almost only counting horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah,
and tonight I'm taking the Yankees money line. We not losing twice in a row. And crazy thing about my bet, both New York teams lost 9-5 yesterday. That was crazy.
Working 9 to 5.
That's that Jeff curse.
What a way to make a living.
But tonight I got the Yankees.
Mayfield?
Oh, I'm taking the Las Vegas Aces -7. Las Vegas Aces.
Going to the W right there.
I'm taking the Phillies tonight again. I'm going back to the Phillies.
Phillies have been good.
And I'm taking the Dodgers.
I got a plan. I got a plan, and I don't know if it's a good plan, but I was listening to our very own Sav J, Savannah, earlier in the program doing the updates, was saying that Mitchell Parker got shelled last time he was on the mound, but that in general, he bounces back afterwards.
Okay.
Mitchell Parker on the mound tonight for the Nats. We are the foremost Mitchell Parker radio program.
Yeah.
Largely because Toby said he was going to suck, and he doesn't suck. I'm taking the Nats to win. Go Mitchell Parker.
I'm with that.
All right, we're done. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to Drew Bledsoe. That was really cool to talk to Drew.
It was.
Of course, thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Austin Mock. And then the man, the myth, the legend, Denton Day. Tomorrow's a Thursday, B. I guess we'll have to open them phones up.
Open them up.
Also, thank you to Mama Tischler for sending us a cake.
Yeah.
Mrs. Tischler, just so we're clear, my birthday is in September.
And JP ate half of my cake, so don't worry
I
about
had
him.
a piece.
You had half.
Bro, I had a piece.
You had half.
There's 3/4 of it still left.
Half.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in-stock selection. In the NFL, the Commanders are back out at practice today as they gear up for their final preseason game on Sunday against the New England Patriots. 8 p.m. kickoff. The Commanders are going to wear their black uniforms. Earlier today, Patriots head coach Gerard Mayo said the quarterback competition is still underway, but Jacoby Brissett is currently QB1. In the NBA, the Wizards placed Eugene Amaruyi on waivers. And in baseball, the Nationals fell to the Rockies in Game 1 of the series at Nats Park last night. 3-1, C.J. Abrams provided the lone run for the Nationals. He hit his
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's Wednesday, August 21st, 2024, and you are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We are taking you all the way up to 6:15, and that's baseball pregame tonight right here on G&D. Another chance for you to win Jason Aldean tickets. He's at Jiffy Lube Live this month. We're giving those away at 4 o'clock. And we've got a guest from the Sports Business Journal who broke the story last night that DC was putting together funds to try to get intel on a new stadium, possibly at the RFK site. We will get the details coming up at 3 with the journalist who broke that story. Danny, what's up?
What do you say, dude? Gorgeous day outside today. Got some pickleball in, which is neither here nor there, but it was a wonderful evening last night. The lady wife surprised me a couple days early for the birthday, went out to Wolf Trap and saw some guy named Jerry Seinfeld do stand-up.
Oh, the new comedian.
The new hotness.
I heard this guy. He's like him and Matt Rife. They both sit there and they're like 24 and handsome. And
yeah.
They work the crowd.
Yeah, one sounds like a regular human, the other puts on a voice. But anyway, Jerry was awesome. What was funny is I did a little Instagram post. I didn't know what was happening. My wife took me, and this is really cool. Just, smiling face. Hey, look at this. I'm at Jerry Seinfeld. I'm going to see this up and coming comic named Jerry Seinfeld. First comment right away. He's pretty established. Just good for you, buddy. And I, of course, I'm playing on. I'm like, wait, he is? I don't know if I know him. The person in comedy. I've never heard of Seinfeld. Anyway, it was spectacular. It was awesome. It was really cool. A guy I know actually from New York opened for him. A guy named Ryan Hamilton, who we all said back then when he was we were doing shows together, you're like, that guy sounds a lot like Jerry Seinfeld. So Seinfeld had him open because it sounds so much like Seinfeld. It's like a good Seinfeld appetizer. It's like an appetizer of steak before you eat a different cut of steak. So that was really fun. So here's my story from last night. I won't bore you with all the details, but he was great. Wolf Trap's awesome. Super, super fun. About 7 minutes into Seinfeld's set, he did over an hour. Somebody kind of shouted something out. It wasn't like in a heckling mean way. It wasn't like one of those dumb Matt Rife videos where he's like, so what do you do? And what do you do? But oh my God, you do that high. And then it goes viral. But someone shouted something out and they went back and forth and it was fine. Then there was more shouting and finally to the point where he goes, what's that? What's going on? What is it? Somebody had passed out or fainted or had some sort of medical emergency right there in the second row. We couldn't see who it was, obviously, because we were up in the high boxes, and everybody back on the lawn had no clue what was happening.
Plus, I'm sure the stage is lit and the crowd is not, so it's
exactly
dark where they are.
So only people in the first couple of rows could see it, and somebody's finally shrieking enough, and it's incoherent, but she's obviously alarmed that someone she's with has either fallen ill or some serious medical situation. So he's going, Wait, okay, is he okay? Like, I'm going to do the bit anymore. I was like, is he okay? Like, what's going on? And he's like, okay, yep. So I think we need some help over here, and has to handle that. And while there's kind of silence, everyone's like, oh my God, like, what is happening? I turn to my wife and I go, the exact same thing happened to me my first time on stage at the DC Improv. First time I ever was paid to do stand-up comedy forever ago. I opened for a guy named Alan Havey. And the first show, a bachelorette party, was 3 sheets to the wind. And they're chirping and talking. I'm trying to deal with them, but I don't want to do much crowd work because you told me not to. And one of them passes out and they freak out. I didn't know what to do. I'd never dealt with anything like that before. So I panicked to such a high degree that I tried to leave the stage to go get help. They're aware. They're like, and one of the manager had come out to that point and goes, get back out there. And I'm like, what the bleep do I do? And so we're all just sort of standing there watching it take place and medical attention to get the person out of there. And I remember like the audience was great about it, but I finally said after like a couple minutes, I was like, when I went to stand-up comedy school, they did not talk about this as what you're supposed to do right now. And everyone was nice, gave me a round of applause, and we kind of started again, and I went through it. He handled that situation, you might expect, a little bit better than I did.
I bet it wasn't his first time.
It wasn't his first time at all. And he literally said, as soon as I said that to my wife, he goes, every comedian said this happened to him. Some of us multiple times. He goes, I was here 40 years ago, which, by the way, what? He said, I was here on this stage 40 years ago, opening up for Frankie Valli when he was on the road. And within 30 seconds, everyone who's like concerned after this guy gets dragged out, you could see the ambulance lights still going. They're not ripping the siren because there's a show going on, but you can see like what's happening afterwards is right there. And within 30 seconds, he was back doing his material, doing shtick, and had the audience seat out of the palm of his hand. Just incredible.
I would love to see him live because he's a living legend.
Mm-hmm.
I've told you this before, and I'm not trying to now yuck your yum, but because we're talking Jerry Seinfeld, I find him to be an off-putting person a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I watch comedians in cars getting coffee with coffee beans or whatever that show is.
Sure is, yeah.
And it's great because I'm not a car guy, but the guests are really good and it's mostly entertaining. But his general shtick, all the way back to Seinfeld, has been, I'm bothered by you in a way. And I don't know where the bit stops and the actual person starts.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm supposed to think it's funny that you're not being that nice to the waiter or the waitress ends, but then you're an actual dad and a husband now, and you're still being weird to people. I've just always kind of found him to be a little bit of a jerk, and maybe he's the nicest guy in the world. But when all the comedians get together for something or he's at an event, they always joan on him as if that's how he is all the time.
That's how he is.
So I have to assume when I watched Kevin Hart honored at the Kennedy Center and the big event where Jerry Seinfeld came out for him, or Dave Chappelle or any of these other guys, where he's shown up and kind of given his I'm Jerry Seinfeld blessing,
Mm-hmm.
they all kind of make fun of just how much he is to deal with a little bit. I don't know. It's weird, but all-time success. The show, Hall of Fame, his stand-up career, top 10 all-time, I'm sure, maybe top 5, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But just if you're asking me for, like, here we are in an election season, a likability score, I do not think he'd be fun to hang out with. I have no interest in like meeting him necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm in the minority on that.
You're not.
But he just seems to me like, I don't know, kind of an off-putting dude.
Which I think is true. And I think that's what makes the show that much more remarkable, is because that's who he is. And he's very open about that. I mean, it's a huge part of his act where like one of the, and again, it's never good like when you're quoting somebody's bits the next day, but that's one of his essential bits where he's like, I'm very happy being miserable. Like the thing I enjoy the most is complaining about the thing. And my wife gets very upset about it, but I love the complaining part. That's the part I like. Like, I don't want to see your phone. I don't, because it takes me away from my phone. All the different things where you're like, God, this is a curmudgeon. It's very real. The fact that he is that way, so is Larry David. I can't, by the way, this is blasphemy for a comic to say. I can't watch Curb Your Enthusiasm. I know it's genius. I know these guys behind Seinfeld, these are comedic masters. I find Larry David on that show makes my skin crawl so much I can't do it. I can't enjoy myself watching it.
That's kind of what I'm getting.
And that's to your point. So I understand it. I'm telling you, the stand-up craft and how good he is at it is you can look past it. Or you can. I mean, it's not for everybody. But he's so good.
And I'm sure I would laugh because I think just his general observations on normal everyday things are smart and witty enough that it would make me laugh.
Yep.
I like that. I'm a Dave Chappelle guy.
Mhm.
I like Bill Burr, Shane Gillis. I mean, there's plenty of people now that I love.
So many different styles too.
But I'm a stand-up comedy mark. I'm a big Danny Rouillet guy. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Mm-mm.
There's a lot of comedians that I like. I'd go watch him. I'd have a good time.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'd love to, if I could have a dinner and invite a few people, Chappelle's high on that list.
Yeah.
I could get 100 people. Jerry Seinfeld ain't getting an invite.
Which I get. And that's so there are two guys that are in this school, and I know we have a lot to talk about, but Seinfeld's one.
We're doing this for 4 hours.
We're just Danny reviewing comics.
We're just talking about Jerry Seinfeld last night.
Jerry Seinfeld and Ricky Gervais are both like that, where like these are like normal socially.
Yes.
These are off-putting, challenging people to deal with, but they're so good at their thing, and they do shows where they're both likable and not likable. Does that make sense?
Gervais, I have not seen like as an everyday guy acting that way. I've only seen him on stage. Maybe he does that.
He is. I promise.
The example I'll give you of Seinfeld is I'll go back to comedians in cars with coffee and carrots and whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
That show, it's just like him and another celebrity. They're walking into a little diner in some town, or they're going into a coffee shop or whatever. And like people are coming up and they're on camera. It's just like Hard Knocks or something. You're just walking around, you're mic'd up, you're on camera. And instead of someone saying hi to you and you're like, hello, I'm making up an example of this, but like someone will say hi and he'll be like, I don't know you, and he'll like walk past them. And it's like, that's not funny to me.
Right.
It's very weird. Like a waitress will come over and pour them their coffee or whatever, and he'll make an odd comment that like when I was 16 maybe would have been hilarious. But I don't know. The whole vibe he gives off is not for me. It's just not.
There's a famous moment. It's viral. Whether you've seen it or not, but the pop star Kesha, who's a big Seinfeld fan.
I know exactly where you're going with this.
Like loves him and is so excited, like tried to come up at some premiere or some sort of thing to give him a hug. And he goes, no, I like you. I'm good.
He's like, I don't do that.
Yeah.
And she's like, I just want to give you a hug.
Which is so
like,
weird.
No, I'm fine.
Yeah.
He's being dead serious.
Yeah.
He's like,
it's
I'm
like,
fine. And I want to say she like tries to shake his hand and he's like, no, we're good.
No, that's
it.
it.
That'll be all for you, weird lady.
But you think about the run of the show where he's a likable character. I'm telling you, like Ricky Gervais turning the original British Office. I think it's one of the finest examples of comedy in human history. His character is loathsome and irritating and impossible to like. Steve Carell, played that version of it in the American Office. And Steve Carell's the nicest, most likable dude of all time. But to convert yourself to that for a role and have it still be funny is incredible. Such high level stuff. And Seinfeld sort of did that in reverse. Off stage, he's short and gruff and irritating and irritated all the time and kind of permanently on edge. And his character on the show is just Jerry. It works out for me. Everyone loves me. It's amazing.
I'm glad you had fun.
Oh, it was great.
Sounds like this Seinfeld guy's got a shot.
He's going to make it.
He's going to do okay.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that somebody commented to tell you that he's been a comedian for a while is what is wrong with everything. The inability to notice when someone's joking and or just have any sense of humor.
Actually, he's pretty famous.
That guy definitely comments on every picture about the thing in the background, which is my least favorite bit. Like I post a picture with me and my kid or something, and like the clock in the background is, different than the stove clock. And it's like, oh, you should get your clock synced up. It's like stupid.
Your stove clock is 40 seconds slow.
That's not the point of the picture. Whatever the thing that you see, like, why don't you clean off your kitchen table first? Go away, person. Look at the picture or don't. But either way, do it somewhere else because I'm done with you now. But very cool. And your birthday is Friday, I believe.
Yeah, what's today? The 20th? Yeah, it's Friday.
So were we going to do anything as a show?
I don't think so.
Garris, do we want to do anything as a show? Do we want to do some cookies? Maybe some. You don't really eat anything now.
Yeah.
If you don't eat in the morning, will be hungry?
Yeah, we'll do something. Do you want to? Let's get subs or something.
We can
get some subs. I'll pick them up.
Big sub. I don't think on your birthday.
Yeah, why not? I don't care.
As long as it's not a sub with like pine nuts on it or something that you like to kill.
I want to get a pine nut sub.
Well, it is a rule.
Doesn't that sound good?
Everybody that has listened to this show for a long time knows if you are a producer of this radio program, you have to be allergic to a bunch of things, specifically nuts, but also other things.
And it's a requirement that Danny wants to kill me.
That's true.
Yeah. It's typically how it goes. Yeah.
Or I'm like, here, try these. Oh, that's right. That'll kill you. Oh.
We were at a baseball game last night. My son loves eating peanuts.
Sure.
Like he can't crack them. I have to crack them. I do all the work. It's like picking crabs for someone. And I just pour all the peanuts into a cup and then he eats them. but he wanted to like ask people around us if they wanted a peanut. I'm like, like not in 2024, my guy.
No, you can't do that.
Like there's some foods you can offer.
That's assault, brother.
You want to offer a potato chip? We got that. But this peanut here, this is a weapon. We got to keep this one for us.
We can take over a lot of metropolitan areas.
I won't expound upon this any more than the quick deets here because nobody cares. But we just got the Rouye update, the Paulson update. It is a big day on the Paulson front. We got in one fell swoop today. First day of kindergarten. First steps for the baby.
Whoa.
Both in one day. So as if I wasn't already emotional enough with my baby girl going to kindergarten today and not wanting anything to do with me when she walked into the classroom. My baby took her first steps today.
Wow.
So just over here with white in my beard, feeling like a big
look at that
goose.
So this is getting very similar.
But at least I wasn't there and my wife had to send me a video. So that's good.
That's the best. The kindergarten drop-off thing or the school drop-off thing. I was expecting this like grand emotional moment, where it's like we're letting each other go and like doves were, it's a John Woo movie and everything. And my son at the time, this is my oldest now, goes, "Bye, Dad." Just marched into the classroom with his backpack. I mean, I
think you want that more than what the alternative. Like I talked to one guy who was like, "Yeah, we didn't know what it was going to happen." My little guy didn't go to preschool or anything. This was the first time, so we thought there could be some major fireworks. He's like, it went seamlessly. It was easy. But yeah, you'd rather almost the see ya and I'm fine,
right?
Than whatever.
Yeah, it's better than the clinging thing where where professionals have to get involved to pry the child off, which I saw at drop off yesterday.
You don't want that.
But I wanted some sort of emotion, like "I'll miss you, Dad," or "I love you, big guy," or something, some acknowledgement. But I just trudged in there like it was nothing.
They were all colored, like they got in and they colored at their little desk, and so that was the focus.
Yeah,
right. It was strategically.
You got to get color.
Probably.
Yeah,
like, let's color. And I'm like, I'm gonna leave. I'm get down on a knee for a little chat, and I'm like, I'm gonna leave now.
Just Danny Tanner it.
Like, oh, you're still here. Okay,
Dad, I got a color. Can you get out of here?
Giving her a little Danny Tanner message
Yeah,
that I
you're
put
so
together
cringe,
the night
Dad.
before about being nice to everyone and whatnot. She's like, whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
There's the door. Don't let it hit you.
Dad, don't you have to leave now?
All right, let's talk sports.
Yes.
What say you? Grant and Danny with you here on the Fan, taking you all the way up to 6:15 today. Dan Quinn was asked what position groups he's been most impressed by at camp, where he feels best. I don't know that he would say these are the best position groups on the roster, but the areas where he's been impressed and really feels good about the progress they're making are tight end and safety. And I'm not necessarily surprised because at tight end, Zach Ertz is still healthy. So you've got Ertz, who's going to be able to block and catch. Bates, who's an awesome blocker and has been really good on some of the read option stuff they've done. Ben Sinnott, who looks like a weapon and looks tough to tackle. Every single catch he makes ends up with a car crash. I saw someone tweet that, and I'm like, that's a great line.
That's a great way to put it.
It's just so true. Like, there's no, he caught the ball, he got tackled soon thereafter. It's just that Cooley-esque dog pile to get him to the ground thing. And then Cole Turner is their fourth tight end with the big catch radius and the athleticism. Can't really help you in line as a blocker very much, I don't think. But he's certainly been more physical early in this preseason than he was last year. So I could see being excited about that group. They've got a depth, project, a practice squad type guy if they choose to go that route. In Colson Yankoff, who's been pretty good as well. At safety, which is a way better position for this team in the secondary than corner, Jeremy Chin, Quan Martin, Derek Forrest, Jeremy Reeves, Percy Butler, and they drafted Dominic Hampton in the 5th round, who you want that guy getting off the bus first.
Yeah.
He looks like a football player. He's had some good moments. And the steal of maybe free agency for them after the draft, one of the great stories of their camp has been this guy, Tyler Owens, straight out of the movie Twisters. If you can feel it, chase it. You got to do the Twister sign right here. Glenn Powell. But Chin, Martin, Forrest, Reeves, Butler, Hampton, Owens. That's 7 guys for maybe 5 spots. I think they might keep 6 safeties just because the room's that deep. But they're loaded up at that position with pretty good players. I don't have stars, but Martin looks like he's going to have a decent year. They love the versatility of the Swiss Army knife Chin. So I understand the excitement about safety.
I do too. And I tried to quantify it this way when I heard Dan Quinn's comments. How many tight ends are they keeping? Do you think 4 or is it 3?
I would guess 3 and maybe Turner on P squad.
Yeah, 2/3 of them are different than last year. That's a massive change. Zach Ertz, Ben Sinnott. So there you go, right? So if you looked at last year's group versus this year's group, it's older Logan Thomas and John Bates and sort of Cole Turner's kind of around. Armani Rogers was hurt. So they've turned over a lot of guys at that position. Same with safety. I think they're probably keeping 6. Just sort of thinking again, some special teams guys, the versatility there. They've added a number of pieces to that room. You mentioned a couple of them, and Jeremy Chin was one of their headliners in free agency. So there's been a lot of change at those spots. Some others they haven't really turned over as much, but those are 2 of the couple that they've really done some work on.
One of the rookie starting quarterbacks we were wondering about. Is he going to start? Is he not? Now officially named the number 1 for his team on the depth chart. We'll tell you who of those rookie drafted first-round picks just got named starter in a moment. And then I want to dive in deeper on some of the strengths, position group-wise on this roster. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What position groups are you confident in? There are plenty of questions about the Commanders roster, but where are you pretty content and pretty sure they're going to be good? That's next on G&D. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Denver Broncos have named Bo Nix their starting quarterback. This is not a surprise if you've been watching the progress he's made this preseason. He's been outstanding twice, including 8 of 9 passes complete. He, like Washington, has been in an offense where they've kept things kind of close to the vest, I'd say, in the passing game. It's been a lot of stuff around the line of scrimmage like he did at Oregon. But Sean Payton has raved about him. The reports from the coaching staff and the media out of Denver have been kind of similar to DC, where they're just very excited about a pretty advanced guy who seems really mature, who played a lot of college football. And Nix, like Jaden Daniels, is a couple of years older than some guys that normally come out of school. I think Bo Nix is 24, whereas Daniels turns 24 this football season. Nix started something like 60 games in college over a 5+ years, where he played in 2 programs at Auburn, then eventually as one of the top Heisman Trophy winning runner-ups to Daniels this year at Oregon. He was on the precipice of really pushing for the Heisman before the end of the season. But he was the 12th overall pick by the Broncos, and I was listening to an interview with Sean Payton yesterday, and he said at one point after watching all the film and kind of putting his board together, he called George Payton, who's the GM of the Broncos, into his office. And he said, listen, I'm not the only one seeing this with this guy, I promise you. He might not be everybody's guy, but there's other teams that need quarterbacks that are going to watch this and see what I see. And he said he told him, let's not get cute with where we take him. Doesn't matter. Let's not move back 5 picks and try to grab him. Let's not, move back up into the first round. Doesn't really matter where we take him. If he's as good as we think he is, let's just take him at 12. So while a lot of people were surprised that they took him there, they didn't keep a very good secret that they liked him. Peyton and Denver were linked to Bo Nix for weeks leading up to the draft, and they took him at 12. And what is surprising, I would say, is immediately that he's become their starter.
So the last part I'm not as surprised by. If they'd had legit competition or somebody that was worth a damn, or there's someone was in his way, I'd go, wow, that's amazing. They brought in the dregs to clear the path, I think, for their rookie starter.
So it was Jarrett Stidham, the longtime Patriot and Raider, and then Zach Wilson were the other quarterbacks in camp.
Yeah, to me, that screamed that Bo Nix was going to get the gig. So we talk about this all the time. I'm sort of making up this word here. The collegeizing, is that even a thing? Can we go with that? Of NFL offenses. We think about it in terms of a quarterback running. Well, what did Bo Nix do at Oregon? He completed 77. I'm say that number again. 77% of his passes. Not like within 10 yards this is overall. This is what they did there. Everything is close to the line of scrimmage. Get the ball, get it out. Point guard style. Get us into the offense. Find a playmaker in space. Let's go. Well, who does the closest equivalent to that in the NFL? It's probably Sean Payton, right? I mean, he had a Hall of Fame quarterback who, Drew Brees threw it, pushed it down the field occasionally, but especially not towards the end after he banged his shoulder up a couple times and maybe lost a few miles an hour off his fastball. But he was busy carving people up, throwing it to Alvin Kamara, throwing it to, Colston and Michael Thomas and little in-breaking routes and stuff, fairly close to the line of scrimmage. This is what they do. That marriage to me was always perfect. It made a lot of sense.
Yeah, it certainly did. And it's so far so good. Like Daniels here and like Caleb Williams in Chicago. I mean, they seem to be really, really happy with the guy that they drafted. Just looking it up, it was 5 seasons and a total for him of 61 games in college.
Yeah.
Started 13, 11, and 10 in 3 years at Auburn in the SEC. Then transferred to Oregon with Dan Lanning. And in the Pac-12 played 27 games in his final 2 years. But the numbers for him were always very, very good. And as I mentioned, he finished 3rd in the Heisman vote last year. Our guy, that kid Jaden Daniels, number 1 out of LSU, 503 first place votes. Then Michael Penix out of Washington. Washington beat Oregon, obviously, in the Pac-12 title and made the playoff. Penix ended up getting 292 first place votes, was 2nd in the Heisman race. And then Nix finished 3rd. He just threw the ball a lot more than Daniels. Even with Penix, by the way, like Daniels last year, just 236 completions. Those guys, 363, 364. Daniels only had 327 attempts. Michael Penix threw the ball 555 times last year.
That's wild, that number.
Nix 470 times and went for 4,500 yards. Penix obviously was right around 5,000. But Nix, 45 touchdowns and 3 picks. And that's one of the things Peyton said he's been really impressed by in practice is he has not really put the ball in harm's way. And I would say the same thing about Jaden Daniels here. You just haven't seen a whole lot of, we see the play-by-play of practice pretty constantly on social media. You don't see Jaden Daniels pick, interception. He keeps the ball out of the hands of defenders pretty well. But that's the breaking NFL news of the day. Bo Nix, the quarterback in Denver. So you got Caleb Williams going to start for Chicago. Jaden Daniels, the guy in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix gets the call in Denver. McCarthy
I
probably
think would have been. I think so.
I say no, but was working his way into a competition at least. But he's out for the year. Penix obviously is behind Kirk Cousins on the depth chart, so he's the only guy, barring injury, who's not going to play. And then Drake May is going to play with Jacoby Brissett, both getting on the field, I think, at the X against the Commanders on Sunday night in Landover, Maryland. I still think Drake May has no chance to be their starter. The rhetoric all along has been that it's Jacoby's job. And also the line is not good. I think you kind of throw Brissett to the Wolves in the first few weeks, and then you bring Drake May in there when you sort things out up front. But I guess it's possible, at least if you believe what coaches say. I tend to believe what they're doing, which is starting Brissett in every game, not what they say. But what's being said is that it's a competition still. They weren't saying that 6 weeks ago. They said Jacoby Brissett's the obvious starter, and now they're saying we don't know who the starter is. So that's good news, I guess, for May.
Indeed. I mean, they are certainly trending up, too, on him. I mean, the prevailing thought from a lot of folks was that this is going to take a while with him. I don't know about that. I think there's a lot of talent there, and you clean up some of the mechanical things that you could argue led to some of those, what are you doing, guy, type moments from
I'll
him.
say this. If Daniels and Nick specifically both get off to fast starts, I am going to add to my quarterbacking opinion really high on the list. Age maybe not as important, but like experience and games played in college, which I didn't really care that much about. But Drake May, as an example, is 21. Bo Nix is 24, going to be 25 this football season. I think Daniels is 23 and he'll be 24 this football season, as an example. 21 versus 24-year-olds, it's a pretty big difference.
Yes, it is.
In terms of just life and experience and maturity and some of those things. And not only that, but the games that they played in, right? Daniels, if not for the COVID year and not being able to play as many games in 2020 as he would be there at 60-ish starts with Bo Nix. Instead, he has to settle for, just a regular old 55 college starts or whatever it was. That's a huge difference between that and a guy who played 2 years like Drake May.
Yeah, in terms of experience,
like
playing,
what you've seen.
Yeah, and playing at the highest level too, right? Going from, respectfully, the Pac-12 or 8 or whatever the hell it was at that point, now to the SEC, going up against grown-ups who are also going to play on Sundays, a little bit different too. But yeah, I mean, for May, I always had it as like a small percentage that he would start early. I think New England, again, is so bad, and I think they're so under-talented. Throwing him to the Wolves would be such a huge mistake. I mean, that regime, and not necessarily this particular group in terms of Mayo, but the folks in charge, they just watched this Mac Jones promising rookie season. It wasn't great, but a pretty good rookie year descend into unplayable. Like it went from, hey, there's something nice here to, can we even roster this guy? Is he going to infect anyone else?
Trading him for a 6th round pick.
Yeah. I mean, it turned into the hottest mess. It's a bubbling soup of bad. So I would, I've thrown Jacoby Brissett out there for a while.
Back to the Commanders. You heard Dan Quinn today saying that tight end and safety are the position groups that he's grown the most fond of over these last several weeks, to paraphrase. I'm not asking you what the best position group is, Danny, because I still think D tackle should probably
be the answer, right?
With Allen and Payne and taking Johnny Newton at 36 and the group they put together, like all the way down the depth chart. You see Benning Podoaye making a lot of plays in preseason games. He's probably their 7th defensive tackle or 6th on their depth chart or something. But what position group has grown the most? And have you seen yourself come around on and being the most confident in since the start of training camp?
Linebacker. I am one of those. I try to follow what is going on in the league, and not just like who's playing well for fantasy sports, but what does the league think? Right? There's this collective thing. There's a swarming, and there's kind of somebody leads and everyone else follows and copycats if it's a good enough idea. Where are people getting paid right now? Quarterback, obviously. Then the guy that protects him, obviously. The guy that catches the passes, obviously. The guy that tackles the quarterback most often, obviously. That's where the big salaries are. You can't pay everybody. Linebacker, especially the kind of your traditional 4-3 middle linebacker, the tackling machine that's going to end up with 100, those guys were readily available. I'm already blanking on the guy's name that came from Seattle last year that was here for a season, and we said, thank you very much and go on your way. Over 100 tackles. You're going, wow, that's amazing. It's not. That linebacker spot I'd come to view was slightly more expendable. right? And I think this previous regime actually agreed with me on that. They were like, we're going to skimp on that. We are not going to invest in linebacker, aside from our first round pick. Oh, thank you. But for the most part, they're going, we're not going to spend here because your bread is buttered with pass rushers, defensive tackles. Anybody can stand there and make a few tackles here and there. You need, to be able to defend the pass, your traditional linebackers, kind of whatever. I've kind of come around now that you can't just get away with doing nothing there. I love this group in Luvu, Wagner, McGee to a degree, and some of the other guys they may move in and out of there, whether it's Dominic Hampton in certain packages or having safeties kind of walk down. I've kind of come to appreciate that linebacker spot more so maybe than I did over the last few years.
And getting Bobby Wagner in free agency
That helps.
elevates the floor. Bringing in Frankie Louvu is going to be a star, I think, could make you really good. Now, Jordan McGee got hurt, and he's going to be out for a little while. They're really being coy with the timeline, but they said he will return this season. I like the Anthony Pittman signing, who's been all over the place in the second half of preseason games. The kid Michael Walker, who's played some in Pittsburgh and has played special teams in the league. He looks like he can play a little bit. Jamin Davis eventually could play linebacker when he's not on the edge. If Dan Quinn's plan comes to fruition and they're just kind of playing him at defensive end exclusively right now to get him the reps that they think he needs. But yeah, I think they're decent there, and they're certainly much improved there. I actually, I hate to be boring. I agree with Dan Quinn. I think safety's the spot where at the start of camp, I was hopeful. Jeremy Chin could be a fit. Quan Martin makes strides. Now I feel really good. Someone's going to get cut there, whether it's Percy Butler or I doubt Dominic Hampton, a 5th-round pick, gets cut unless they think they're sure they can get him to the practice squad. But maybe it's him or, Jeremy Reeves is always kind of feels like a lock to be on the team because he's so good at special teams. But there's going to be a name in that position group probably. Maybe it's Derek Forrest, honestly, who was a good starter for them a couple years ago, who gets cut and you go, wow, really? But it's a good room. And this kid, Tyler Owens, who can he's an unbelievable athlete who can fly and he's physical and Texas Tech product, played at Texas at one point. He's 23-year-old safety, long. I really, really like him. I think he could be excellent. So I love their safety room, and I just think it's well put together. I'm now pretty confident Quan Martin's going to have a decent year as well. But what say you guys? 800-636-1067, position group that you're growing the most confident in as you watch these preseason games. Also, the latest Patrick Mahomes, are you kidding me play that has swept the NFL. You're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for listening to the program. Ben Peters of the Washington Business Journal is going to join us right at the top of the hour at 3. He broke the story last night that D.C. is getting its ducks in a row, getting its intel on how it could go about getting the money needed to build a new stadium at the RFK site, which seems like a pretty big development. So we'll talk to Ben about that coming up in 12 minutes. I think you guys will want to hear that on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. How about Patrick Mahomes going behind the back in a preseason game? Everyone else is just trying to get to a point where they can play winning football, and the Chiefs are just screwing around going, all right, what if we went behind the back
Hear me out.
on this trick play? What if we all spin in a circle like we're in a snow globe? We'll call it the snow globe play, and then we'll run up to the line of scrimmage like we're lost, and we'll line up under the wrong guy's butt, and then someone else will take the snap. They're just like having fun. Just doing wacky bits. Everyone else is just trying to score touchdowns.
It's so
incredible
hard.
how dominant they've become as they look for a three-peat now. But this was Mahomes on a behind-the-back designed play that there's video of them practicing from fans that have been at practice this month to Travis Kelce on a short yardage play that they called. He kind of jets out on the quarterback keeper. It's almost like a shovel pass, but he goes no look behind the back for the first down. And then they talked about it afterwards.
Mahomes keeps it, goes behind the back. Kelsey's got it for the first down.
Travis didn't run the route he was supposed to run, and then it was kind of a behind the back pass, kind of because I was mad. I was pissed off at Travis. The back pass was improvised. That wasn't a play. What do you have to say?
It wasn't a play. No, it was a play. It was a first down.
He was supposed to run a flat route. I don't know if you can hear me on the broadcast. I'm yelling at him, and then he doesn't run it. So,
he's got the voice thing, and so he kind of mumbled out the play. I couldn't hear it. I was walking up to the line. I was like trying to decipher what he was saying. Before I knew it, he snapped the ball. And
out of spite, I threw it behind the back pass, but now it's going to be a highlight. It wasn't like I planned that at all, or it wasn't a called play. It just kind of happened.
I mean, so that's all silly. Like that was a very much designed play. Again, there's video of them practicing that exact play.
Mhm.
It was also just very obvious the way that he comes in for the shovel behind him. But this is what they do. Not only are they doing shtick about it and having a good old time and acting like it was all off the cuff and we're just out here not knowing what they're doing, bumping our toes into
Whoopsie
a
doopsie.
first down. They're playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers.
Can you
It's-
imagine having that much fun?
It's 400 level football. They're acting before the play like they're confused. He's like, I don't know if you guys heard me. I was yelling at him. And Travis is like, I couldn't tell what the play was. That's part of the design, is the confusion of Kelsey's in the wrong spot and Mahomes is upset. And now he's just going to take the ball and run away from Travis Kelce. They're just so much farther along than everyone else.
Pat Mahomes has been a starter for 6 years. They've been to 4 Super Bowls, won 3 of them, and been to 6 conference final games. I remind you, he's been a starter for 6 years. This
And
is,
they got screwed out of another Super Bowl appearance
Oh,
in
yeah.
the AFC Championship game against the Patriots.
and the other one, they got blown out by a field goal against Cincinnati. So again,
Right.
this is among the, because we're not thinking of it this way yet, because we just lived through the Patriots, whatever it was, 11, 12, 13 times in 20 years, incredible longevity run with 7 different iterations of how they were. They were a ground and pound team. They were a throw it a million times, go 17-0 team. They did everything under the sun with Brady and Belichick. But in this era of turnover, they're breaking the rules. I don't mean like violating. I mean, this is not supposed to happen. Teams are supposed to experience setbacks. Losing a guy that just got voted, whether you agree or not, but he just got voted the number 1 best player in the NFL, in Tyreek Hill, was supposed to slow them down. And it did for a few weeks. They were, quote unquote, only 11-6. Who among us, and I'm an idiot because I think I probably picked Baltimore in that game, and I'm never doing that again. But who among us, while they were floundering and just right around 500 or whatever, was like, oh yeah, they're done. Everyone knew they were going to be doing what they always do, which is playing deep into the season. If Pat Mahomes is your quarterback, you've been to the conference championship, and you're probably going again.
They are in the San Antonio Spurs part of the dynasty now, where the regular season, just tinkering.
Formality.
We're just kind of figuring it out.
Yep.
Playoffs come, we'll be ready to go. Reminds me of the old Belichick Patriots with Brady, where they said Thanksgiving was when our season started. And they would just do what they had to do to be in a decent spot before Thanksgiving. Sometimes they might be 4 games out in front. Sometimes there might be a game or so or tied in the division. But we'll hit our stride. We'll get healthy, and make sure we're ready to go at Thanksgiving. And that's when we flip the switch and we get on a roll going into the playoffs. And it generally worked for them. Speaking of working, is it going to work for DC to get a plan in place, to find some money, to try to land the Commanders at the old RFK site? Ben Peters of the Washington Business Journal has some details on some of the prep being done in the city. We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condorian Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com in 1 hour. Jason Aldean. Tickets. Someone's going to win a pair to go see him at Jiffy Lube Live on August 30th. Make sure you're listening in 1 hour if you want those tickets. Danny, last concert you went to was semi-recently. Who'd you see?
Gypsy Kings for my wife's birthday. Also Wolf Trap.
Better experience for you. Gypsy Kings for the wife's birthday. Jerry Seinfeld for your birthday.
Respectfully to my lady wife, because she got this for me. She knows this is what I prefer. Give me Jerry Seinfeld at Wolf Trap 6 days a week and twice on Sunday, please.
What a play.
Yeah.
For her as
Oh,
well,
yeah.
by the way. Love that. It is time right now to go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. We're going to talk to Ben Peters of the Washington Business Journal, who joins us now. Ben, you wrote and did some legwork and some research on something that means a lot to our listening audience, which is the idea that DC is trying to find some money to put together the plans to build a new football stadium for the Commanders. So first of all, welcome to the show. How are you?
Good. Hey, thanks for having me.
You got it.
Absolutely.
If you want to check out the WBJ online, you could do so. And Ben's on Twitter at Newsman Ben. So all kinds of follow-ups coming your way, but just give us the deets here first. Give us the lead of the story.
Yeah, so the district had hired a consultant via a contract. They awarded this contract to a company called ASM Global, which is an entertainment facilities management firm. They manage a handful of NFL stadiums. And they basically handed this firm about $500,000 and said, hey, we want to bring the Commanders back to Washington. Can you draw up a really detailed plan for how we can do that and how we can pay for it?
So help me understand something, Ben. What did they pay Jack Evans and his consulting firm for earlier this year? Wasn't it for the exact same thing? So now we're about $1 million into whatever this is.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on the details of that one. I was not covering this at the time.
Got it.
But my understanding is that was, are you referring to the JLL and Robert Bob Group plan?
I think so.
2023.
I will full admission here. I like talking about like curveballs and long passes. This is not my area of expertise, but I remember and I went back and read Jack Evans, who was forced to resign years ago and amid scandal, is right back in the thick of it. And he and his consulting firm were paid, I think it was $400,000. I thought for the exact same thing that you just laid out for the feasibility or how could we lure the football team back to DC. So again, I was wondering if there's a distinction that you knew about.
Yeah, no, I don't think I can speak to that. I really only know the details of this specific contract. And this was asking this firm again to not necessarily determine the feasibility of it, but to say like, hey, what do we need to do in order to make the numbers on this check out for the district? Like, how are we going to pay for this? How are we going to, attract the NFL here? It wasn't so much the feasibility as it was like a little bit more finer details of it. I think that by hiring this consultant, they've said that, hey, we do kind of think it's feasible. We want you to show us more details about that.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that this contract that they did to get this information is the most concerted effort, as you called it, so far to bring the team back to DC. So this feels like a pretty big deal. Can you expound upon that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at the end of the day, it's, again, just the district asking another firm to come up with ideas for them. But, they're putting their money where their mouth is. And it's clear that the Bowser administration really wants to bring the Commanders back to DC, specifically at RFK.
I just wonder how they'll do it. And I guess that's what they're trying to figure out also. But after giving the money to Ted Leonsis and the Monumental Sports Group to stay in DC after their Virginia deal went sideways, And by the way,
Mhm.
supposedly, as of last week, that paperwork had not really been finished yet, according to Eric Flack of Channel 90 we had on the show. I don't know if they've made any progress on that. It seemed like a formality, but they were in a little bit of a spat over some final details, I guess. But with that money shelled out, what we've been told by people who are smart and follow this like you all along is it's going to be really hard for them to have both. Like they said they didn't have the money for the Wizards and the Capitals. They found $500 million. Now we're talking about funding a stadium for the Commanders. How would they do both? Where's the money come from?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think that might be answered a little bit more clearly whenever this consulting firm finishes up their report and sends it back to the district. Again, right now, this is just the district paying this consulting firm to write this report and I think answer that very question. So I think that's kind of TBD.
Ben Peters, Washington Business Journal, with us here on Grant and Danny. A couple elements sort of outside this story, but as it very much relates to it, Ben, are included in here. Eleanor Holmes Norton, one of the co-sponsors of the bill that would ultimately return control of the land to Washington, D.C. Again, there should probably be more moving parts at some point, but said it's still maybe a toss-up as to whether this would even go through or not. What can you tell us about that and how the district's handling it?
Yeah, how the district's handling it, I'm not sure. But what I can say is that there's uncertainty about whether or not this bill is going to clear the Senate. There's been some opposition on both sides of the aisle, particularly with Maryland senators about not wanting to advance this. They want to keep the Commanders in Maryland and not bring them into D.C.
The other secondary part of that, in terms of some of the obstacles, is you mentioned that the local opposition, I guess, kind of did this thing as well. But how far along do they have to have the planning and documentation and feasibility in case things do break their way at the part that's out of their control? Does that make sense? So in other words, the federal government finally says yes, and there's no more strings attached. How far along do they have to be in order for this thing to start moving?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, so I know it's confusing. So in other words, they're doing a feasibility study now. I keep saying feasibility. It's probably not the right word, but
say feasibility one more time.
I'll try to say feasibility more, Ben. So they're trying to figure out if this is possible, how we're going to pay for it. How far along do they have to be once they get the green light from the federal government that they do indeed have the land to use at their disposal?
That is a good question. I don't know.
Our guest has the story as of yesterday that the Commanders have hired the firm that they struck a deal with to try to get some details on how they would go about, I should say that the city, on how they would go about landing the Commanders again at the old RFK site. Ben Peters is with us from the Washington Business Journal. Last thing for me, I'm curious about would be a nugget in this story about Eleanor Holmes Norton, the delegate in D.C., who says that she believes the bill in the Senate is a toss-up. We've heard that today due to regional opposition. Well, that's a pretty big deal. I mean, to me, that's the lead of the whole thing, right? I mean, are we still at a point where they might not even get the ability to build a stadium because they can't get it back from the federal government?
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, that is one of, if not the biggest holdups right now, standing in the way of this happening before we even start talking about financing and site plans and all that. It's the district right now does not control RFK. And the only way that they can do that is with congressional approval.
My last one for you here, Ben, is previously on the record. I don't know how much has changed, if at all, but the council chair, Phil Mendelson, said this year he does not support public financing for a stadium. Do you know if anything's changed in that regard, if that's still a stance, or where does that stand?
I have not reached out to the council member's office, but I can say that generally speaking, him along with other members of the council have been pretty clear in that they do not want to spend public dollars on a new stadium.
Ben Peters, Aaron Grant, and Danny, we appreciate the time. Thanks for the info.
Yeah, no, sure thing.
Thanks, Ben.
You got it. Feels like a pretty large development on the old stadium front. But to me, the biggest deal of this story, because inevitably they were going to do this research, they were going to find a way to spend the money to get the stadium. You had to get that intel, and that's what they're doing. As you said, they've already been working on this. They spent $500,000 to do this before, it seems like. Are you going to get the bill? passed federally that even gives you the right as the city to build a stadium. We are still waiting to find that out. This is the Steve Daines in Montana telling you he doesn't want you to have the team. This is, you still got some people in Maryland lined up to tell you that they don't want to vote to give you the rights to that land back. If Eleanor Holmes Norton is saying it's a toss-up that they even get the land back, none of this matters, which seems like a lot still to be determined as to whether or not you can even build the thing. Can you get the money? How much are taxpayers going to shell out? Do they even want to do that? Are people going to be willing to pay for it?
Yeah.
Those are all hurdles. But before we run hurdles on that track, we have to beat the boss, Steve Daines and company, and just be allowed to get on the track, which still seems 50-50 in and of itself.
Yeah, it is a mess. And this was my point all along, not necessarily the each individual motion or beat, is that this is so astoundingly complicated, talking about RFK. The people years ago that were just like, it'll be an RFK. It might be. It may yet be. But counting chickens, we're not even at an egg phase yet. We're before, whatever's before egg, we're there, right? Like this is always so necessarily complicated because of that relationship that's so unique here that that's unlike anywhere else. That federal government, local government, control, not control. Then you get the person that gets to go, well, I'm going to use this chance to play politics or to stand up and give some sort of huge speech to try to increase my profile to get in the way. It's harder here than it is anywhere else. And that's not just anecdotal. That's not just like my opinion or like kind of how it feels. It is because, again, nowhere else do you have the federal government being like, your territory where you sit, you don't own that. You know what I mean? When you want to build a new stadium in Oklahoma, there's no federal government going, yeah, but this is federal land or whatever that you're trying to do. And we may give it back to you, but there's like 77,000 political things that are happening. Local politics happens everywhere, but stuff can get done a lot more efficiently when you have the relationship or you don't have the relationship that exists here.
That's the main reason I think why it's harder to get a stadium done here. I would add, though, there's no other place where you have three municipalities all involved in any kind of discussion. You have plenty of places where there are two, like the Chiefs are a great example. The Royals right now, Kansas and Missouri both want the new stadiums that are being built, the ballpark for the Royals, the stadium for the Chiefs. And so they're going through the same kind of thing we are. We're on Sports Talk Radio 610 out there. They're talking about what's better, Kansas, Missouri. People in Kansas don't want it in Missouri and vice versa. The Virginia, Maryland thing. We have three because we've got DC in it too. I think that only further complicates it and adds to the conversation. But you know how I feel about this, and I know I'm in the minority on this. I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think waiting years potentially, and I don't mean like 10, but another 2 years, let's say, maybe as much as 3, hopefully not. I don't think that the juice is worth the squeeze. I think that the best part of really there's two areas of going into DC with the Commanders that resonate the most. One is that DC sports teams being in DC is a good thing, and that it's centrally located for Virginia, for Maryland, for DC residents, all three of whom claim the teams. And that because you're in the city, you're going to be able to use public transportation at a greater rate than the others. But just having the DC teams in DC makes a lot of sense. I think that should be everybody's preference. It's certainly my preference. Secondarily, I think that having the teams in DC makes a lot of sense because the folks that are in Virginia that won't drive all the way out to the FedEx Field location and the folks that are out in Landover that want nothing to do with going out to Loudoun County can't complain if the commute's cut in half. But it's not worth it to me. No, it's mostly a nostalgia play anyway. And the vast majority of the people that are going to be buying tickets over the next 20 years didn't go to RFK and don't really have any memories of RFK. Initially, this year, next year, the first 5 years of the stadium, the people that are putting their names down on deposits have some memories, I think. But that will be gone and changed within 5 to 7, 10 years of that stadium opening. The people with the income that are making the money, that are working in the city and around DC, mostly in their 30s and 40s with the young, disposable, whatever that is, like that base of your fans, RFK doesn't mean anything more to them than a great stadium in Virginia or Maryland. Do they want to be in DC? Maybe. That's why it's my preference. But I just don't think it's worth all of the extra hassle and wait.
Which I get. I mean, to me, my thoughts are slightly different. And then I get to a very different conclusion, but I'll get there in a second. To me, it's less about being in DC. That doesn't move me one way or the other. Some people
You
does.
don't think there's an added appeal to the DC team being in the city?
I don't care about that all that much. I go, oh, that's nice. Like it's like an ice cream sundae without a cherry. To me, it's a cherry on top. Oh, that's cool.
So the aerial shot of the Capitol and the monument over top of the stadium doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, if it was at National Harbor, I'd still get that shot, right? But where it is now, I don't get the shot.
Yeah.
To me, the most important part about calling it RFK or somewhere else is that it's central. It's central to everybody. Instead of one side of the fan base, what I still think is the majority of the fan base, even though I get shouted down and screamed at about this. But to me, one side of the fan base, the Northern Virginia side, this is a Northern Virginia team that's headquartered there, the ad sales there, the partnerships there, the season ticket spaces there. I know that there's Maryland fans. I'm not saying there aren't. But that Northern Virginia side has always had to wear it. They've had to go the furthest, and they continue to have to go the furthest. Now, if we move it into Virginia, Virginia getting a stadium. I'm sorry, I was doing a joke. But let's say it was in Virginia, keep a straight face. Then the Maryland side would have to wear it for a little while, and they would cry and get all angry about it. But whatever. It's centrally located.
No,
So
I'm sure they'd be very reasonable, and they wouldn't be bothered going across the river.
everyone's got to compromise a little bit going into DC, right?
Yeah.
DC residents do, Maryland residents, Virginia residents. That's why everyone has to give a little
It
bit,
makes
and that's the most
sense
satisfaction.
geographically.
That's my
It's
point.
centered.
So,
but also I think public transportation
yeah,
there.
all of it. Infrastructure's there, yeah.
For a lot of reasons. I also think, and I've experienced this with the defenders of the XFL, now the UFL, in the Navy Yard. The walk up from the city afternoon that you've been having, right?
Yep.
Where you may have parked somewhere near the mall and walked this way, or maybe you didn't. Maybe you parked right here in the Navy Yard. The Capitol's off in the background though, and you're on South Capitol Street as you're walking down to the arena, and you're eating the stadium, and you're eating at sports bar right here in the Navy Yard, or you're going and grabbing your pizza on the water over on the Anacostia. Like that does appeal to me more than even the town center that I always talk about being built, like this man-made town center with restaurants. It looks like Reston or something, Kingstown or something that's like right at a stadium. Obviously, the city's the better play. I'm not saying that the ceiling isn't the highest at the RFK
No, I know.
site, but it's got to be way, 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 way better for me to want to add 2 more horrendous years. Because everyone that just says, oh, 2 years, what's that? How many times do you go out to the terrible stadium? I'm there every Sunday. How often are you sending your kids and your wife there to have a terrible experience? We do it all the time. My wife's a season ticket holder. So it's real easy for people that don't go to the stadium to tell me, wait a few more years and get the RFK site. Kick rocks. I'm so tired of going to that place. It stinks so bad.
I get it.
It's so expensive and it's so awful and it's the worst in the sport. No, 1 more minute there is a terrible minute. 1 more hour there is a stupid plan. It is not worth another 2 seasons at that terrible stadium to have the games at RFK to me. I'm in the minority. I get that. Give me the amazing new thing faster, immediately. And get it right 20 years from now if you want to. But right now, by the way, there's no guarantee that it's even going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
By waiting.
That's the other part.
The extra year or 2, there's no way you know what's going to happen.
So I think for you, I was trying to quantify. Actually, again, a lot happens on my walks to school. I'm chatting with dads who are like, just want to get
You love talking to dads on your walk.
The guys want to get their sports fix, and I'm the outlet. They see me and they gravitate. So it's flattering. I was trying to explain this, and I think I came up with a decent analogy. For Grant, that's you, by the way, you're Grant. It's a slice of pizza. DC's the pepperoni pizza. That's your preferred slice. You'd rather have the preferred pizza, rather have the slice of pepperoni. Maryland's like, I got a slice of cheese right now. And you're like, you know what? I'll eat the pizza.
Totally.
I'm ready to eat it.
But it's a really good piece of cheese.
To me, DC's the pepperoni pizza. And the Maryland site, the one where they're talking about building, where they're desperate to build right there, is raw, cold broccoli. And I'm not eating it. I think that's the difference.
But I think it's important to note that you don't eat it anyway.
Right. And I'll never eat it.
Yeah.
I'll eat the pepperoni pizza. I'd eat something different at National Harbor if they built it there. I'd eat it at a bunch of different places. I'm never going to that spot. That to me is the cold broccoli.
But
And
you want me to go you want me to keep eating the broccoli for a couple more years while you get your pizza oven.
I'm not.
And I'm telling you, kick rocks with your pizza oven.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Which I get. But then the other side that I'm trying to get you to acknowledge, and it sounds like you do, is there's a lot of us who are like, I'd rather not eat than go there.
Right.
Right. And you're like, I'm wearing it. It sucks for me, but you're going to keep going.
There are that many people that refuse to go to the location. You're saying you're not driving to Landover, Maryland to see a football game.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of people that don't go to the current stadium, it's not because of where it is. It's because of what it is.
But I think, I think a lot of people won't go because of where it is now, because they're tired of dealing with it, tired of going there.
I just don't think that's that many people. I think most people, if you're a big fan of this football team, if you care a lot, if they're playing an NFC championship game, if they're playing a big game, you get tickets once a year with your buddies and you're going to tailgate, I think they would say, yeah, I love the team. My buddies are going. I'm going to go sit in the parking lot all day long and have a good time. And oh, by the way, in our hypothetical, at this gorgeous new stadium that everybody's talking about because it's state of the art and amazing, I think plenty of people would go there. I would say of the collection of people, which is, I don't think that big of a group of people that have sworn off the stadium. It's a group.
Yeah.
But the people that there's a lot of people that don't go to games for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
I think the people who, when Fred Smoot calls up and asks them, I'll send a limousine to your house and you can go down on the sideline with me. And they say, no, I'll never go to that stadium. That's a very small group.
That's a small group. That's a small group.
Of that very small group, 90% would start going again if it was a new stadium, in my opinion. I think it's a FedEx Field problem, not a Landover, Maryland problem. But again, the preference of DC makes perfect sense. Everyone should want it. Just like, it would be awesome to win a gold medal. I'm not going to go start training in breakdancing. So I'm not going to win the damn thing. I'll just not win the gold medal. It's such a pain in the ass that at some point, I just want people to acknowledge, there is a line of demarcation where we're not waiting until 2037 for a new stadium. Please. This RFK or bust thing that a lot of people have dug in on, for what? Because your dad took you? Because grandpa took you? Because you saw Joe Gibbs roam the sidelines there? He ain't walking back through that door. I'm sorry, he's not. Just get a cool stadium, man. Get out of the stupid one that you're in now. Get the best stadium that you can get, which will be one of the best in the league because it's brand new and state of the art and great. And Josh Harris does things the right way. And get it, whether it's Maryland or
Virginia. Come on, Virginia, throw your hat in the ring. You guys can do it.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, no.
Virginia,
literally not imaginable.
Getting a stadium.
Not imaginable. There'd be a press conference and everything.
Is RFK's site worth the wait to you? And how long would you wait? How many years is it worth for RFK over the other options in Maryland?
Virginia.
And Virginia. Grant and Danny on the Fan. of the time sign of the difference in ownership between Dan Snyder and the Harris group, the Hogs. The Commanders, for the first time in, oh goodness, I would have to imagine 20 plus years maybe, are practicing on a practice field that used to just be old, dated, unusable AstroTurf for decades. And for some reason, it was just kept there like carpet that you didn't want to pull up in your house, but you weren't allowed to walk on. You would walk across it to go to a practice field way off in the distance. You would walk across it maybe to go to the practice field, off to the side, but you were not allowed to use it because it was so antiquated and in such terrible shape. And for years and years and years, I'm sure they thought about, maybe we should get rid of this. And Dan Snyder said, how much money does that cost?
It costs money.
And nobody really sees it, notice it, cares about it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But it took 4 minutes for this group to go, how can we be more efficient? How can we get more out of our guys? How do we get more out of this organization? Oh, we've got this giant portion of our lot for practice that is unusable. What if we put another field there? And today they are practicing on the natural grass surface that has been constructed over the last several weeks, where that stupid AstroTurf field was for many, many years.
That is symbolic, and that is awesome. Here's what I wanted for so many years, right? Because again, most people don't go. I've only went to the facility a couple of times, but what I couldn't possibly live with if I was the owner of the team, when the college kid shows up and he goes, God, my facility in college was way better than this.
Yeah.
If you're a free agent who visited Seattle or visited a dozen other cities or played other places, goes, God, this is awful. How could you be okay with that? How could you be okay having the 32nd ranked facility? Right? I mean, it's been awful for a long time. Everything from the carpet coming up to paint chips to, there was a time the linemen had their meeting room in the cafeteria. It was just a sheet pulled around them like they were a hospital, a mobile hospital unit or something. It's unbelievable how that could be the case. This group sees it and goes, what we're going to do is improve it. Improve is the word of the day. Improve. To make better. Improve.
Question we've been asking you guys is waiting longer, spending more time at the X over in Landover, Commanders Field, worth it to get the RFK site or not? For Danny, it is. For me, it just isn't. Give me a new stadium sooner than later. Make it awesome. And whether it's in Maryland or Virginia, you build it, we'll come. Let's go to Shane in D.C. What's up, Shane?
Commander Danny and Grant, how you guys doing today?
I'm on it.
Doing well, bro.
Hey, look, here's the thing. Look, the stadium needs to be, in my opinion, needs to be in one place. That's DC. I'm like Danny. I'm not going to. I gave up my tickets a long time ago. Box seat back. All my tickets are done. I'm not stepping foot in Maryland side ever again. I'm done. That's how bad it is for me. I hate going to that stadium. It's a dump. Everybody knows it. You got everything outside that stadium that nobody talks about is not safe in that area. Just call it what it is. But Virginia, absolutely not. I live in Virginia. I'm not going to Virginia. It's just not the Virginia Commanders or what a horrible name that is. But it's to me, it belongs in one place, and I'd rather wait than get it done right than go ahead and build something that in 20 years we're doing it all over again. Let's build the state-of-the-art stadium, and let's put it where it needs to belong, and that's in D.C. I'm with that. I cannot sit there and
But let me ask you this, so your team wait as long as it takes to get the DC site. By the way, how old are you, Shane?
Correct. I'm 47.
And you have memories at RFK.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I think is
not only that, but from the great shows from Pink Floyd, the Wall Tour, like all the great shows, not just the football. You had great concerts.
HF Festival back in the day.
But I just think that's a huge part of this. I think if you have those memories, if that site means something to you, then you're going to feel the way you do.
How about my boy Joe Milton right now, making it tough for New England Patriots right now? Looking good out there in New England.
Making
We'll
it
see.
tough. I
don't know how tough he's making it, but he's certainly getting some love.
Got his Tennessee singing.
He mentioned that he likes the idea of DC, but again, he's RFK in the past guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many people that are my age, 35 or younger, that feel that way. If you didn't go to that stadium other than for DC United games, or in my case, you went to one game ever there, and it's in the way post Super Bowl era. It was the mid 90s, and the starting quarterback for Washington that day was Gus Frerotte. I just think you probably feel differently about the whole thing. What I wanted to drill down on, though, when he talked about, I'm not going over to Maryland. Okay, you're not going to the new stadium in Maryland with the town center with all the restaurants and the bars and the hotels and stuff, or you're not going to the current site? Because I do think those are two different questions.
Right. You know what I wonder is what does Harrison Company think? In other words, like
I think they think, and I don't know the answer to this, but where can we get the most money from either the municipality or taxpayers, and where we have to come the least out of our pockets and build the coolest thing? And that's where they'll build the stadium.
Well, so I run fairly similar, but I would say it this way. I think they're too smart for a short-term sugar rush like that, meaning least out of pocket for us is good up front. Where can we do the best long term? I give them that benefit of the doubt, which might mean more upfront costs for them. It might mean, hey, we have to wait longer, spend more on lobbying, spend more on advocacy, grease more wheels, do more stuff where another senator from a different state that has nothing to do with us pops up like a whack-a-mole, and we got to solve one of his constituents' problems now and give this guy a luxury suite or give that guy a statue or honor this or honor that. I think they're thinking, and again, this is based on nothing, obviously, but I think they're thinking, what gives us the long-term upside? So we may not make our money back in 2 years, 5 years, even 10 years, but long-term, what's the best? And I think that's why this RFK dream hasn't died yet. I think they view it as the best.
Well, I think that's part of it. I also think they are RFK guy. They've talked about in their opening press conference, getting on the bus with their brother in Tinleytown and busing over to the stadium, and that's where the memories are. And I'm not suggesting that shouldn't matter. There's a big portion of the fan base that is still going to games for another 10 or 15 years maybe, who were there and have those memories, okay? I'm not saying you should dismiss that, but I just think that that's a big part of the conversation. Yeah. Now, if you want to tell me I'm 30 years old and I want the stadium in D.C. because D.C. is where D.C. teams should be, totally get that logic. I want the stadium in D.C. because it's equidistant to the majority of the fan base in Virginia and Maryland. Of course. Yes, DC is the best option. DC should be the preference. But it is also irrefutably a lot harder to do, to land the plane than it is on the other runways. Yeah. And my point is, how much more of a pain in the ass would we allow the RFK site to be before we just say, you know what? I don't know. This probably isn't worth it. But I think, to your point, they have to think about, where's the highest ceiling for returns? What's the stadium that we can build that will get the most fans back? That's RFK. What's the stadium that we can build that'll have the largest season ticket waiting list? That's RFK. What's the stadium that we can build that'll have the most butts in seats every week for the first few years? That's RFK. And I'm sure they prefer it for the same reason. But you can't make fetch happen if it's not happening.
Right.
Let's go to Andrew in Warrenton on Grant and Danny. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, I'm 38, so 1991 doesn't really mean that much to me.
How old were you? I don't want to do math. How old were you?
It's like I was like 6.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a little guy.
So you have memories of that or not really?
I have vague memories of my mom punching a literal hole through the wall.
Okay, awesome. Your mom's awesome.
Yeah, so, but no, for me, I mean, how long have we been in the wilderness with Dan? What's a little more pain waiting? We waited forever for the Caps. We're still waiting for the Wizards to come back. The Nationals hit it, and now we're seeing the drop, and now we're having to wait. We're just doing a lot of waiting. And I feel like as a fan base, we've had enough self-harm to ourselves of waiting and waiting that we can wait a little longer to get the thing that we want.
Well, so the patience is not a problem for me. The waiting for the team to be good, there's still games. Like what I'm saying is we're living in unacceptable conditions.
Right.
Like I can wait for a team to be good. I've done it my whole life in every single sport, basically. No harm, no foul there. But you're asking me to keep living in conditions that someone would come and take me away if they found out how I was living at that stadium. They go, you can't be in this house, you hoarder. This is disgusting.
We do shows on Bravo about
Look at the bugs under this pillow. Let's go to Chris, who's in Manassas. What's up, Chris?
I still don't understand why no one talks about Oxon Hill.
We do.
Why are we not talking about National Harbor and right across the street? There's a stupid farm there that no one goes to anymore.
We talk about it a lot, the National Harbor location.
It's gone. Well, if you, I don't know if he means us versus politicians or adults, because at one point it was on something around there was on the table. And Larry Hogan, who was governor at the time, basically said, you know what, it's off the table. You guys are just trying to use us for leverage. And he pulled out of any kind of negotiation. That's when Bruce was in charge of the whole thing and it was going great. But
I've just tabled it because it seems to me like by it never coming up,
yeah,
it is not an option.
But his point is my point. I think there are absolutely Maryland sites that would make a lot more sense for a lot of people for a million reasons, right? Because that's much easier to get to from Virginia, from DC, from even a lot of where Maryland fans come from. You start going north, now you're in Ravens country. That to me is far more feasible. I'm with him. If that's the plan, but you're not going to have the Maryland government going, well, that's more desirable land. We're not going to give you $400 million for that. We want to do it here with this place that's been an eyesore and that is lost.
That's basically DC, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the monument. You can see important DC skyline architecture from that location. That's very different than Landover, Maryland at the X. Although I guess if you're high enough in the stadium and the visibility is just right on the perfect day, you could probably see some DC as well by miles. But good luck getting there in 45 minutes.
Yeah, seriously.
Is it worth the wait to get back into the city? The story, Ben Peters of the Business Journal joined us today, that he broke was essentially, Danny, that DC's doing the legwork now to find out how they can financially make it work. But there was just this throwaway line in there that I actually think should have been the first paragraph and the lead of the whole damn thing, which is that Eleanor Holmes Norton thinks there's a 50% chance they don't even get the land back from the federal government, who right now is holding it hostage. Grant and Danny on the Fan. trying to figure out why National Harbor hasn't been on the radar, or the Oxon Hill area is not more of a factor when we talk about the stadium. Here's some of what I heard. Federal control. Sound familiar? There's some land over there that's under federal control.
Would you? Oh my God.
So that's fun. Number one. Number two.
Take me away.
Environmentally sensitive.
Oh.
So I think marshland, whatever, some kind of that stuff that you have to deal with. I'm guessing that means. PG leadership doesn't want it there and doesn't support it because largely it sounds like they want things along the green line. So they get to kind of call the shots and dictate terms a little bit in that regard. If they're going to throw hundreds of millions of dollars, remember they've pledged already like $400 million, I think it is, to build up around the new stadium to Josh Harris. They're going to put it in a spot of the county where they want it, and they want their stuff along the green line.
They want something there because, National Harbor's there. National Harbor's awesome. It rules. It's really, really nice. It's easy to get to relatively, nothing's easy around here, but it's
a lot easier than a lot of places.
Yeah, it's easier than some spots.
But there's a lot of reasons why.
Yeah.
It seems like those are some issues. Now, you were right, it sounds like. Governor Hogan had almost made it work, according to at least one thing I'm hearing here. But that was when Dan and Bruce were running the show.
Yeah.
And they abandoned him basically at the altar. And at that point, I think some things fell through and it never got back on the table. But there's enough, I don't want to call them deal breakers, but issues and hurdles that you've got to clear that would make it really, really hard to get a bunch of help from Maryland at that site. Because I don't think they don't feel like they need to build there. They could build a lot of things there. They need to build in these other places. And there is a scratch your back, scratch ours kind of situation. Now, if Josh Harris wants to just privately fund the whole thing like he's doing with his 76ers arena downtown in Philly, then he can build wherever he wants to, I'm sure. And he could probably make that happen. Nobody thinks that that's what's happening with this football stadium that's going to cost billions of dollars.
That's going to be bigger than those
with
things.
All the respect to the little, 76 place Market East location in Philly over at Center City, I think they call it. This is going to cost, what, 3 times as much as that or something?
Yeah.
This football project?
I mean, who knows but the exact number, but more. I know that.
Yeah.
Right?
So that is an answer, just to get back to the caller, and you and I
No, it's a good question.
Questioning out loud, why does that never come up? Walter's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Walt?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'm a native Washingtonian. Well, I was born and raised in D.C. and moved out in my mid-20s. I got to say, objectively, I would think Maryland, somewhere closer to D.C., is the best spot because Northern Virginia traffic is insane already. Game day will be a nightmare. D.C. is going to limit how much you can build and what kind of stadium you can build, like Grant's saying. Maryland's got plenty of sites where you can build, and you can build around it, and it still be pretty accessible, like the National Harbor. I think it's got to be somewhere in Maryland. As long as it's within the Beltway, I'll be cool with it. But I would say objectively, it's got to be Maryland.
Appreciate you, dude. So the Grinch just sort of referenced this with his answer about National Harbor or Oxon Hill or sort of places that in that vein, not Landover or not Rowell John, whatever you want to call it. And understandably, the politicians in charge now, whether it's Westmore or otherwise, are going, no. We want it there because there's nothing there that works. Yep. We want to make this happen here. Here's money for redevelopment that's going to happen.
Hundreds of millions of dollars, but you're going to build it here. And Josh Harris goes, no, we're going to build it here.
It's like, well, that land is really undesirable and terrible and everyone hates it. Yeah, that's why we're giving you the money to do it, right? That's the exchange.
You can build it there if you want. I can't stop you, but I'm not giving you any money.
There's a reason they haven't taken that offer yet. You know what I mean? Like,
question, Brandon. It's in the news today. A big story coming out that DC spending money to get more research done to try to potentially get their site back and give it to the Commanders to build a stadium and find some cash on their couch cushions. Would you wait? Is the wait worth it at the RFK site?
The wait is absolutely worth it at the RFK site. I am 30 years old. I've never seen us have any type of success. So I will tell you first and foremost that I have a little bit more patience. First time, long time, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to bring out a couple of things to you that we might be skimming over. First one is the vibrancy in the city. When you walk out of a Nats game, when you walk out of a Wizards game, even in our worst of days, when you walk out of the Wizards game or a Nats game, you have a vibrancy in the city. You have a lineup of people playing on the drums, playing some go-go. You have people walking in the same directions that can choose to go to bars, go out, enjoy themselves, not just waste a day sitting in traffic. I think that vibrancy that we're missing is huge key. And I don't think that you can replicate that in FedEx. So that's why I say, absolutely, I would wait for the RFK site. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Appreciate you, dude.
I agree with that to some extent. In fact, it's what I brought up when I talked about the preference being in the city and me enjoying going to Audi Field. I really like Audi Field, where I've seen DC United and, more importantly to me, the spring football team, the Defenders, because of the vibrancy you're talking about and walking down the street and hearing the band and the music playing and all that. But you truly don't have to be in a city to have that. A lot of places have proven that. I don't know if people have gone to Braves games at their new ballpark in the Battery, but there's so many kind of, I call them man-made, I don't have a better word for it, like environments like that are almost feel urban in a suburban location where you're in the outskirts, you're not in the city, but you wouldn't know it because you're in this big town center and everyone's wearing the gear and everyone's sitting outside eating and drinking. It looks like the Navy Yard. It's just in a suburb, basically.
Yeah, the first time I hadn't been to Reston in like over a 10-year period at one point. I used to go out there to hit with Ferris baseball inside a like an old like, I don't know what you call it, like a loading dock facility. They put a couple batting cages up and had some pitching mounts. So that's where I get my work in over the winter, right? I get off on Wheelie Avenue and I would go into this industrial park next to someplace where they're shipping widgets and whatever else. Then 10 years later, I'm like, what oasis is this? This Reston Town Center. And all I want to do is tell people there, like, shake them and go, this wasn't a thing. This never was. This is not real. What are you talking? Like, what was happening here? And that's now kind of the more normal routine thing. You build that oasis, and that's the idea.
It's a good combo and relevant to the news of the day. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We'll get you a Beltway Blitz, spin you around town, the teams you care the most about. In the 4 o'clock hour, Jaden Daniels, the excitement is growing for the young quarterback. And in the 5 o'clock hour, all of a sudden, a lot of people want to chirp about Cliff Kingsbury and their confidence in the OC. We'll get into that today on the Fan. Law Firm. Condori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with one of their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Every day this week, right at 4 o'clock, ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away tickets to see Jason Aldean, August 30th, Jiffy Lube Live. It is the Jason Aldean Highway Desperado Tour 2024. Congrats to caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair of tickets to the show. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Tickets are on sale now. Again, the show is at Jiffy Lube Live. Let's get to the Beltway Blitz. We will be talking about the Commanders and the old RFK site with our buddy Eric Flack of Channel 9 as well, whether or not there's going to be a stadium on that site in the future. But we begin on the diamond. Dave Jagler, Nationals Broadcast Network with Charlie Slows. You hear him on the call each and every radio broadcast. Jags, I was at the ballpark last night and enjoyed what was a pretty well-pitched game after the first inning by DJ Hers. I thought that was a nice sign for him that he didn't have it. He was all over the place, clearly struggled and scuffled early, and then he got it together like a veteran starter would. That seemed progressive.
Yeah, I mean, Grant, it's been fun to watch him progress over the course of his season from a guy who in AAA this year a couple times didn't make it out of the first inning because he couldn't get in the strike zone to now pretty consistently attacking the strike zone. And maybe with some of the recent struggles of other starters, you might say over the last 6 starts, he's been the most consistent national starter because we're looking at 6 starts in a row, 2 earned runs or fewer. And, unfortunately for the last 2, probably deserved 2 wins, but has taken 2 losses. The game he pitched in Baltimore, gave up a first inning homer. That was it. First inning run last night. You figure against the Rockies, the team with the highest ERA in baseball, you give up 1 early and 2 runs total, you might get the win. But unfortunately, the offense did scuffle. But DJ has been a nice bright spot here over the course of his first big league campaign.
Jags, Luis Garcia pretty quietly putting up an awesome season. I will take a little bit of credit, although not for his performance. That's mostly him. But I was kind of beating the drum where I'm going. He's still only in his early 20s. The bat to ball is good. I feel like we can work the rest of it out. There's still some room to grow, certainly, but I feel like he's played a pretty good defense, and he's been hitting. He's just a hair under 300, a couple hits last night when there wasn't much offense going. I think we're kind of underrating the year he's having.
Yeah, I think you make a very valid point. I mean, to me, the thing that has changed from Luis, first couple years to this year is there's actually a plan at the plate. That kind of just not going up there and just hacking away and flailing at anything that comes up. He has a plan. Now, he's still one of the more aggressive hitters in baseball, but we saw last night, good at bat, takes a walk against the lefty after doubling against the lefty. So he at least is taking that plan and implementing that plan. So it's been very good. And the improvement defensively has been tremendous. I mean, he's never going to win a Gold Glove due to his range, but does he make the routine play? Absolutely. Does he turn the double play? Absolutely. And he's cut down on kind of those mental mistakes, the mistakes of not paying attention that really bothered him, and it bothered Robles when he was here. He has really cut down on those. So the entire game, there's been tremendous improvement. So he's definitely put himself from where we were at the start of the year, where it seemed like Trey Lipscomb was on the verge of maybe knocking him out of an everyday position, to figure, okay, well, going into 2025, this is your second baseman.
He's been legitimately good. I mean, he's hitting 294 with an OPS around 800, and he's got 14 homers and almost 20 steals. It's been not even like, oh, you saved your career. It's been actually a good season. He's 83rd percentile in strikeout percentage, 72nd percentile in swing and miss, 78th percentile at squaring balls up. Like, he's doing a lot well, and he's way better defensively. To your point, Jags, how about their defense in the infield otherwise right now? I feel like the Tena addition as well as Chaparro, both those guys can hit, and they both did at AAA. Yep. Like, that is the carrying tool, is that they can put the bat on the ball. But I do feel like, and it's a small sample, but this is kind of the book that I got in the minor leagues on these guys, was they're not going to be very good defenders. And I do feel like at the corners, they've certainly gotten worse here recently.
Yeah, I think it's a team-wide thing, too. I mean, focusing on Tena specifically, he hasn't played a ton of third base. He's more been a shortstop, second baseman. He has really struggled defensively. And, Chaparro, Yepes, neither is going to be a Gold Glove first baseman. They actually have Gallo in there tonight at first base. I think just kind of team wide, starting on the last homestand, they had that really rough extra inning game against the Giants. Cost themselves a game against the Phillies. For this team to win games, they have to play clean baseball, and that's defensively. That's not making outs on bases. And really, the first 2 days of this homestand, they've been out teaching. Yesterday, they were working on relays from the outfield. They were taking ground balls, situational PFPs, bunt plays. They loused up a bunt play in the 9th inning of a walk-off loss to the Phillies. So just with some new players, obviously you do all this in spring training, but a lot of these guys weren't in the organization or with the big league crew in spring training. So just getting used to playing together and where you're going to be on this bunt play or on this relay play. So there has been an emphasis on teaching here in the first 2 games of the homestand to clean up what you've talked about, some defensive miscues that in these close games will cost you the game.
And speaking of that, Jack, it's not a criticism by any stretch, as James Wood has done nothing but impress. But you would say, I think objectively, maybe not as comfortable in left field when he first got called up July 1st as he will be probably now and will be, at the start of spring training next year. Just hadn't had as many reps at that spot. How do you feel about him now in left field? Does he look more comfortable to you pitch to pitch?
It's been a little better, honestly. I mean, it was really rough, and obviously we focus on the bat, and the bat has been tremendous in the at-bats. It was rough his first few weeks. To me, there's been a little bit of improvement. Now, I'm not saying Gold Glove caliber, but just I think there was some hesitation initially. We saw a couple of balls drop in that, Abrams is going to catch the ball, and then CJ pulls up and it drops in. He's been more assertive, calling off on the pop flies coming in, and then once in a while, it feels like. The opponent might say, well, he's not really going after it. And all of a sudden he uncorks a perfect throw right on a base to nab a runner. His arm to me has been a little more, probably the best part of him defensively. So I've seen growth. So that tells me there's more there. Like you say, he's just 21. He's new to the position, from day one in the big leagues to now game 42, 43, definitely improvement and still more to go.
Jags always love catching up. Have a great call tonight at 6:45 right here on the Fan.
Well, next time you come to the game, don't be a stranger. Don't sneak in and sneak out. That's not very nice.
Well, you know what? Last night the kids were there, man. We did a whole family affair in the stands. I was chasing them around. I saw less of the game than I wanted to.
Well, what you can do is you can bring multiple plates of food right in front of Jags and have them be disgusted with you for years.
There you go. Perfect.
You thought
where your dinner?
You thought Danny was trying to eat a lot? I mean, you would have thought my kids had never eaten as many things as they were asking for last night.
Well, you got to feed them at home, dude. Come on.
We try.
Be a good parent.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know it.
They don't have Dippin' Dots at the Paulson house.
See you, Jags.
Of course. See ya.
See you,
Beltway Blitz continues on the gridiron. At PFF_Nick Ackridge covering the Commanders for Pro Football Focus. Nick, why don't we start with the grades that you guys had on the latest preseason game? I saw something you guys had that matched my eyes, which was you guys really liked KJ Henry's performance. I feel like he's had a good preseason, and particularly in game 2, I thought he was awesome. What made him an 89 grade in that game?
Yeah, no, he looked great. I mean, usually when you kind of see a grade like that from a pass rusher, it means he was racking up a lot of pressures, and that's exactly what the case was. He had 5 total pressures on just 21 pass rushing snaps. So whenever you see that, that's usually going to result in a high grade. And yeah, he looked really good on the last week.
Nick, assuming health, which is, is always hard. It's the NFL, but assuming health, what kind of numbers realistically should we anticipate here for Jaden Daniels? There's some buzz now, like Caleb Williams, a couple others, front runners for Offensive Rookie of the Year. It's all going to depend, of course, on health and situation. But if it goes well, what are we really talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, health is the biggest thing for any quarterback. But I think you can expect something in the range of maybe 4,000, 4,500 combined yards with both passing and rushing. They showed pretty early on in this preseason that they're not afraid to use his legs with the design touchdown run, another design run, this past game. And so I think that's kind of what you're looking for a successful season for him. And honestly, if he stays healthy all 17 games, that's a success in my book.
Nick, what have you thought of Luke McCaffrey so far in the limited preseason action?
Yeah, he looked good. I mean, he was someone that I was a little bit down on coming into the draft, but this last preseason game, he looked really great. I mean, we all kind of saw the catch where he kind of went up and high pointed it, but there were a lot of other reps where Miami was playing man coverage against him, and he was just kind of burning everyone. He just kind of looked like he was the most explosive guy out there every time that he ran a route, and it was something that was really good to see.
Daniels has obviously looked very good. mean, what if he were to play in the third preseason game, which he probably won't, but in a hypothetical where you got to design like what you wanted to see next, what would you want to see them call or do to just get a better feel for what he's going to look like against Tampa?
Yeah, I know it's a scary proposition, but I'd want him to hold the ball a little bit more. I know we talked a lot about, pre-draft, him holding the ball too long, but, they've kind of completely reversed that this preseason where he's got a time to throw under 2 seconds, which is pretty much unheard of. So for me, what I would like to do is, kind of see him really go through progressions and, attack the middle of the field more and, maybe not call so many screens and quick game stuff. But, I completely understand wanting to protect him in the preseason, especially with an offensive line that might not be the greatest. But, if it was up for me, I'd like to see him kind of really, fully be involved with the offense.
Nick, I was a big fan of the Dorrance Armstrong signing. That was a guy that I kind of had circled. It made a lot of sense. Dan Quinn, obviously, and Joe Witt moving from Dallas. That guy's a part-time pass rusher, closing in on double-digit sacks. Looked like he was in line for a larger role. I get that. I liked it. Outside of that, it's a lot of Jamin Davis second position. It's a lot of Dante Fowler, Cleveland Farrell, KJ Henry at times. Is this pass rush going to be adequate or even good enough?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I kind of, looking at this pass rush group compared to last year, it's kind of the complete opposite. Where last year, you kind of had the high-end edge rushers with Montez Sweat and Chase Young. You didn't have a lot of depth. This year, they've got a lot of depth, but not really much of that high-end edge rusher. So I think you'll see a lot more rotation. I don't think you'll see anyone really kind of have a great season individually. But, the group of them, if you keep them fresh and rotate them in, I think you could be looking at some guys that could, really kind of step up and make some big plays. And we already talked about KJ Henry, and I think they just have a lot of depth there, and I think that's always a good thing.
Nick, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
See you, bro.
Got it. So you're in lockstep with me on Jaden Daniels and the final preseason game.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. I don't think
would
he's playing.
say there's no chance, right? Like, full stop, no way. I don't even think, maybe he'll play a series. I'll be shocked if he plays.
I'd be stunned. Yeah, I mean, it's even less of a chance than Mary Swanson, a.k.a. Samsonite, saying more like 1 in a million. It's less than that.
All right, let's keep with the Commanders and talk stadium stuff. Our guy Eric Flack is an award-winning journalist who covers all things news in D.C., and he's kind of on the Brian Fantana Panda watch with this stadium thing. So, Eric, give us the update. I know you've been working this today as well. You had some paperwork you posted. What do you got?
Yeah, the city signed a new contract with a LA-based firm that specializes in stadiums and venues for more than $500,000. They're paying this company, and it's really to take the next step in figuring out how to lure the Commanders to Washington D.C. and specifically that RFK site. This firm specialized. They've done like 7 NFL stadiums. They're an LA-based firm. Their whole deal is about figuring out how to build venues and stadiums. But the big key here is they're not just going to maybe figure out how we would do it at RFK, but also they're going to help give the city some ideas about how they would finance a new stadium, because that continues to be a real question that the city has not answered. It's the second RFK-related study the city has paid for in a year, but this one is much more wholly focused on RFK, how they would build a stadium at the RFK site, and again, most importantly, how they would pay for it.
Yeah, you mentioned, Eric, where I was going to go. I feel like I care about this. Nobody else does, but damn it, I'm asking anyway. They already paid former disgraced council member who now still has a consulting firm. Jack, I'm sure there were no other consulting firms to possibly consult with, but whatever. They paid his firm over $400,000, I think, for it sounded like the exact same byline and description. But what's the distinction there between that payment and this one for a city that apparently has no money, but they got about $1 million to spend on how they can spend money?
They really went after this firm in LA because they specialize it. That first study, a source within DC government told me, was much more broad strokes about a rosy economic picture, about, yay, pro sports are good for DC and they make us a lot of money. And oh, by the way, if we were going to pay for a football stadium at the RFK site, here's how we would do it. Now, the city has refused to release that part of the study that says, how do you pay for a stadium? They have now spent another $500,000 to this LA firm to really do a specific deep dive on RFK. And I think that's what my source kind of differentiated this. He said this is showing the city is stepping up its efforts to figure out exactly how they would do the RFK thing. The city took the unprecedented step of doing, not unprecedented, but a rarely taken step of doing kind of a no bid contract, because they didn't want to take bids on this. They wanted this company. They were going to pay their price, and they didn't want to waste any time doing it. So to justify that, they said they were in a time crunch because this group could do the study and the research immediately. And oh, by the way, the clock is ticking because the federal government in Congress is about to approve DC getting the land back long term. Now, we know that that's not exactly a done deal, and it is still unclear whether DC is going to get the RFK land back long term. But it was clear that they were going to use every means they could to justify paying this amount of money to this group, because they think they are best suited to figure out how you bring the Commanders back to RFK, how you build a stadium in RFK, and again, how you pay for a new RFK.
Eric Flack, WUSA TV 9. What's your opinion on the National Harbor area and Oxon Hill? Danny and I talk about why that never comes up. Hogan almost got a deal there, and Bruce and Dan kind of left him at the altar. And I was texting around and asking some people with some knowledge of the situation, and they say, well, there's all kinds of environmental things with the land over there. There's all kinds of different hurdles. And oh, by the way, PG County wouldn't give you the money because they don't want you there. They want you near the green line. I mean, are those deal breakers or inconveniences? Like, is that actually an option in any way?
I don't think so. I mean, I think what you're hearing is correct, that there were environmental concerns, and it was a nice idea once upon a time. But I think the team and Kirtan Mehta, who they hired to do the public policy side of this, kind of behind the scenes guy, but a very powerful guy who's driving this stadium stuff, has moved on past that. I think there are 3 sites. There is the FedEx site, there is RFK, and there is the Loudoun County site. And I think to the extent that the Commanders are narrowing this down, they've narrowed it down to those 3 sites. And Josh Harris has said, we have 3 sites. And certainly if it goes in Maryland, it is going to be near that blue line corridor, near the current home FedEx Field that everybody loves so much.
All right, Eric, I'll bite. Loudoun County, Virginia. That's in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I know, right? No. It's a serious program.
A stadium in Virginia.
Hold on, I'll get to it. Aren't they a little bit on probation right now after what's going on? Are they like? Is it? I mean, is that just one of those things where it's like, I'll totally turn the car around, you guys. I'll turn it around. I already paid for the Disney vacation. We're going.
Let's make sure we get Louise Lucas involved.
Yeah, like, are there any memes to be posted? Like, that just doesn't feel like they're a real contender, right?
My sense is that the team has the same questions you have about Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And Josh Harris, I know, is too smart to get tar and feathered like Ted Leonsis did. And he's not going to do it. And he's not going to, go down that road if he doesn't think he has the support of the legislature. Now, there are rumblings that certain lawmakers are preparing to, talk about how the state would help fund the stadium. And would this be any different? I don't know. I know one thing, that Josh Harris and his team is not going to make the same mistakes Ted Leonsis did and not take a temperature of the room before trying to go to Richmond and get a whole bunch of money. I think they're going to have their ducks in a row politically in a way that Ted Leonsis did not, and ultimately undid that move to Northern Virginia.
I can see the Louise Lucas Josh Dome memes now with the the grave and in the dirt. I
Who
see
did this?
They
LOL.
also don't own the land, and they also don't know. I mean, they don't have land in Virginia. They have land in D.C. They have land in Maryland. They don't have land in Loudoun County. There's land that they would do it on, but that would still need to be worked out.
They have land they're trying to get back in D.C., I guess, technically.
The land they're trying to get, but they got right. They wouldn't have to pay. They know they're not going to have to pay for the land here. They know they're not going to have to pay for the land in Maryland. Could Loudoun County figure out a way to pay for the land themselves and maybe just kind of slide it to the Commanders? Possibly.
Good as always. Thank you, Eric. We appreciate you.
Thanks, fellas.
See you, buddy.
That's Eric Flack on social. Follow him on Twitter at Eric Flack TV. One of the Commanders considered to be potentially on the chopping block on cutdown day had a really good day today to help himself out. We'll explain. Plus, is your excitement for Jaden Daniels growing? He's continuing to hit all the benchmarks. This is the Fan. There's been a lot made of the Commanders' kicking situation. Riley Patterson is the kicker left on the roster at the moment. And the expectation is that Riley Patterson's not going to make the team because Washington is going to cut him and then go sign someone outside the building to be their kicker. But is there a chance maybe that he gets back on track? He's missed 3 kicks in 2 games, including 3 of his first 4 kicks this preseason. Patterson in practice today, Danny, 6 of 7 with a make from 58 yards. Did miss from 54. That was his only miss. But you string a bunch of days like that together in a row. I know it's practice, but that's really all you get other than the game.
Yeah, you're still kicking for your job.
And then you have a good preseason game where you're 3 for 3 from 40, 45, and 50. And maybe he does hang on because sometimes the bird in the hand is a little less scary than the one that might be in the bush that you think could be better. I'm still of the belief that I would bet on the field. You go get the kicker who's kicked in the league longer, who gets cut by somebody else who you've got a lot of film of, and they're going to be fine. That the moment's not going to be too big. But Patterson has been right around an 88% kicker in the NFL in his career.
He's been pretty good.
Yeah, he's been solid. It's just been a bad camp by all accounts and an even worse preseason. So when you don't have any promises made, there's nothing guaranteed to you, when there's no way to know you're going to be on the roster and you're in a competition, which ended shortly after it began, you can't kick that badly and make the team.
Yeah, there's just no way. I mean, when the lights have been on, when it's okay, the whole world's watching. Not really, it's a preseason game, but you know what I mean. When the sporting world is watching, when the eval is taking place, I know there's more behind the scenes, and I'm aware that things like this where there's some pressure, but in game, you just can't be as bad as he's been. You can't be, and everybody knows it. There's that collective when it's 4th and 4. And you're like, are we in go for it range? We're not really. Oh, God, here comes the kicker. Like, nobody wants that experience.
Has he already struggled enough that he can't be your kicker? Or could he salvage it if you were Dan Quinn?
That's a great question.
So today, 6 of 7 made it from 58. If he has that day for a week straight and a hit a cut down day, as I said, he goes 3 for 3 with 2 kicks of 50+ in the final preseason game. And Quinn had consoled him and said, hey, man, we know you're good. Like, clearly, would they like him, whatever.
Yeah, Quinn had gone to him and coached him up and spoken with him and stuff. So vote of confidence.
Would you take him over, say, Greg Joseph, who the Packers cut in a week because he doesn't win the job against Anders Carlson?
No, so I wouldn't. I mean, to me, it's already over. Like Danny Rouillet, if I'm in charge of all of a sudden, and I shouldn't be because I'd make decisions like this, but I have no time. I have no time for whatever that was. When you miss that many kicks by that much, that in a game where where everyone else is working so damn hard to try to fight for the I just have no time. I couldn't look the guy that's changing positions to try to claw his way into the league or stay on a football team and say you're cut, but you, who's not even close, yeah, I'm going to believe in you. I'm bringing in everybody that's ever put a foot to a ball is in my building right now trying out. We're running an assembly line for hours.
The only pushback I'd have on that is, and I don't feel this way at every position, but I do think cutting kickers generally leads to just cutting more kickers.
Yeah, you're on the carousel.
And it sounds silly to say that. Like, generally,
but Washington fans know. I didn't mean to cut you off, but we've done the carousel. I mean, gets less hype than quarterback, obviously, but we've done that where it's every 7 weeks there's a new dude, or then now it's John Hall until it's not.
Right.
We've gone through the.
It just
list.
seems like the one position where, like, trying a bunch of things just leads to more trying.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I've always been a proponent of growing with a kicker if you can. Now, if you're the Chiefs or you're some Super Bowl-esque team that's going to be playing in the playoffs and you just can't deal with the inconsistency, I get that. But for the most part, over 30-some years, and certainly here recently, more years than not, most of the time, you can live with the kicker missing a kick here or there because it's a position. It's like a hitter. It's like a golfer, honestly. There's going to be ruts. You're going to have that stretch where something's wrong with the swing. You're trying to iron out the mechanics, and you're pushing the ball. You're missing a little bit. They cut Dustin Hopkins during a patch where he wasn't at his normal standard. They've regretted it since. They cut Graham Gano at a patch where he wasn't at his normal standard. Could have been around here for another 10 years kicking bombs. Guys that throughout the, I don't know. It's almost like I'm always advocating for the kicker, but every time I've kind of gone, hey, are we sure about this? The grass with kickers is not greener. That's kind of my philosophy. if you've got a guy that you know is pretty good. Now, if someone's terrible, like respectfully, because I think he's still a local guy probably, when they signed Chris Blewett,
Mm-hmm.
really good college career at times at Pitt, had some big moments, I'm sure, collegiately, but they brought him in, and right away it was pretty clear this is not up to the NFL standard. This is not where you want to be. I'm not saying you just hang on to him and deal with the ramifications, but with guys that have the experience and have proven they can do it, Kai Forbath, Dustin Hopkins, Graham Gano, Sean Sweezum, and so many others, like you would have caused yourself a lot of consternation and searching for kickers and off seasons and money and attention and just a lot of stress if you would have just rode through the tough times with a kicker. And I wonder if Riley Patterson could be that guy. Like, and I don't know this, but if they think he's got a plus leg, if they think he could be a long-term NFL option, most kickers go through a couple of years of inconsistencies before they become, boom, they've locked it in. If you evaluate Patterson as that guy, then why not in this season, at least early on, give him a chance? Everybody else is going to be making mistakes. You're going to live with them at quarterback. You're going to live with them in your secondary with your young corners. Why not give the kicker the chance? Because maybe you could, on the cheap, at 24, find a guy and not have to go spend on a Brandon McManus next offseason.
Yeah, sure. It's not crazy. It just, now, again, I don't know how to evaluate kickers other than.
Did you make it or miss it?
But even if someone misses it, did it look, the operation looked terrible? Like I can't remember who it was, but I was watching a preseason game the other night. It was on in the background, and at no time did the kick look like it was headed towards the uprights. And you're going, what are you aiming at? You know what I mean? Like because there's outdoor stadiums where wind swirls or stuff happens where those kicks, it looks like it's going good, then it kind of knuckles a certain way and breaks to one side or the other, or you're playing a little bit of a draw and you draw it too much and it hits the upright or something like that. The ones where you're trying to kick it generally pretty straight and you just kicked it right or kicked it left. I have no patience for that. Does that make any sense? It's like having somebody go out there to pitch and it's like, that was a ball. Yeah, because it was an inch and a half off the plate. Catcher framed it up, umpire to give it to him. Or that was a ball. It hit the mascot. Like, hit the mascot, go sit down, never bother me again. I have no patience for that. And
Right.
that's kind of what I've and that's what Blewett was, and that's what we've seen from Patterson so far. Maybe they see something that I don't. I mean, again, but what do I know?
Yeah, Patterson, I think when you see a guy miss to each side of the uprights, Houston, we got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I was like, check, please, I'm out. This is not going to work.
Right.
I got to go outside the building. I'm open to the possibility that maybe they really like him and they think he's a worthwhile project. And that is a position where I think your patience can be rewarded.
But your point about, I don't really care about that one extra win this year. I know a lot of fans don't like to think that way.
Yeah, and fans will hear that and they'll go, "You're nuts!" And Dan Quinn would hear that and he'd pull his car over and scream and punch the steering wheel. But legitimately, the only thing that comes from one less win this year probably is a better draft pick. And the same people that will tell me I'm an idiot are buying Jaden Daniels jerseys, and they wouldn't have been able to get those had they have won one more game last year. You'd have a wide
seventh
receiver like Malik Neighbors or whatever. So, yeah, my point is, I think the goal when you're evaluating that position should be to find your answer, not to find a guy who's going to go 5 for 5 in September. It should be, how do I get my kicker that's going to be here in 7 years? And if you don't think that's some dude you sign off the street who gets cut, who costs a lot of money and or is 34 years old or whatever, then maybe it's worth trying something else. Did you see, by the way, speaking of preseason kickers, did you see Brandon Aubrey of the Cowboys?
No.
He hit a 66-yard field goal the other night. This was on Sunday night. I think I was sitting in the basement watching. Must have been, because there were 2 Sunday night games. Or was that Saturday night? Okay, I'll take your word for it. Brandon Aubrey, a 66-yard field goal against the Raiders. And that kick would have been good. I won't go as far as to say from 75. That's probably hyperbolic.
It's a little much, but a lot.
Definitely from 72, 73. Like, it was not close. I remember the Justin Tucker 66-yarder, which set the NFL record. So I think it beat Detroit indoors, maybe in Michigan. I want to say it hit the upright and bounced over.
Or snuck in, yeah.
This kick was outrageous. The Cowboys signed this dude, Aubrey, who's a former pro soccer player last year, came to camp, played at Notre Dame years ago, beat out their pretty good kicker that they already had, and then last year as a rookie was the best kicker in the NFL. 36 of 38 on field goals.
Just as a quick side, I cannot tell you how annoying I find that. Not for him, his story, that's cool.
Best kicker in the NFL.
Yeah, but that the Cowboys just did that. When other teams try to do that, and I'm old enough to remember the Tony Miola saga, when
Right.
they were like, the Jets were like, yo, this guy kicks bombs, bro, for the Team USA soccer, whatever. He's going to come kick for us, man.
He takes the grease off his pizza with napkins, yo.
And he couldn't do it at all.
36 of 38 last year. He was incredible.
He's awesome.
And the 66-yarder, it was like a Madden on easy from 45.
Mhm.
It was just centered up between the uprights, probably 15 feet above the crossbar.
Yeah.
It looked like he was kicking from 50. But the length of some of these kickers now, the skill of some of these kickers is astounding. And it really exacerbates what we're dealing with here to an extent. If you've got a thought on how Washington should solve what it has been a dilemma this preseason, to be clear, at kicker, we'd love to hear from you. 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener lines. But next, Danny, let's get into Jaden Daniels. The excitement continues to grow within the fan base. This is The Fan. Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. 800-636-1067 is how you join us if you want to hop in. We're discussing right now the Commanders' kicker issue, although it was a great day at practice for Riley Patterson, 6 of 7, made a kick from 58. If he has a big final game in a nice couple of weeks leading up to cutdown day, could he still save his job, or would you go outside the organization? That is the question that we're asking on G&D. Let's go to Zach in Gainesville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Zach?
Hey, Zach.
Hey, what's up, guys? Big fan.
Thanks, man.
Hey, have you guys heard anything about Braden Narvison, the kicker is battling Nick Folk in Tennessee?
I don't know a lot about him.
I hadn't heard much.
We looked him up. NC State is where he went, 24 years old.
Yeah, I think he has like the longest kick in NC State history, but he's nailed a 59-yarder in the second preseason game, walk-off 47-yard field goal as well. But, he's an undrafted free agent rookie, so there's no vets available. I think Adam Peters might be waiting. Just ride with a rookie like that, Hope you get like half a Justin Tucker or something.
Yeah, I smell what you're cooking. I think too much of this regime to think that they're just sitting on their hands on this one. You know what I mean? I feel like there's something that they're waiting on, that they know they've got their scouts or they've got everybody, and there's a list of 5, 6, 7 guys that are going to get cut that they'll have their pick from. I just can't believe the reason that gives me that confidence, GP. A, I think they're pretty competent. But B, because they're not doing a constant kicker tryout thing. Patterson hasn't faced any kicker competition since they cut Ahmed. Like, that's unfathomable to me, regardless of how he's fared or not.
That, to me, is the tell that they're waiting for another shoe to drop.
Yeah, that there's another plan.
Like, the idea that you wouldn't have someone compete at that position, period, is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like, again, Nick Folk is competing against this dude, right? Good kickers have Justin Tucker every year just to take workload away. He's not even asked to compete. He's winning the job, but they always have a kicker in camp in Baltimore. Having one is crazy, but it also tells you this is not over. And then when they cut Ahmed and you miss another 2 kicks, they didn't immediately bring another scrap heap dude in here. I think they just got together and said, all right, we'll figure this out in a couple of weeks when the real kickers get cut. And at that point, of the best 10 available, probably 9 will have been at training camps or something anyway. And those are the guys they'll be picking through, including, in this case, Braden Narvison. Looks like Iowa State, Western Kentucky, NC State. Here's a sign of the times with the old college portal. He kicked for 3 different schools.
Wow.
Over the last few years. Just a hired gun moving around, perhaps. But 38 of 38 on extra points this past year. He's actually made all 196 extra points in his career. Obviously, the college extra point, the pro extra point, different distances. But he was 18 of 23 on field goals last season. Let's go to Jeff in Kensington on G&D. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? First-time caller, long-time listener.
We're getting a handful of first-time callers today, keeping Jim Zorn busy.
Yeah, I did something in the air. I mean,
Jim, too late.
Yeah, Jim is like we're giving him the prompts. We're like, Jim.
First-time callers can be nervous, Jim. You can't just interrupt them because you're asleep at the wheel.
God, Jim, what are you doing over there?
You know what he's doing.
Never know what he's doing back
He's
there.
Jim Zorn.
He's zorning.
You can't.
Now you're just.
Jim?
Now
this is out of control.
I'm not a first-time host, Jim.
Jeff in Kensington.
Jeff, sorry, buddy. Please.
No worries, fellas. Like, there's 2 points I want to make here. Last year with the long snapper situation, nothing was done. It was very annoying to see that happen and play out, and no change was made. What I do like what's going on right now is that changes are being made. I honestly don't care if we get a kicker in every week, and if they're not producing, we get them out of here. I'm happy with the regime taking responsibility of the situation. And if we lose games because our kicker isn't doing well and we're constantly getting a new kicker in there, honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm okay with it because we're trying to solve the problem. This administration is doing the right things right now, and I love it.
Jim,
that'll be enough from you.
That's
Jim.
Overkill now.
3rd time's the charm, I guess, Jim.
Actually, I love the point.
I don't mind that call, although you can't kick. There's certain jobs you can't do looking over your shoulder. And I think running out onto the field, knowing every miss could be, oh, well, they're just going through kickers every week until they find the perfect guy. It's an imperfect job. It's kind of like we're going to call up baseball players until someone goes 10 for their first 15 or
Right.
something.
Oh, he struck out. Cut him.
The really good ones bat 300. The really good kickers are kicking at a 90% clip or whatever.
Yeah, but I love his point in general, though. There's a balance in sports and anything else where you go, we need to allow for some growth opportunity. We need to be patient with this player versus, oh my God, what are you waiting for? And he brought up the long snapper situation. I'd forgotten about that. We shouldn't. Just a disaster. This was a disaster in training camp. It was a disaster in preseason. It was a disaster through multiple games until finally something happened, right? That's an obstinance because we know better, we're smarter, we figured it out, or we don't see the need or whatever. His point, again, you have to kind of walk this tightrope, but at least you understand that there's a problem. You're not doing that meme where you're going, this is fine, sipping tea as the whole room burns down.
Jaden Daniels, probably not going to play this weekend. Next time we see him will be against the Bucks in week 1. How we feeling? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Wednesday, August 21st, 2024, taking you up to 6:15. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you missed your chance to win tickets to Jason Aldean later this month at Jiffy Lube Live, fear not, there's another opportunity for you to win those tickets coming your way tomorrow at 4 o'clock. The show is sponsored, as always, by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, or create a power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we, G&D, sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Those guys are huge.
The best.
DC sports fans and very big listeners and friends of the show. We appreciate them making it all possible. But excited to spend some time with them out and about and on the road this year, which we'll be detailing in the weeks ahead, Danny. But it's going to be good.
There's some interesting developments afoot, is what I would say to that.
All of our baseball coverage on the Fan today has been presented by T-Mobile. We're going to get you the Nationals starting lineups and weather report before we get out of here. We'll preview their game with the Rockies. I'd prefer to not lose a series to the Rockies. I know it doesn't really matter at this point, and the Nats are working their way up the draft board as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
But the Rockies really stink.
They're bad. The Rockies are.
It'd be nice to get a couple of these. Let's save the losses for the good teams. You know,
because they're coming. They got plenty of those.
Oh, they're
plenty of those
there.
too. Yeah,
they're going to be there for sure. But let's let James Wood get back in the hit column tonight. Maybe get the good guys a win. More on the Nats in just a bit. I did see one of the wackiest stories I've seen online in the last couple of weeks today. I will address this quickly before we get back to football.
Mm-hmm.
I know we've got serious things to tend to. How about this ploy, though? This is via local10.com in Miami Springs, Florida.
Okay.
So I guess we could start with Florida man, right?
Mm-hmm. Work from there.
A man was jailed for impersonating a pizzeria in Miami Springs and delivering pizzas that didn't taste good to people. So here are the details, Danny.
Okay.
There's a 55-year-old guy facing felony charges in South Florida for a bizarre impersonation scheme that left pizza customers getting a raw deal. Very newsy. Because the pizza was raw.
He's getting a raw deal.
You see what they did there?
I just can't, man.
When people say local news needs to up their game a little bit, that's what they're talking about.
But it turns out he was making dough. Just the worst.
So bad. Oh. Police said he ran an elaborate scheme to defraud tourists staying in the hotels of Miami Springs by pretending to be a well-known local pizza parlor. The way it worked was you check into these hotels by the airport. He would make flyers as if he was the pizza parlor down the street that everybody loves. That's, you got to try this. They do the great pizza.
Local pizza. Yeah.
He would drop the flyers off. Okay. He called it Roman Pizza.
Roman Pizza.
Roman Pizzeria. And one of the guys that runs the other one was a guy named Roman. He would mislead you into then calling him and ordering pizza from him. I think he would make it at his house. And then he would bring you pizza, oftentimes that wasn't cooked, or you just throw dough in a box, or he might sometimes, if you're really lucky, make you a real crappy version of pizza. And he would drop it off at your hotel. But by the time that you would pay him, he would be gone. You know, you pay him, you get upstairs, you open the pizza box, and you're like, wait a second, this is just dough. Wait a second, this pizza's horrendous. And then you call, and this part I don't really understand, but at that point, it's over. Like, you can't track the guy down. You can't get a hold of him. So all your complaints go to this.
Yeah, there's no customer service for a fake pizzeria.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's some of the quotes. Sometimes they show up upset here to the store claiming, "Where's the food?" Roman said. "We have to explain to them that it's not us. At least if you're going to do something, do it right," Roman said. He's upset, as he should be, because his place is getting just pummeled.
Yeah.
With terrible complaints and people saying it's awful because this other dude is lying and saying he's them and just giving them the fake pizza.
I mean, how could that be worth your while?
Which makes me wonder, has this guy ever run any pizza scams in Virginia? If you know what I mean.
What do you mean, Grant?
Could this be the pizza man I've been looking for all these years?
He's like, I'm on the lam. Paulson's on to me. I'm going to Florida.
Exactly. This guy's talking about me on the radio. It's getting too hot. I got to run. There's a paragraph here you're not going to believe. It says that he used to do a scam where people would leave cash in their mailboxes. And he wouldn't give them the Joe Corby's pizza that he ordered from them. That paragraph's not actually.
That's made up.
What do you think about this guy? I mean, what a weird thing to do. To pretend to be a restaurant.
The first time. Imagine there was a time before he did it where he was like, here's what I'm going to do. At any time could have stopped. At any time could have just not gone through with it.
Police said he's been doing it for several years. It's caused significant hardships for the real Romans, including complaints to the Better Business Bureau, negative reviews, and upset customers.
But I mean, the bureaucracy that looks over these sorts of things, tries to fix it, is like, do they really? At first, I imagine this poor business just trying to make pizza and, and stay afloat like everyone else is. And they're complaining, but it's not about us. They're like, I don't know how to help you, man. You got to talk to Yelp, or you got to talk to Google reviews or whatever.
Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Email him the order, or like maybe does he design an app for people to have a QR code on the menu or something that he drops off in your room and he hangs around the hotel or in the hotel elevator or something?
Rolls over and gives people a piece of plastic or like a rock or something.
The thing I never get is, how do people like this not think they're going to get caught? The scammers that do stuff like this have such confidence that no one's going to find out it was them. When I watch some of these true crime documentaries, whatever it is, whether it's someone who's robbing a bank or committing a murder or just giving you raw pizza, the confidence that you just live comfortably without the anxiety that the rest of us have, that the walls are caving in at any moment. Like, how did I can't even watch a link of a football game that Clary sends me for fear that someone's going to kick my door down. These people are just out here scamming people for years, thinking no one's going to catch you.
I can't get over here's my scheme, here's my idea, $17.50 at a time. Like this is how I'll make my fortune.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
slow burn, but we'll get there.
Yeah, like I'm driving stuff over there. I'm buying, it's not like I'm getting a wholesale fake ingredients or something like that. Or maybe even he has the ability to cook some pizza at home. Maybe he's just giving them a frozen pizza or something, like one of those Red Barons or like a Mama Celeste or something.
I also think if you're on travel, like I know for myself, as someone who does not waste time trying to get my money back for my lunch after a road trip, because it's such a pain in the ass to deal with reimbursement at work and all this stuff. If you're at a hotel and you order a pizza, let's say you drop $30-$40 with tip or whatever, and then the pizza comes and it's just terrible. I'm going to take a couple bites and go, what an awful pizza.
Yeah, I'll go, that's it. That's my L.
Now I might call, or in this case, email or whatever, and just say, hey, man, that was bad pizza. I don't even think I would do that. I don't think I've ever once called or emailed when service was bad or something was terrible. But if it was raw dough, maybe I'd be motivated to do that, I guess. But how many people go further than that if you're on travel? You know what I mean? It's not like
I know
you
exactly
live
what
in
you
the
mean.
community.
Yeah.
If it's just someone who's passing through, maybe you just chalk it up as, I got a crap pizza. I got bad
Miami
service.
pizza sucks. Oh, well,
Exactly.
whatever.
And then you just keep it moving. And maybe that's how he benefits from it.
Right.
Because everybody just one pizza at a time decides that stunk. I'll never do that again. And next thing you know, 4 years and 8,000 pizza orders have gone by.
What about the hotel though? Like at some point, wouldn't you say like this guy that's just papering your hotel with flyers, and he's the guy that shows up also with this terrible pizza, and there's like something's happening at your establishment that you might notice the first 25 times with shift changes and things like that. All right, yeah. But like the same guy comes and there's always a problem. Like you might note something is afoot before you get to years. Month 2, I think would be onto him.
Miami, bro. Florida. Let's go to Rick, who's in Chesapeake. I believe he wants to talk kickers before we get to the quarterback. What's up, Rick? How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. First time calling. I love the show.
Hip, hip,
hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
Now Jim's ready.
Now Jim's sitting
He's
there
on it.
edge of his seat,
He's
ready
just
to
waiting.
go.
Yeah. But look, I don't know if y'all touched on it. I know they still got Riley, and I do believe y'all done covered it. They got another kicker that's going to be coming from somewhere else in. I just didn't know if y'all knew why they got rid of Ahmed. When he made his field goal and Riley missed both of his, why they cut Ahmed instead of keeping him?
Yeah, it was funny. One of the guys made a
Thank you,
kick.
bud.
The other guy missed a kick, same distance. If you're having a true competition, I think that speaks to, though, the competitions are not really what you think they are.
Mhm.
There are guys normally that the team wants to win, and there are guys normally that the team wants to lose. The reason I assumed Riley Patterson was going to beat out Ramiz Ahmed, and the reason he had the leg up on him.
Oh, thank you.
That one's tough. I didn't mean to do that. That's not a local TV pun. I
It
promise.
sounds like he's got the leg up on the competition.
No. Everyone stop it.
I'm
We're
Grant
gonna be fine.
Paulson, 106.7 The Fan News.
The reason he had him by a foot or two. No, that was an accident. I swear. Come on. Really? Come on. Who's done it? Who's made a joke? Come on.
Anybody?
Who's made it? Who's made the joke? I told my wife about that.
That joke?
That particular joke.
How'd it go?
Well, we were driving to my parents' house.
That's
taking
a great time to do it.
long
Right
drive.
before you go to your folks'
Yeah.
place, right?
And I was telling her all about how he does that in his set.
Uh-huh.
And it's the funniest thing I've ever seen live.
Yeah.
And she didn't really get it.
She just looked at you.
She like laughed. She's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, and it was funny. I said, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she liked that or not.
Yeah.
She's already upset that I love Deadpool. So maybe she just
Yeah, it's one
everything.
that one's a hard one. And the guy we're talking about has a lot that you can say, hey, this is really good, or like let me give you one of these.
Yeah.
That's like a level 3 one.
Who's done it? Huh? Who's done it?
You got to start off with maybe a more like appetizing thing to begin with there. Yeah.
But anyway,
Any hoodles.
the kicking competition. Oh, so Ahmed has never kicked in the NFL in an actual game. Riley Patterson has kicked and kicked pretty successfully now in 3 different stops.
Yeah.
So when they got Ahmed, there wasn't a guy who had experience that they liked available. Ahmed was one of the guys in the UFL who kicked okay this year.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he was unbelievable. I know he made his last kick, his most recent one that we saw, but it wasn't like he's getting great reports out of practice or was hitting the other ones in games.
That was the
either.
other thing. So Patterson shakes free. They sign him. He's now done it in a real game. He is an NFL kicker, kind of in the club, so to speak, with experience. Ahmed was not, so he was the front runner. He's got to lose the competition. And then in practices, it was either dead even or advantage Patterson slightly. Also, a little bit more leg, maybe. You know, you feel like he can have more success from deeper, but they see not just the games that you and I do, where it was one make versus one miss. They had 6 to 8 kicks at practice every day for a couple of weeks. They had a special teams coach watching how they kick off and their leg strength and how they go about their business and their confidence. There's just so much more that goes into these competitions than the result that we see in a game. The game might matter more than the practices. I'm sure they probably do, especially in kicking when there's just hard to simulate the pressure in practice. But all of the practices and the time in the building added up probably outweighs the game.
I think so. That's the way to put it. So in terms of individual units, one practice less than one preseason game. But in terms of totality,
2 weeks of seeing them kick side by side.
multiple weeks, daily habits, the work, everything in between, probably greater than one kick in a preseason game. And again, the track record.
All right. I like that people wanted to talk about kickers. It's been good doing that. I do want to get to the quarterback, though, if that's okay with everyone.
That's allowed.
The
right?
number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winning, 50 touchdown, 4 interception quarterback from Louisiana State University. Go Tigers. Jaden Daniels. Danny, do you get the sense that the excitement is up a little bit, up a lot, or about exactly what it was at the start of camp? Because I feel like it should be up a lot, and I'm going to say it's up a little bit.
It's up a little bit.
But I think the coverage of him has been unbelievably positive.
Rightly so, yeah.
Nationally, everybody is all in and giddy. I don't remember this much positivity in terms of covering a quarterback. Like, you can't find anything negative. And there's no reason that you would be able to. He's done everything pretty well. But all of that normally adds up to a lot of excitement. Is it ramping up for you?
No. Because I'm there, man. I'm here. This is the guy I wanted.
But even after seeing him play in games,
no, I mean,
just like you could want an ice cream cone after you get it, you've tasted it, and it lived up to your expectations. It stands to reason that you could be happier about having it.
I suppose it could, but I've had this ice cream before, and I know what it tastes like. I know what it looks like, and I got it. I'm thrilled. I mean, I'm there. I'm excited. My overall excitement level, again, is what we've gone over a million times, is tempered by what's around him. I think they made a mistake here, but even still, the player is exactly right. This is who I thought we were getting. We got it. I've seen it. I am thrilled. And now I'll just sit there and hyperventilate for 17 weeks, hoping he avoids injury. But in terms of just the pulse of the people of the fan base, I don't think there's any question. People are not at that fever pitch. And I know we talk about this with the fan base in general all the time. It can never be what it was back before this many name changes, before Snyder or whatever. Too many things have happened. I think something similar is happening here, where you'll never get that fervor where you're on until 6 o'clock in the morning, because they not that when they took Griffin, but when they traded for the right to pick him. Right, we'll never do that again.
I just think people are tired of giving the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
this one is different and better and all that, and they don't care. And we've covered that. We don't need to get back into that part of it. But here's what I'm curious about. We can open up the phones, MGM National Harbor listener line, 800-636-1067. How would you describe your feelings about Daniels going into the season? Knowing that we probably won't see him again. So you're not going to add any more video, film, experience. You don't get to see him anymore maybe before he throws his first real-life NFL pass against the Todd Bowles defense, which is going to be a difficult first matchup, obviously. But how would you describe, one word, couple of words, short answer, whatever, how you're feeling about him? For me, I am way more excited, for the record, than I was when they drafted him, based on everything that he's done. And I don't even mean the 2 games, although I'd throw that into the pile for sure. But I do find myself way more optimistic. But I'm going to say I am cautiously optimistic. And maybe that's how the fan base feels largely, and that's where, it's not a full-on party being thrown, nor is it shouldn't be a party, for the record. But I'm cautiously optimistic because he's looked great in the 2 games, being asked to do very, 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 very little. He's looked really good in practices, but I think he knows what the offense is doing and what the defense is doing. And in the joint practices, he basically hit 500. He was awesome against the Jets, supposedly. Really struggled against the vice versa.
Flip it, yeah.
He was awesome against the Dolphins, second, supposedly, and first one against the Jets, he really struggled on a rainy day. But I will say on Jaden Daniels, my answer is cautiously optimistic.
That's a good one.
How would you sum up how you're feeling going into the season?
Reasonably hopeful. And I know that doesn't sound like it's as exciting as it should be.
Is that just another quirky way to say cautiously optimistic?
Yeah, because that's the right answer. But before, there was no reason to be hopeful. It was a farce. Being hopeful for Ryan Fitzpatrick is stupid. So was it for Carson Wentz? Stupid. So was it for pretty much everyone else they trotted out here. And even when they had a good one in Kirk Cousins, Dan Snyder and Bruce Allen were in charge. There was no point to anything we were doing here for the last several decades. There's a point now. This is now a worthwhile exercise.
But you were talking about how excited you were. You wouldn't say jacked up or ready for the show. I mean, you're not like you're still going just more like nervous, excited.
Yeah, like to me, he's the right one. He's absolutely it. I just, again, I'm way more concerned about his surroundings than to really be over the moon.
800-636-1067. Want to hear your answers on this, guys. We'll go individually, one by one, down the lines next on Grant and Danny. How would you sum up how you're feeling about Jaden Daniels after weeks of practice, training camp, a couple preseason games, and the entire offseason of him having been either on his way here or signed, sealed, and delivered? Now, as we close in on the first game and our first chance to see him, you're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Bo Nix was named starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos today. Do you realize he becomes the first rookie week 1 starting quarterback for Denver since John Elway?
Man.
They have not had one rookie QB start a week 1 game since Elway. That's pretty amazing because they've been on the carousel as well over several years, really, other than the Manning era there, where they've been looking for a quarterback constantly. Jay Cutler, I guess, didn't do it after when they drafted him out of Vanderbilt with Shanahan. Must have come in season. They sat him for a little while. Other quarterback news today, Deshaun Watson limited in practice with a sore arm. Doesn't seem like a huge deal, but they're better off when he doesn't play.
Yeah, is there anything about him is kind of a deal at this point, Like, is it ever going to happen?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think. Well, let me rephrase. I don't think it's going to happen, but they're going, please, just let's have no setbacks. Just be normal. Just be average. We could be pretty good.
2 years ago, their best quarterback was their backup Brissett.
Uh-huh.
Last year, it was their backup Flacco. If you're curious who their backup is this year, it's the very funny and okay at football, Jameis Winston. Remember, he once had 30 touchdowns and 30 picks in the same season, which feels like a 30 for 30 documentary style campaign.
Slightly different than a 30-30 campaign in baseball,
Right.
which is like a neat novelty thing. This is very different.
And Russell Wilson of the Steelers says he will play on Saturday in their preseason finale. We've been saying how many teams are actually going to play anybody that matters to them, anybody that's supposed to start. Russell Wilson came out today and told reporters that he is supposed to be on the field this weekend when they play their final preseason game.
Who plays more games at quarterback for them this year?
I think Fields.
I think Fields also.
Now, I don't think either of them are good. I think I was kind of been on the Russell Wilson's not good train for a long, long time.
By the way, you are way ahead of me on both cars. You beat me to the spot both times.
I don't know what happened, but he just kind of fell off and people pretended like it didn't happen, but it's hard to pretend now.
Yeah.
A couple of organizations later. Having said that, offense is not going to be good. So whoever starts initially is going to play less, and that's going to be Wilson.
So what I would do in Pittsburgh, I know we're not doing a lot of Pittsburgh shtick here, but I got Arthur Smith. I would go, neither one of my guys can throw the ball real well. Who can make more plays with their feet? And it's Fields. He's more athletic right now.
Totally.
One of the great running quarterbacks ever. I would utilize that.
Yeah, and that's probably what they're eventually going to do. But speaking of quarterbacks who can make plays with their feet, let's get back to Jaden Daniels. Question for you guys. Phones are open. Got a few lines for you at 800-636-1067. How would you describe your feelings, succinctly, a word or a couple of words, on Daniels going into the season? We've seen him play in the 2 preseason games he's probably going to. I went with cautiously optimistic. I am excited. Certainly more excited than I was a few months ago. Everything's gone exceptionally well, but I think some people think that it's come easily and he looks great and that's replicable to how it's going to go early on, and maybe it will, but it's not going to be because of what's happened in the preseason. I don't think much of what we've seen, certainly in those 2 games and in a lot of practices, is all that authentic to how it's actually going to look when games are being played. So I'm still nervous. There's still things I need to see that I have my own questions about. Having said that, I feel a lot better about it. I'm cautiously optimistic.
I'm reasonably hopeful. Very similar to cautiously optimistic, I would say. But the larger context is there's a point to this. There's no point with Ryan Fitzpatrick or Carson Wentz or some other journeyman jag, Case Keenum, Colt McCoy, etc. There's a point here, right? They got the right guy. I'm just hoping that the surrounding and supporting cast is good enough.
Let's go to Dwayne, who is in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny, listening on the Fan. What's up, Dwayne? How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, my words are sheltered and incomplete because I just didn't see enough of them. I mean, a lot of teams, not just us, do this same thing every preseason, waste the preseason to me, and not letting these guys play. But yet they'll contradict themselves and let a veteran like Jamison Crowder play when you already know what he can do. We actually, this guy, rookie, needs to work. And other rookies need to work, and they let them play. With these quarterbacks, I just think they're being sheltered. That's all.
So I'm kind of with you, not just on Daniels, but generally how the league works now, just so you know. But I do want to ask the follow-up of how would you have done it? You get 3 preseason games. There's 12 quarters. What would the workload have looked like in those 3 games for you if you called the shots?
For me, with the first preseason game, 1 quarter. I don't care what the other team has out there. The second game, 2 quarters, and the third game, at least a half or 2 quarters, because I don't care what the other team defense is out there. He needs to work to me.
So I would actually do your plan before their plan. And I know a lot of people don't love that because the risk of injury. Now, I would not have had one read option play where he's keeping the football like they had on the 13-yard gain.
Yeah.
I know we can do that. That is going to come natural. That's riding a bike. I don't need to show it because other teams know it's coming. Oh, by the way, it's not like now they have to prepare for it. Well, they're already going to have to prepare for it. But I would mitigate the risk as best I can. At that point, the only risk you're taking on is when you're in the pocket. Still a problem.
Yeah, it's the thing.
You're a little guy and there's big dudes coming your way. But at some point, it's football. You have to play football. And I just view it as not to say that an injury wouldn't be devastating or catastrophic or horrible. It would be. But there is a juice worth the squeeze algorithm that for me, the answer is always with a young guy, a rookie, definitely a quarterback who needs reps. The answer is always it's worth it to me. I think you're better off getting the work before the bright lights turn on in September. So I would have signed up for his plan. Let's go to Sean in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. How you feeling about Daniels going into the year?
Excited anticipation. I'm thrilled, and I really think that he's gonna do a great job. I hope that the coaching staff cuts him loose. I think it's unhealthy to always think about what if he gets hurt, he can't get hit. No, this guy is an animal. Cut him loose, let him run wild when the season starts, and let's see what we got. He's the Heisman Trophy winner for a reason. I think that the coaching staff knows that, and they're going to do just what I said.
Yeah, all the talent's there. All the skill set is there. And the work ethic, the off-field, the behind the scenes, the not just, posing once for Instagram in the gym to make everyone think you're working and you get a bunch of retweets and muscle emojis. The real stuff is happening. And that's what you want to bet on, right? If you're a fan, a coach, another player, et cetera. It's genuine how good a worker he is. So, yeah. And then, of course, again, on-field talent-wise, he's checks every box that you would possibly want. There still has to be, in my opinion, some kind of governor. Like if you go, well, he's great at running. Let's run, just for the sake of argument, let's run the traditional option a couple different times because he's so good at running. Because he might be great at that, but you're also exposing him to certain things, right? There has to be some balance, some governor where, the reason why I flipped out the other day when he's not sliding and didn't talk about sliding or said I haven't really worked on sliding is the job of the coach is to say, I want the player to say, I'm going to dive headfirst every situation. I want the coach to say, please pick and choose. You've got to get the best out of them, but also keep getting something out of them.
Yeah, to me, I look at like Lamar Jackson's career and his rushing attempts just as an example. And that's kind of what I would look for. Lamar Jackson on average runs somewhere around, 130 to 170 times a season. And that's exactly what I would do with Jaden Daniels. Lamar's run for 1,000 yards twice, 800 yards 3 times, 750 each of the last 5 years. It's been 695 or higher every. That's what
it's basically 1,000-yard pace every year, except when he doesn't play the full allotment.
That's what I would be doing with Jaden Daniels. Now, I think he's a better passer than Lamar Jackson. People hear that, and there's this weird disrespect. Like some guy came at me yesterday and said, I can't believe you think he's a running quarterback. And I said, the guy that ran for 1,147 yards last year in college.
You have a 300-yard rushing game against Florida?
You don't think he's a running quarterback? He's like, running quarterback means you've never seen him. He can throw the ball. No, Goose. I understand that he can throw the ball. You're pretending like I'm saying he can't throw the ball. That's not what I said. You're fighting some other fight that you could fight with somebody else. I'm just saying that the guy who runs the 4.39 40, who's one of the best ball carriers in the National Football League and one of the fastest players on any field he's ever been on, who, oh, by the way, ran for 1,150 yards in college last year, ran all the way to the Heisman with some great throws as well, oh, by the way, that, yeah, he should be a running quarterback. Now, if that's some negative connotation that bothers you, I don't know what to tell you. That's your problem. There's a 2-time MVP in Baltimore who's a running quarterback, oh, by the way, who nobody can defend, who Peyton Manning just ranked in his top 5. And what I would do is I would absolutely turn up the faders on, letting him make plays with his feet. I happen to think he's a better passer than Lamar, and I think hopefully he can prove that. And maybe he's not a better passer today than Lamar is today, although I would say it's probably closer than people would admit. But he's certainly a better passer than Lamar was coming out. So you got to be able to throw the ball on 3rd and long. You got to be able to throw the ball when everyone in the stadium knows it's coming. But I don't think you draft Jaden Daniels without the plan being to make sure that a huge piece of the pie that's undercooked from some guy in Miami who's posing to be somebody else
good callback
is that he's running the football. So I'm with you there. Clay's in Fredericksburg. What's up, Clay?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Hey, dude.
Grant, I really agree with you about being cautiously optimistic, and Danny, I agree with your point as well about they're doing the process the right way. You know, they drafted the right kid. He's clearly mature, has a good head on his shoulders, got elite arm talent and speed. I think as a fan of this team, it's hard to just buy in because out of all the people we've drafted, all the signings we've had, all the offseason hype has just completely floundered in our face. So, I think back to last spring, not this past spring, but spring of 2023, when we signed Eric Bieniemy, right after his press conference, I can't remember if it was you guys, B. Mitch and Billy, or I can't remember who it was, but they were like, this is a huge win for the organization. Like, we should really be excited about this. And, I was excited, but I was also like, we've been burned so many times. Let's see what happens. Now, the difference is the rookie quarterback, hopefully he's here for 5+ years. And, if he has a bad season, we're not getting rid of him. But I think it's hard to be completely bought in just given being a fan of this team for 20 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Appreciate
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, man. How do you feel about Daniels going into the season is the question. If you're just jumping into your car, 800-636-1067, looking for a word or a couple of words to fill in that blank on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Was there anything that you haven't seen him do so far that you were hoping to? If we don't see him again, like you and I both think we're not going to,
right,
on Sunday in the preseason game at the X, is there anything that he wasn't asked to do that you wish he would have been in the preseason that might have made you more confident? We'll get into that next on The Fan. Training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. How much is it going to cost you to watch every NFL game this season? Got some numbers on that that'll blow you away. We'll pass those along in just a couple of minutes. First, though, to answer the question we just posed going to break, Danny. Something you wish Jaden Daniels would have been asked to do in his exhibition action that he wasn't.
I understand why they didn't do this. I totally get it. Their concern is about being the best they can be and getting him ready. But just for me to satisfy old Danny Rouillet on my couch watching stuff, I would have liked to have seen some of those high-level NFL routes, some of those deep crossers, right? In behind a linebacker in front of a safety. Some of those, deep ball. There's only, a millisecond where you can start to throw it and, a matter of inches to fit the darn thing in. Some of those deep outs, tight coverage type things where you're Justin Herbert style driving the football into a very, very narrow window down the field. I would have loved to have seen some of those things just to see it because it would have been fun for me. But again, I'm not criticizing them for not doing it.
Yeah, I think I could kind of echo that in some way. The in breakers, middle of the field throws that weren't on the film to a great extent at LSU. Just put that to bed. And he will in September, hopefully, if they can hit on a few of those. But it just wasn't a part of his game that was a strength. And my fear is it's not going to come as naturally. Maybe you overshoot those or you're just not as comfortable throwing those. And that turns into, overthrow middle of the field can be an interception or what have you. It's a lot safer to throw the ball outside because you can use the sideline as your friend, overthrow, toward the boundary or deep down the field or whatever. And I don't think it's a complete coincidence that he protected the football the way that he did without interceptions and also didn't operate in the middle of the field a whole lot where there's more bodies and some potential risk for picks. So I would have liked to have seen a little of that. I certainly would have liked to have seen just kind of holding the ball and processing, which is the quarterback position and how it's got to work. I'm quick game Quincy. I mean, I love the quick game. I am a big fan of 1.9 seconds in the ball out. I think Tua last year led the NFL in time to throw, and look at Miami's offense. Now, I don't have Tyreek Hill or Jaden Waddle, but point is, and I think people understand, you want the ball into the hands of the receivers as fast as possible. And behind this line, time to throw being low is a good thing, not a bad thing. Having said that, there is a little bit of a buyer beware thing when, you have the lowest time to throw because oftentimes you're not allowing things to develop down the field. And so you want him to just get a feel for the clock in his head. And maybe that you're practicing that as in practices you can't be hit, but I think it's a little different.
Right.
At no point did he really work on the clock in his head, which I think is a big part of his development coming out of college, as we've talked about. So those would be a couple of things I'd point to top of my head that we didn't see a ton of. But his preseason grade, if it's over now through 2 games, for what he was asked to do and what he did, you can't give him less than an A. Is it an A minus? Is it an A plus? The A plus play to me was the check at the line and the dime to De'Ami Brown downfield. That was the one kind of high degree of difficulty moment that we saw. Everything else was acing pretty easy quizzes. But I think you still got to give him a solid. I'm going to give him just a true A on the preseason. And if we're accounting for practice, if we're accounting for the off the field discourse from coaches on him as a leader and as a worker and a studier, and when he shows up, then maybe you bump it up to an A plus so far.
Yeah, it's an A for me. I mean, he's, I don't have a better analogy, but I was trying to think of it. We're using school stuff. It's like he took an intro to physics class this preseason training camp and then, some of these games. And if you're giving him less than an A, it means you're mad because he didn't do advanced AP physics too. We wasn't asked to. Can he? We don't know yet. We're going to find that out, right? Because that quarterback position is really hard. But if the coaches were throwing caution to the wind and not caring what was on tape and tipping their hand and saying, let's do all the stuff we're going to do to see if you can do it very well, and he failed at some of that stuff, we'd have a better idea. But from what he was asked to do, again, he was running the plays with the exception of the one beautiful time that he checked out of it and said, I'll just throw this perfect dime 40-some yards down the field, please, and thank you.
I was emailed this from my buddy BK, so shout out to him for sending this my way today. But this is the least amount you can spend to watch every NFL game this season if you choose to.
Okay.
Meaning you are Johnny on the spot when it comes to canceling subscriptions as soon as possible. You're getting the subscription the day before and you're getting rid of it the day after, which is the dream, but also so difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, I just during the break, you just heard me saying, Wait a second. Am I still paying $25?
I paid $25 a month for this?
There was a time last year where I was deep diving into some nerdy stat. It was like DVOA centric type NFL stat, but I needed it. And I hit one of our analytics guys up that I really like. I think it was Shots. And
Oh,
he
right.
said, "Oh, that's available. It's here, but you need to have a subscription." And I remember signing up for the subscription. This was like midway through last year. And I just got an email saying, your subscription's about to re-up for the new football season. And I'm like, what? And I looked, and every month since then, I've been being charged $25 a month.
Now, here's the thing. I'm sure it's a wonderful subscription with great data, but you weren't using it.
I was not.
Right.
It's a great site. It's a great subscription. But I just spent a few $100s over the offseason not going to that website, right? Or whatever it was. So anyway, so that's annoying. But I'm really bad at it. I have like the Rocket app like a lot of other people do, and they say they'll do this for you, do that for you. And when you ask them to, they can. But you got to ask them to.
Got to ask them.
And they don't always tell you, apparently, because I haven't heard that one, that's a reoccurring bill. But I digress. So here is the least you can spend to watch every game. Peacock, you just need it in September, $7.99 a month. So you're paying $8 there for the cock.
Okay.
Amazon Prime Video, okay? 5 months, September through January, $8.99 per month. That's $44.95.
Okay, man,
that just
jumped
Prime
right there.
For all
Yeah.
5. Okay, so that's $45 plus the $8 for Peacock. Netflix, 1 month, $6.99 in December. You only need it for the December Christmas Day games.
Okay.
So that is prorated, I guess, at $7 per month. ESPN Plus, 1 month, October for an exclusive game. $10.99 per month. That's $11. NFL Sunday Ticket with you, the TV plan.
Yeah, here we go.
That's 6 months, September through February. It's $73 per month, plus $349 for the Sunday ticket cost, which is $787. By the way, I have that and will have that. And oh my God, don't tell my wife. NFL Sunday Ticket without YouTube TV. So if you don't want to get YouTube TV, but you want Sunday Ticket, you can do that. No
Okay.
problem. That'll cost $449. I will not be doing that. But if I needed to, I would.
If you needed to.
Because it's a drug, and I will be imbibing. Total cost with YouTube TV plan. So that, I guess this is me. NFL Sunday Ticket.
I was going to say, this you're doing this.
With YouTube TV and Red Zone, $857.86. Oh, okay. This is the total cost of everything.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So that's what I'm doing. $857.86 to watch football. Total cost without the YouTube TV plan is $519.92, which does not include cable, other service that would be needed to watch in-market games on Sundays. So unless you're illegally streaming or whatever, you then need a cable package on top of your $519 this fall.
Yeah, I'm chuckling, but the cable's got me just bent right over in the woodshed.
NFL, what are you doing to us?
Taking our money.
Oh, they are just, thank you, sir. May I have another? Just slapping us around. Grant and Danny will get you ready for Nats baseball next. The Grant and Danny radio program is sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, help you to draft a will, set up a trust, create a power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Maybe, just maybe, you'll be lucky enough to meet the good folks of Condori and Murad out and about and on the road with us as a Grant and Danny radio program hits the road for some games this season. More on that as it develops. Please tell me you have seen some of the pushback from the flag football players that represent the United States of America, saying, why do people think that the NFL players would be better than us at flag football when we are flag football players? Have you seen any of this?
Yeah, it's bizarre to me.
There was an interview that TMZ Sports did with the quarterback of the U.S. flag football team, I guess. And I don't know this dude very well, and maybe he's the best of all time. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but settle down, guy. Here's the quote. At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game. Okay. No, you are not.
It's going to be a no for me, dog.
I've never seen you play. And guess what? I know you're not better than him. I know that in a flag football game, if Patty Cakes Mahomes and Tyreek Hill, the old cheetah who might try to race Noah Lyles, and Justin Jefferson, that's Justin Jefferson. He's Jets. If Justin Jefferson makes a nice play on the flag football field, who else are we getting out there? Who's shifty? Who's diminutive? Who's small?
Give me let me see. How about Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Oh, I love
in the slot.
How about Jamar Chase?
I'll allow it.
Want to put him on the team?
I do.
We get those guys out there running around. We're not going to beat the current U.S. flag football team. Is that the accusation?
Yeah. I mean, you've got more flag experience. You've got me there. That's the end of my retort. Yeah, guys, sorry.
Better than Patrick Mahomes.
You see Mahomes responded to that, by the way?
I didn't.
He had a funny like 50 Cent gif of like him just staring and being like utterly confused. Yeah, that's tough. Listen, Mahomes is minding his business, just being the best NFL quarterback there is alive.
By the way, there is a conversation to be had that NFL players should be allowed to participate. I really believe that. Look at the value and what good came for basketball from the Olympics and the superstars in the NBA competing, where people like you and me and so many others are more excited for the season, and how much money owners made themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Short-term, long-term, globally, the good of the game. Way easier in basketball because it's the offseason. Major League Baseball, as an example, which has been bad at marketing for a long, long time, would be smart to have its superstars like Bryce Harper, who want to use their American flag stained bats in the Olympics, just take a break from the season and do that, but they'll never do it. Because you've got to take a short-term loss for the long-term gain of the good of your global brand and baseball. And you got to know, I'm losing out on X millions of dollars this year because we're going to play 15 fewer games or whatever it is. But over the next 25 years, here's a study that shows that by being a part of the Olympics, baseball's going to grow. And this is how I make that money back and then some.
Yeah, it's a harder ask for sure.
But football, man, it would just be so fun to see these guys. But to see now these interviews and some of these guys pushing back on, why do you guys want to see the NFL players, man? We're better at flag football. We play flag football. Oh, I'm sure.
At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game. I know he's right now the best in the league. I know he's more accurate. I know he has all these intangibles. But when it comes to flag football, I feel like I know more than him.
You probably do. I'm going to give you that. When it comes to flag football, I'm going to quiz you on flag football rules and things like that. You know more than Patrick Mahomes. Now go sit over there because Patrick Mahomes is about to play.
If I'm building the team, you can make me the general manager of the flag football team.
Right.
You know where I'm picking? The NFL guys.
I know more about the Commanders than Patrick Mahomes does.
Okay.
I'd rather him be the quarterback of the Commanders.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I see where you went there. Yeah.
Pretty amazing for this dude to say he'd be better than Patrick Mahomes. I guess you got to have a little bit of confidence to be great.
Yeah, and with and again, I get the general point
what
here.
What if this guy Kurt Warnered it? Someone signed him and he won back-to-back Super Bowls.
And he really was great.
And he was actually better than Mahomes.
Yeah. But I understand the general point here that we're disrespected a little bit. You guys, there's differences between the tackle folk and the flag football folk. And okay, let's appreciate us more. Very reasonable statement. there's a large leap though from that to I'm better than the greatest player alive. I'm better than the guy that's on his way to being the best quarterback ever to play. I'm better than that guy. You could just say, hey, we should appreciate us more. I'll co-sign. You got a newsletter? I'll sign up for it. You want to put a signature somewhere? I'll sign my name. Appreciate the flag football guys a little bit more. No problem. I'm better than Pat Mahomes. Put that pen away.
Let's talk baseball for a second. All of our baseball coverage on Grant and Danny is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Mike Rizzo was on the Junkies today. This was the first time I've heard him, or frankly, any executive, asked about the 6-inning mandate for starters that baseball has at least talked about ultimately implementing. I think there was an overreaction. People pretended like this is going to be a rule next year when it would be years and years before it was implemented. If it was going to be, and that wasn't even the story. The story was not that it will definitively end up being a rule in the in Major League Baseball, as much as baseball's trying to figure out how to maybe bring velocities down, make offense a little easier, get rid of some of these injuries. This is something they've been kicking around. I'm not a fan of it. I think it's a bad idea. Mike Rizzo seems to be in my camp. This was Rizzo with the Junkies today, asked about the 6-inning starting pitching mandate.
Well, I definitely would have to see what the entire rule entails. First of all, before I comment, just kind of in general, as I don't like MLB or anybody else telling me what I can do with my roster and with my players. I mean, any type of mandate to me is unacceptable. So I mean, whenever they mandate that you have to have a certain this amount of pitchers and you can't have more. Your roster has to be 13 pitchers, 13 position players. It can't be more. I like to think if I wanted to have 25 pitchers and one position player, I should be able to do that. It's our team. We do what we want with it. And but any mandate I would need to discuss because teams run their organization different and their roster different because we all have different assets on our roster. We all have different strengths and weaknesses of our roster. So to put in just these broad brush rules of every team has to me, doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, I'd have to really see what the rule entails and how it will be implemented and that type of thing before I have any specific comments on that specific rule. But in general, I like to be left alone to do what I want with the team.
Mike Rizzo with the Junkies today, right here on 106.7 The Fan. So part of my issue with this rule is what he just talked about. That I hate that baseball would tell teams how to manage their own club. He is more annoyed by it than me. He went full like hashtag my team, my choice.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like leave me alone. But that's a big part of it for me. That's a huge part of this. I also just think the optics of seeing at a time where everyone's getting hurt, people hearing that and thinking it means you're making pitchers who are tired keep pitching, even though that's the opposite of what they'd be doing, looks ridiculous. And like Jason, when he asked the question, said, hey, what if a guy's getting rocked early? You got to keep him in. That's actually not how it's going to work, though, right? I mean, there are stipulations, and Mike said he wants to see the whole thing. What they've talked about are things like if X number of runs have been given up, you can pull them. If he's at X number of pitches, you can pull them. 100 pitches, 4+ runs, whatever. So there's going to be plenty of times where guys don't go 6. It would basically just cut down on when the starting pitcher is cruising and the team based on the analytics of you faced the lineup twice or you've thrown 75 pitches or whatever it is today, wants to just pull a guy who hasn't broken a sweat yet. They don't want that. They also want starters to go deeper into the games that are now going shorter because whereas they used to take a little bit off and throw 94 to 96 and not redline it on every pitch, now they're 97 to 99 because they know instead of throwing 7, they've got to throw 5.
Yeah, the I don't know how to say this the right way exactly. I hate it too. And now I will also say that Mike and a lot of other guys, and I'm not picking on Mike Rizzo here, by the way, but I hate the DH. He told us that years ago. I hate the idea that both leagues might be the DH. Sign me up or get, take me out of it. I don't want to do that. Of course you have to do that. Any rule he's sort of been opposed to in general. I just only offer that as information. I would also say though, I hate it less from the like, don't tell me how to manage my roster part of it. I hate this is a different way for teams to compete. And this is the hidden part to me that I care about more. I want a league where the Rays, where the Kansas City Royals, where teams that aren't necessarily at $400 million payrolls, like the Red Sox, Yankees, or Padres seem to be, the Dodgers or whoever, can still compete with those teams. And one of the ways to do that is to not have a $35 million starting pitcher every night out, and to find a Trevor Williams for a bargain. But he's best used going 5 and a dive. And I've got a bullpen guy that costs a fraction of what someone else does to try to be able to get you out too. That's the part of it that I don't like. And that's kind of the ugly hidden side to this. I understand the intent, to your point about trying to limit guys. And I want more Greg Maddux and Tom Glavines to be able to make it in the major leagues instead of, do you throw 97? No, then go somewhere else. Like, that's boring to me. I love having, different ways to do it, but taking that away, I don't think is the smart way to do it.
I also found it really interesting, and I didn't realize this. During this answer in the exchange, and the Junkies did a great job with this. Again, you can hear Rizzo every Wednesday on the Junks at 8 a.m., I believe. They asked him something along the effects of, like, hey, how did you feel about the rules that have been implemented that have become part of the fabric now? The pitch clock,
So I think he didn't like any of them.
He hated them, apparently. Or at least, I don't know if he used the word hate, but he did not like them.
You remember he told us he had wanted no part of the DH in both leagues.
That I remember.
Right?
That one's a long time ago. And I wonder if he's come around on that. I bet he still hasn't. But specific to the rules recently that got changed, he was out and he said, I really like them. He even said that the pitch clock has been an amazing adjustment and great for baseball and has really helped the game. And so I don't think this will be on that list eventually if they were to change this rule where he'd come around on it, because it sets a bad precedent if you're Mike Rizzo for GMs, for managers, and just teams in general of being dictated to. And the more uniform structure there is, team to team, I think the less creative, fun, as you're talking about, you can be with your own paradigm and plan. And I kind of like that in every market, in every team, based on the resources and the allocations they have to put the roster together. They do things a little bit differently. With that said, let's get to the Nats, who play tonight at 6:45 pregame. It's just a couple of moments away. The Rockies are in town. Their starting lineups and pitching matchups are brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mitchell Parker, batting first, playing right field, Alex Call. Batting second, playing shortstop, C. Check. Abrams batting third in left field, the James Wood. Batting fourth, doing the catching, Caber Ruiz. Batting fifth, playing second base, Luis Garcia. Batting sixth, playing third base, Jose Tena. Batting seventh, your DH, Andres Chaparro. Batting eighth at first base, welcome back to the show, Joey Gallo. Batting ninth, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young.
Joey Gallo drew a nice walk last night.
Yes,
his
he
first
did.
plate
Hi
appearance
there.
back in the major leagues. Mitchell Parker on the hill, 22 starts, a 4.44 ERA. That changed considerably with his last start. 10 hits and 9 earned runs over 3 innings.
That's not a month.
We'll do that.
That was his start.
Nats weather report presented by Pepco. Today's game day weather via Pepco. Storm season's here. We know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep.
Partly sunny, going to be a pleasant 74 degrees at first pitch. It's going to dip into the high 60s by the time the game ends. Great night at Nationals Park.
Is Ryan back tomorrow?
Yes, he'll be back tomorrow.
All right, so that we're all on the same page. You plan on doing weather tomorrow? I'll just kind of look at you. We'll pretend like Ryan's never done the weather before.
We're just going for the weather.
And we will not talk about it until he brings it up. And if he brings it up with you, just no sell him. So that when he's back from vacation, it's like he got Wally Pipp. Eventually he'll get it back, but he doesn't need it back yet.
It's like silent treatment on your first homer.
Back at 2 tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.